it's really, really hard. Yeah. It is just super, super hard. Every single player is going to have their own form of kind of reset, right? Something that they kind of resort back to, a thought maybe, some sort of breathing technique. I know a couple of our players were very, very persistent on the idea like, hey, listen, man, I need gum. I need to be chewing gum when I'm up there on the stage. Right? Just all of those little things. It's going to be different for every single one of these players, which is why we always talk about the importance of experience, because if you have been up on a stage like this before, you know what works for you.
Yeah, and I suppose coming into this, right, everything is new for these players. A lot of players will have the first time experience. It's a different environment to what you're used to. You're on a different desk. You're in front of a massive...
Алло, парни, всем привет. Сегодня смотрим финал лана, как я и говорил, то что сейчас запущу стрим, его смотрим. Так, Шарки, Тинь у нас здесь сидят, готовятся к игре. Когда будет первая игра, самому мне интересно. Я, конечно, заметил, там вот просто, когда какие-то немецкие игроки там выходят или что-то такое, это просто весь стадион тупо орёт. Pitcher brought and Spalio. Хайо. Свизи.
Why aren't these players performing like I watch them at home? Well, dude, it really is that comfort zone, right? There is so many of these tiny little factors, and it could just be one thing, right? That mouse being just a little too slow, that mouse pad not being quite long enough. Guys, I would love to ask.
Что это за взгляды такие на камеру, интересно? Ужас.
Let's talk about predictions. Viv, who do you think could walk
away? Я понял.
What are your top 5?
I can't believe
Gentlemates, братаны.
I'm sorry, brother. I could have picked like 10 different duos that I think could possibly come first this weekend. It is seriously impossible, but I had to make a choice. Zeke forced me. So my top 5 for this weekend, who I think is going to place where, first and foremost, it hurt.
Ага. Предикция этого типочка на гранд-финалах. Предикт от Вивида. Первое место Sky Scroll, второе место Вика Малибука, третье место Cold Rapid, четвертое место Acorn Bolts и пятое Hero Venom. То есть он думает, что Sky Scroll выиграет. Но Sky Scroll реально очень мощная Буду, очень мощная. У них реально все шансы, в принципе, есть.
He still played incredibly well day of. If we have Vico, who is an experienced person kind of coming into an environment like this, who is able to fully reset and still play well, I think they have to be a shoe-in for top 5. And then obviously kind of rounding out my predictions with some end teams, cold and rapid. Now they're uncontested. Way too good of a team to kind of place outside of the top 5 for me.
А что, они тренятся, получается, да, я вижу?
In the world as he's and then I rounded my list out there with Herb and Venom, who a lot of people are kind of discounting. They're like, their strategy's not going to work on a stage like this.
Что вы, что, я не понимаю, что делает камерамен? Почему просто в глаза уже залетает этому бедному Скаю? Я не понимаю. Привет, Интом.
These top 5s that we came up with, and speaking of Vico right there being nervous coming into it, we saw it on the cameras just a minute ago.
Так, а сегодня по качеству нормально все? Да, вроде бы 1080p.
Of course, I spoke to Vico yesterday. He likes to sing a little bit going into it, likes to calm his nerves, try and just get on the same wavelength as his team. But I want to talk about my top 5. A team that didn't feature in your
топ 5 от мини-майнера. Первое место Шарк Тини, второе место Вика Малибука, третье место Sky Scroll, четвертое Дарм Динус, пятое Acorn и Bolts. Ну то есть и у того на втором месте должен быть все-таки Вика Малибука.
Bad games. They had some pretty unfortunate zones as well. A lot of those zones were pulling down to that south, so it just seemed like they got better throughout the day at actually dealing with those south zones. So as an EU fan, if I put my EU bias hat on, I'm kind of scared. They could be lifting that trophy at the end because they are just that good, and Acorn is just that good at leading.
Guys, I'm so hyped. I just heard the call. The games are ready to go. Let's get ready, Fortnite fan. This is the first game of the finals. Jacob PR, the best taco, and Levin 2K. Over to you.
Сейчас будет, парни. Все, сейчас начинается. Какой Кликс или оживщик? У Кликса просто худший перформанс был на лане. Все, он не попал сюда. Его здесь нету. Он вчера занял 47 место, он 20 поинтов набрал.
days now to prepare, but for some of these duos, the ones coming out of that lower bracket, they are going to have a little bit less time to adjust, but they still gotta make it happen.
Absolutely, but I think when you look at the way the games played out yesterday,
Это просто как дети на своего отца смотрят, что это такое.
duos who I think coming into the competition we might not have even really been expecting much out of them, but they have showed up yesterday. It's about doing it today though.
Yeah, and honestly, coming to this 3-day format, day one, nobody gets eliminated. It kind of leaves you thinking, where's the entertainment going to be? It was entertaining as can be. Any other event we've seen
Интересно,
so
кто
far,
первую игру
day
заринет?
2, where 25 teams were sent home. Heartbreaking moment, but again, it was cinema. And now we're here, 8 games instead of 6. And what does that do? What do you think that does to some of these players?
I mean, it's a long haul. I think the big difference is we've seen so many tournaments over the years where day one, you get the opportunity to reset, you get to watch some games back, jump into the next day. It's a completely different meta tournament feeling. You only get the half-time break today, Jacob Tackle. I mean, it is not much time to
Вот, просто сейчас, вы просто слышите, в чем прикол? Буквально просто вот немцев показывают на камере, все, начинает просто толпа орать.
Was it worth me actually helping out some of the other teams? Because what if they decide, hey, my off spawn isn't going well, but I know what makes yours better, so why not challenge it?
Yeah, and that kind of makes me wonder, you know, we've seen superstar teams take over games and begin to run away with it. And now with 2 extra games,
Просто один немцев ПК все толпа орет. Охереть, прикольно он работает. Представьте, Резон катку винит, там просто все, толпа уходит. Просто начинает орать.
I feel like there's so many amazing teams who their off-spawn situation looks favorable. They look like they could make great runs. I'm going to pick one from each region I'm really looking forward to. The first one from EU, I think Vico and Malabuka are looking good. Sneakily looking good in a way that I think a lot of people now are starting to look and say, that day one performance, Vico said he was nervous, they played with so much
Сексуал? Понял.
so impressive. And then on the NA side of things,
Не, как, они реально такой фановый дуо, Вика Malabuka.
There's something about the aura about them that just inspires you.
It's something about the way they've been playing through 4 fields also, and when you think about a lot of the off-spawn contention that's taking place around them, they're one of the few teams on the outskirts of the map, but they still have an easier path inwards in comparison to those other duos surrounding them. Their surge opportunities are looking much more favorable. I'm right there with you. Cold and Rapid, 100% highlight for me, and now I'm just going to sound like a copycat because Vico and Malabuka would have been the sly underdog team that I'm kind of looking at too for EU, because so many people, I think, just have
Вот
that
что, зачем вы руки показываете людей? Типа реально распечатать андерпапа конченая.
What happens throughout the journey of 8 games, and we just know that all of these duos are expecting something different.
Yeah, honestly, coming into this one, I know you guys probably saw on Fortnite competitive, I was honest, instantly answered cold and rapid right out of the gates, and now watching all the action through the last 2 days, it almost has me scratching my head, because you mentioned Vico, Malabuka, Shark, and Teeny. They made it here through a contested wonky land, and now they're being able to play like themselves, a little bit more freedom, and then you even have Acorn and Bolts. I've never seen Acorn look so calm, cool, collected in my entire life.
Идет на Игоря, как обычно.
This one's gonna be hard to predict.
Yeah, I mean, Acorn and Bolts, I think the way that you put it, Levin, in that interview was really said best. Everybody seems to just cap these guys. It's always, yeah, they're going to be top 3, but it's going to be the 3rd place. Yeah, they're going to be top 5, but it's going to be the 4th or 5th place. It's never number 1. And all I can think about is reflecting back to even chapter 5. So many people have always counted Acorn out, but historically speaking, he delivers in the moments that he says that he's going to.
О, да, начинается просто. М8 Gentlemaids просто там вот целая толпа.
I think the interesting conversation when it comes to contested versus uncontested teams, though, is as much as we know historically you want to be uncontested, it gives you the best chance of success. We've seen some of the players on the stage have unbelievable performances while being contested.
Ну, когда уже игра начнется, алло, ё-моё.
Surprise contested, what's going to happen there? I think even if they are, we've seen what they can do to some of the best players in the world while being contested at Wonkyland.
And part of that, I think, is also just building off of the fact that it's the time to elimination. Duos that are able to find those quick frags off spawn, they're going to be the ones that ultimately establish their surge off rip, and then they can just pick their movements after the fact. And that's what we really saw out of Sharkantini in day one. Sure, game number one didn't exactly go their favor, but they tried to play it through a different method. The moment that they actually got
Фанаты Gentlemates.
saw what happened after.
Yeah, and it kind of leads me to kind of like the next question about, we are talking so heavy about that first place. That's what we came for, $1 million prize pool, of course, but the 15 global championship spots. So if you find yourself in game 7, game 8, probably out of distance for that first place, you still have something to fight for.
Absolutely. And I think the interesting thing about us having 8 games here for the first time is we always, in a 6-game format, have this understanding of when do we start to panic? When do we have to really turn things around? When are the games really and truly running out for us here? At this point, you're going to just have to get a feel for it, right? You might be at game 4, things aren't going well. You still have 4 more games. That's a lot of games to start to come back and get some points on the board. And so it's a learning experience for us. It's a learning experience for these players.
Да, прямо сейчас происходит, Никита. Ой, не Никита, Игорь.
Никита,
не называется так, это этот, Вейдил или как там правильно у них считается? Видал или как там, не помню. Ну, короче, это проигрок немецкий. Ну, так как Улан проходит в Германии, то, соответственно, с этого профиля говорят просто. О, костюм бананов, это мои фанаты, что ли?
Yeah, and this is going to be kind of one of those things like game 1, you guys are talking about game 2. You know, Chino and Pablo, for example, a triple contested Sandy Strip. They didn't necessarily play well in day 1. They fell to the lower bracket, right? Triple contested again at Sandy Strip. But they had the 2 bad games in the beginning of the tournament and didn't necessarily go that well, but they were able to pick up the pace. I think as soon as these duos, these players are able to kind of play like themselves, comfortable, almost as if they're at home, that's when they're really going to find the success. And that's why I look at some of our veteran teams, the players that not only have been around Fortnite competitive for so long, but playing in person, playing at these lands, the Invitational, the Global Championship, even the Pro-Am kind of gets you that experience that you need to play on the big stage.
Absolutely. And I mean, we always talk about what's happening on the map, in the game. For a lot of these players, this crowd, their energy is going to be vital to success. They're going to need every single person in this building to be as loud as possible. So just to remind our players, people, Dusseldorf, make some noise!
Ух ты, неплохо.
I know you guys wanted more than, how are you going to let Levin be louder than all of you?
Dusseldorf, make some noise!
Неплохо, неплохо.
They are fired up and ready to go. And honestly, I see why. You know, they got so many hometown heroes, players coming literally straight from Germany, playing on that big stage. And I've seen it throughout my many years watching.
Пес, его волосы просто вот так вот не мешают на очках, я не понимаю, но я не верю.
Fandom is out of this world. I know everybody remembers the Global Championship, and this event here is going to be one to remember as well.
Absolutely. I mean, for so many of these players, game after game, it is just an otherworldly experience, being able to compete against the best. You look to your left, you look to your right, you look across the stage, and you see so many top players looking to do the exact same thing as you. I spoke to some of the players who are sitting at the top of the stage right next to a trophy. Some of them are saying, look, Levin, I mean, if we do well, it's not a long walk to go and pick it up. You don't want to watch another duo walk past you to lift that trophy up. You want to be the ones to look everybody in their eyes as you rise that trophy and put that crown on your head.
The first one is always so special. And granted, we have numerous Major 1 champions in the building participating in this competition here tonight, but everybody wants that moment of pride, the ultimate celebration, because you're not only confirming the trophy, but you're also establishing your seat for the Global Championship.
Yep, and I know we're still getting ready to go. You see the players on the stage, the stands. I even see a mark on the co-string, just letting everybody feel that energy. And that's why I like these in-person events, because everybody can go ahead and type who their favorite player is. You can go ahead and be in those chats. But when you're in here in person, these players hear you screaming their name. They hear you.
О, наконец-то!
They hear
Началась игра.
showing your passion and giving that energy. OG. And this is that moment you guys have all been waiting for. This
Что
is
это такое?
Championship Sunday.
Что это за желтые какие-то? Что это такое?
Fortnite competitive action where only one team will be able to plant their flag at the top of that summit and call themselves one of the best teams in the world. Let's get into the game.
Поехали, парни, первая игра.
These players have now had all weekend, and they're finally ready to show us exactly how they plan to get the party started. So many off spawns being considered around the map, but which ones are actually going to build and which ones are going to depart in an instant, we'll get to find out.
Я, парень, вот представьте, вот вы сидите, играете просто на этом стадионе, и просто на вас смотрят, вот, там, не знаю, тысяча, просто, там, не знаю, несколько тысяч человек просто смотрят на вас, как вы играете, я не знаю. Я бы не смог просто играть. У меня просто было бы такое громезнейшее давление, я не знаю, это просто нереально.
We know just how key these guys are going to be as far as impacting some of the top players in this lobby. Reason and Noah, looks like they're going to swerve. They don't want the smoke off spawn. They want to give themselves a better chance of having a good first game.
And this is part of just trying to win the mental battles. You don't want to be immediately eliminated. If you recognize we got beat to the punch, we're better off just trying to establish ourselves elsewhere. But it's going to be tough working with sticks and stones. We'll see how they come back. Chap Flixie, another team in a heavily contested area of the map. This south section over by New Sanctuary has been very busy all weekend.
Yep, we're already seeing a couple eliminations right off of the board, and it looks like Flixie was able to get that fourth spawn.
Они уже... Они Тиму уже убили. Они убили это... Они убили океанскую Тиму. Они убили Тинку и Резайнса, это... С океании, типа.
It's also going to prevent other duos from being able to immediately get that third-party opportunity. But Ritual, Agers,
Agers убили, Ritual.
Right now, Ritual has nowhere to go.
Ritual.
Cooper obviously trying to hunt him down, but you also have to deal with the likes of Rainy and Nalu very close by. And so the opportunities to actually escape this north side position, they're just not there.
And this was already a POI where we didn't really need more Spanish thrown into the works. It was already a messy situation at times. They seem to come to a cool, but things are heating up. Not just at Latte.
Вена умер уже.
It's up to the young Curve to try
King
and
Bear.
keep this duo alive in this first game.
He has to try to clutch up big with no shield already. He lands one shot, but it's not enough. In game one,
Минус Curve Вена, охереть. В начале игры просто.
This is not what they planned for. It's not what they prepared for. We spoke to Benno and he said we just need to, you know, prepare ourselves for
Охереть, ема.
But no amount of mental preparation can prepare you for a shot like that, Taco.
King just came ready here today. Clearly riding off a little bit of momentum even from those matches.
10 хп минус 3, ну все, минус 3 чел, жопа.
For the confidence, but Nalu, that's also going to be a big strike here. Ritual's out of this.
First and second place in the NA Central Finals this season are down and out in game one.
And here comes the third.
Что здесь происходит, ребят? Почему ДФ никто не умер? Все, вот этот пас от соло, Риту Купер вдвоем. Сейчас они его замочат. Камон, это тир-1 дуо, ну, не должны еще Stormik этого увидеть.
Reed's definitely looking to chase this one down, but for Cooper, that's who I really got in the back of my mind. 2023, everyone wants to kind of rule that Grand Championship out from him.
Панзер немножечко подтягивает.
Cooper's here to prove there's a reason why he won back then, and he's still got what it takes.
Yeah, and they're going to continue to hunt. We're seeing the effects of Latte landing. Nalu, even when you think you're worrying about the players in the POI who you're trying to fight, there's always potential for someone sitting up on them cliff tops to take shots inside. Thomas and Focus, they're in a scrap here south of Riptides.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough. Even if you start off uncontested, doesn't mean it's going to remain that way. Akira and Kurama are trying to come over and crash.
А, Томас TG фокус против Акира Курама. Хотя Акира Курама 2 контроллера. Да, да, это финал, это финал. Подпишитесь на канал. А, Скроу умер? Скай Соло. А почему просто типы так все поумирали, я не понимаю. Что ли, вот эти какие-то Кинг Бар, вот эти, Кинг Бэш, вот эти всех поубивали? Ничего не понимаю, в чем прикол. А, вот так вот? Ладно, тогда понятно, тогда окей. А, Канада соло. Охереть, минус Канада. Херец, а почему эти тир-1 дулсы реально умирают?
To have left Sandy, but for right reason. It looks like they've taken down both Kanada and Victor V, being one of the only teams standing at Sandy Strip. You can see they already have that elimination onto Victor V, putting Kanada in such a pickle. They slide in, they take him out and send him right back to the lobby.
One of those moments where you really want to make sure you don't overheat if you are in Victor V and Kanada's position, but we'll see just how that changes up in game 2. Poyo and Peterbot rather take their time going fishing.
А почему Поя сидит просто рыбу ловит, а Петербот краучит дулос? А, все, Петербот бэкнулся. Пиебот.
He jumped into a fight too eagerly, got rattled a bit. It was the same story back last year in Leon at the Global Championships. Will he learn his lesson on the stage here today?
Alert from underneath. It doesn't look like it's going to work. That's Kiduo and Werix. They get pushed out. Mini Pio and Fakun, they're going to go ahead and take advantage and take control of all the pieces from underneath, forcing them further and further back into those tunnels, cutting off one of the only exits towards the top side of the map. And that's going to make him make a decision here. Do we want to continue to fight for the spot inside, or do you want to try to travel through one of those tunnels?
Camping out the teleporter or the porta potty can lead to some positive eliminations for any other players that might be struggling, looking for an escape from contention elsewhere. But it's still a difficult situation because when you're in the tunnels, other teams are going to know it, and they're going to wait for the moments that you start to leave.
Here at Frigid Fortress, you hear the crowd getting wild.
Нормально такая небольшая вышечка от Биг Вико.
And honestly, coming into this one, you know, I was like, they could win. I'm not sure if they're my top team to win, but after Vico said it on day 1, I was a little nervous. You saw how he played on day 1? That didn't look like he was nervous. Now they're here in Championship Sunday, uncontested. Let's see what they can do.
The key with this duo is we know individually they will have great solo performances. If they can piece
Sky Solo
together
на
and bring
этой,
that
на
synergy,
сержвышке.
it's going to be a scary sight for the lobby.
Well, Akira and Kurama, they didn't get what they were after. Trying to see they get some elims onto Focus and Thomas.
Так они сейчас от зоны, кстати, сдохнут. Или нет?
Remember, Sky Scroll, that was a duo that helped out Akira and Kurama making it here in the first place, so it comes as no surprise that maybe some of those strategies might work against them here today.
Absolutely.
Опа, Аура Тини. Ой, Аврора Тини.
Tini looking for success of his own here.
Just kind of looking at the mini-map, wondering where is Shark even at? It's almost like that Peter Box-esque situation where he's lurking by himself. Maybe he's just trying to get damage here. Not a full elimination, but he's going to get an opportunity here as he turns the corner. One shot onto Demus, and that's what you call a little success. You get the damage and you just keep it moving. Finally, we see where Shark was at. On top
у Шарка есть эксклюзивный скин за Nintendo за косарь баксов. Нормально. Нет, Никита, они не в это тир-1 дулс, если что. Курама и Акира.
Shark and Teeny split the responsibility of approach. You let Teeny do all the sneaking around, and you've got the bird's eye view off that Surge Tower, so you know that you don't have to worry about actually being challenged right away from a third party. Minori and Darkos, though, outskirts of the map. Liam and Jace, they had ample opportunity to showcase exactly what kind of fighting capabilities they were able to pull it out in yesterday's competition, but these are some big teams coming into play here on the global stage.
these are two teams that we're going to be seeing interact with each other quite a bit today. Both of their destinies potentially tied hand in hand. For Liam and Jace in particular, this is going to be the toughest lobby he has ever played in. Hasn't played in a major final over in NA. But there is nothing more major than this summit.
I know we haven't seen the full map yet, but I don't like where that one's going. Up towards Wonky Land, up towards the mountain on the north, and this is where, if you're a team, Taco, I would imagine you're gonna have to start preparing for the end
За
game.
кого ты болеешь, Stormik? Ну, я прям нету таких конкретно, типа, я бы хотел бы, чтобы либо Вику с Малибукой завинили, чисто потому что Вику такой прикольный игрок. У них Удулус такой фановый, забавный. Потом этот Шарк Тини. Ничего, по Ингу тоже норм. А почему Кит STL Нау еще до сих пор не умер? Мне интересно.
This is more of the same from this duo, and I would not be surprised if this becomes a repetitive story between these two duos today.
I do like this decision from Yapko and Panzer to disengage. Zone is moving all the way towards the west. You can just stay in front of a lot of the teams. You can turn around and do exactly that, what he's doing. Backtracking, getting surge, and just keeping it going in a progressive manner over towards the zone. But you got to be careful because it's not only Nolly that you have to worry about, it's Golden Rapid as well towards baited bombs.
Problem there for Yapko and Panzer. I don't think they realized that Golden Rapid were actually sneaking about all the way down from 4 fields.
Focus умер.
Bombs might be eaten up here shortly, but for Thomas, that early delay from Akira and Kurama over by Riptides has clearly impacted the way that they wanted to actually move around the map, and they are being held yet again by the same gentle mates. Akira and Kurama realize focus is out. This is a solo. If we can get the additional points, all the better.
222 below the
Емау у Томаса Им, ну, то Томас всегда был, конечно, королем Аима. Найс, Ема! У Томаса немного подбомбило, по нему было видно. Охереть, что он выдал. Но Томас и ранее всегда был просто лучше Аим.
Just have to think that those initial shots from Thomas, they weren't warning shots. He was letting you know he meant business.
Привет, Гопа, большой дофон, switch сенсор.
I've started to develop over towards Sandy Strip. A little bit of a slower move. Minori and Darkos are not trying to rattle the hornet's nest here.
Гопа, окей. А все, скролл этого, скролл ребутнули. А, тайный румер от зоны, кстати. Найсик.
Both players back in the game, both players looking to put themselves in the type of spot we've seen them in so often. Up on surge.
Курама не бот, Никита, я говорю, Курама и Акира это тир-1 дуос.
And a late rotation into the safe zone when needed.
Yeah, that's got to be a good heads-up play by Sky. Not only to get
Не, я
his
сейчас
teammates
не
back, but able
пойду.
to get
Я
elimination.
сейчас
But they're
смотрю
getting jumped
это.
on right now. 400 above.
Финала.
So trying to answer the call underneath. He's going ahead and taking a little bit of height
Одно
advantage.
HP у него,
Not
парни,
trying to give up
видите?
any advantages in a fight like this. They're the
А, да,
only
кстати,
two
я
teams
еще за
out of
Sky
zone.
за Sky Scroll болею.
They're gonna
Найс!
disengage, but Sky turns back, gets one knock, gets the elimination as well. That siphon is going to keep him alive.
I mean, you said they got jumped on. They were the ones doing the jumping. Quickly regained control of that fight.
Sky дает вещей, конечно.
That was all just about the recovery point. We knew that they were going to need some form of a comeback after starting off shaky. And now you get the reboot, you get eliminations to go with it. A pure refresh that's going to allow them to make this dead side rotation later into the zone.
Bismuth with the shockwave, they realize, hey, we've already stayed a ton of time in the zone. Rightfully so. Sky had to get
Sky Scroll не умрут от зоны, правильно?
the damage threshold. They want to try to minimize the amount of storm damage they're taking so it doesn't become a factor later on.
Ема! Неплохо, неплохо.
Everybody's been seeing it out of Badil, that's for sure. So many solo clutches, but Ju, you gotta remember, he's willing to throw some shots too.
Chino and Pablo. Last we saw them, they were chasing down Kanada and Victor V, the NA West champs. Now we see him 500 above the
Sky
damage
умер.
threshold, positioned well inside of the zone. But now Stroll finds himself in a tough spot. Sky is down. He has to try to return the
Опа.
favor, and he's able to take down LB Works. But the
Шутик
pressure
такой
is not
аккуратненький
slowing
залетел.
down. Multiple teams and players firing off in this direction, but the blessing is
Сможет ли
here.
Скролл что-нибудь соло
Drops
сделать,
the slap
интересно?
pizza, and he's healing up inside of the zone.
I thought they'd have a chance to do a deeper west side wraparound, but it seems like they tried to just cut straight to the center of that next zone. Too much congestion has now led to more problems.
And he'll stay alive, Taco, but at what cost? He's lost his teammate, he's lost most of his builds, and he's not working with much as far as the heals go. Stroll is going to have to bring out a solo masterclass if he has any chance of getting serious points on the board here.
Cold and rapid underneath. 96 above the damage threshold. We saw how messy it was at 4 fields not too long ago. They have to rotate in from the eastern side. And great damage on the Yapko and Panzer. They're immediately answering that Storm Surge question.
Problem now, though, is will Yapko and Panzer be able to even answer back, or will they just get lobbied? It's not just Rapid and Cold. It is the entire teams, all of them located on the south side of the map. And Yapko Panzer,
Убили
they are
Yapko
down
Panzera.
and out for the count. Free elimination there for Cold, and he's got to be feeling real nice about it. But now poor Liam, you hear the audio cue of these bodies being eliminated right in front of you, and yet you have to make that same rotate.
Fortunate enough that Cold and Rapid, they set their sights on that next zone. A long rotation they will have to make, but one that will be possible, especially if they can find the right timing. These guys ain't gonna worry about that though. Wow. Sitting in a pretty position to just take shots at whoever they please.
Get to see the other side of the coin, though, for what was happening. Yapko Panzer dealing with Vico Malabuka on top of
Охереть,
Cold and
еще
Rapid.
дует,
I mean,
конечно, Вика с Малибукой.
it's practically inevitable. Great shots.
3
from
килла.
Vico Malabuka, and I know that he claimed nerves, but he also said to all of us when we happened to bump into him, I play best when I'm nervous.
Uh-oh, as we tune in.
Мистербот умер, Пойо и Омза.
is down, Poyo's alive, and I'm not sure he's in a position he can even work for the revive. This zone is just eating him alive. The
Пойо
longer
в
the
зону,
zombie stays back
импульска.
there, he has to shockwave out
Еще
now.
одна импульска.
Top 27, no placements in
Найс,
this game
Пойо.
have been getting, and he's barely above the damage
Хотя не
threshold.
найс,
Poyo
55
trapped
баллов.
out by multiple players toward the backside of zone. He has the farthest journey to go.
Трудно
Can
очень
he
с
make
Никс.
it?
Poyo is no stranger
Если ты в России живешь,
to
то вообще
making
никак.
magic happen on this stage. But here in game one, there is still so much top competition standing in between him and a good placement.
And Scroll is going to be one of those competitors, even representing as a solo. Reed Cooper,
Minus Reed
will he
Cooper.
be able to make it to their body loot? No, Hicks is going to shut that one down. Unfortunately for Scroll, we'll have to close off the wall, and we get to even see where Reason and O'Reilly are trying to find some of their success.
Охереть! Как же толпа орёт от того, что просто
The Germans are getting
немецкий игрок кого-то убил, так еще и выжил.
and they're not going to stop. You see them moving towards the front side of things. They might even want to try and play hype this game if they really are feeling it. Regardless, Reason and Noah are here to play in this endgame.
Wow, Stroll in the feed gets another elimination on the O-Zone. This is one great solo run from game one to start to kind of build that confidence. Tiggs at the top of the mountain. Saya, Scary's there as well. Poyo finds himself elevated but taking damage. Everybody's going to have a rough time traveling through this zone. Drew and Vidil, 84 below. They're feeling the pressure as well. Shockwave's coming out, but Storm Surge is active. They need 127 damage, and they need it now.
Парни,
It only
парни,
takes
парни,
about
дайте
3
шот
or
просто.
more ticks, and it's going to be Jew who makes the play, gets the shot, and gets him above.
They can also hope that just one more player
Ah,
goes
все найс, у
down,
них
because
обал.
even at the just above threshold point, they still just don't have enough. These monumental moments where they need to show exactly how far they can take it. But Rapid, Cold, doing a great job controlling a little bit of a less occupied layer, and they're always looking to punish the backside of zone.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what approach do Rapid and Cold have to today's games. We saw a surprise high play from them.
Опа!
Game one, and now
Охереть!
high play.
Пойо на хайв соло!
Solo, looking to just use this position to potentially find a refresh, someone whose box he can jump into and get a refresh. Reason has gone down and
Без умеренного реля тоже.
the lobby is really starting to shake up here.
Through the fire and the flames, we carry on because only one can be left standing at the end of the day. Vico, Malibuca, they're climbing up towards high ground as well. As soon as somebody realized that Boyo is a solo, they're going to get the green light to go. Ju finds the elimination on the mini Pio, but instantly it's taken down. Not able to really utilize the siphon. They're all trying to make it up, but there's a new king on high ground.
Или памп хрен конфига. Скролл соло живет, кстати.
Too many instances of catching that breath of relief. He'll utilize a lot of his heals, but now Cold and Rapid, a duo as strong as ever. They've been hanging out on that
минус Вику, кстати.
but from the front side position,
Хараки Тини. High ground.
Height is theirs for the taking. Looking back now, they've already overcome.
Uncontested has never felt so good for Shark and Teeny. We know what they can do if somebody lands at their drop spot. Let's see what they can unleash here. They already have the high ground. Teeny, 4 eliminations and immediately putting pressure down onto Gino and Pablo. That second high team Acorns being forced down. Everybody's being squished closer and closer together.
And you can see on the lower side of the table.
Дарми Димус 4 килла. С. Вот это реально теперь один дос, тупо они дохерища кило просто делают. Опа, опа, у кого-то тут проблемы. Своим жопа, 24 хп, 14 хп. Да, сутка есть, подождите. А, все, жопа. Опа! Неплохо! Хорошо залетел, охереть.
We are witnessing probably one of the greatest solo clutches of all time, but can it last? Shark and Teeny are finally dropping down. They know this game is so close to being finished, and they want to be the last one standing. Pressure on the Shadow and Virgo.
Опа, минус скролл. Курамайки, Рега, я же говорю, это жесткие парни. У них 6 киллов. Опа. Минус Шадовикс, минус Верго. Охереть. 7 киллов, йоу, парни. Минус Акира. Ужас. 7 киллов! Джина убил одного. Минус Дарм. Тини убил с Хая. Ужас. Победа! Шарки Тини.
Everybody wondered if the young Shark would step up on the stage, and he absolutely will. What does he have to say about it all, Frankie?
Shark, your first VR in a grand final. How does it feel?
Normal.
It just feels like a normal debut. Teeny, I know you've experienced this before, but what's it like doing it with Shark?
It's amazing, it's easy.
It's amazing, it's easy. You got the timing exactly right as to when to take height. Was there a point you thought it maybe looked too messy?
No, it looked perfectly clean. The game was full on easy mode. We pulled every zone and yeah, just won the game.
Did you get lucky though when the zone pulled down the mountain?
Yeah, we did. We got lucky with zones.
Do you need to get lucky again though in order to win more?
No.
Okay then, Shark, I'll just ask you one more thing. Is there anything you'd like to say to this crowd here in Düsseldorf?
We will win this.
You'll win this, okay. I think Düsseldorf heard you loud and clear. We're gonna head to a break. When we come back, game 2.
Охереть. Комментатор сейчас спрашивает, типа, Шарк, есть у тебя, типа, что-то, то, что ты хочешь сказать, типа, вот этой все толпе в Дюссельдорфе? Он говорит, мы это выиграем. Просто мы это выиграем. Все просто легко, парни. Просто мы это выиграем, вот так вот. Я вижу, Шарк такой стеснительный, в принципе, то есть, видите? Но ему непривычно, ему неудобно. То, что тут так много людей, то, что так много за ним, типа, наблюдает. Ну, то есть, видно по нему то, что он не прям такой, так сказать, открытый, что может прям что-либо вообще сказать. Он скованный. 10 секунд, сейчас будет там дальше все продолжение. Там, наверное, катка будет в общем-то через минут 5, так думаю.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. Day 1 of finals, game 1. And I feel like I'm watching a boop stream. Sharkatini come out and get a victory royale in game number 1. This is not a drill. This is really bad. Of course, it's really good for them, but man, what a way to kick off game number 1.
А что-то не показывали нормально, так Тини залетел.
Fans are going crazy, but look who was lurking in the backside, Tini and Shark. This was a really important game for them to get right, because not only were they uncontested, we hinted at it earlier, potentially that surprise contestation, but they also got that zone at the end of the game. Huge performance from them when it mattered most. And I was on Boot Stream earlier. I said, watch out, game 1, Sharkatini, they're going to win it. And look what's happened. So, see if they can continue. I hope they can.
Man, sometimes it looks so hard to play.
Сейчас 100%
Fortnite. Like we
синий
saw
шар,
that was kind of
который
just chilling up on the higher ground. Sharkatini are seemingly like nowhere near.
Ну, либо, кстати, они 100%, там же даром Димас сколько они там, килл, наверное, 10 сделали.
Overdrive comes in and all of a sudden they got like 20 layers and they're contesting the higher ground. Just a super sick play for them. Happy to see the guys doing well.
So many duos, like so many duos. Just had little things here pop off for performances. I want to let you on a secret, though. Of course, Sharkatini got themselves a victory royale, but they are not currently in first. Crazy. That's actually going over to Darm and Demish. This is why we had to talk about them at the start of the show. Again,
А, да, Даррен Димас на первом месте. Потому что 11 конченых киллов. 11 киллов.
Triple digits after game number 1 team.
I mean, a 10+ elimination game.
100 ПТС, Даррен Димас. Ну, у них просто дофигища килл, они просто фармили.
And technically speaking, right, those lobbies should have been a little bit easier than the finals that we have here today. First game, the guys who were kind of calling themselves underdogs, the guys that kind of entered the scene just last year, are in first place. 11 eliminations, controlling, running the low ground. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, I just spoke about it for Shark and Tini. They needed to make the most of this game as well, but for slightly different reasons. Yes, we know they land towards that northwest side of the map, but in a different way they needed to make the most of this game. The reason why these guys needed to make the most of this game was that Sky and Scroll were just down to an individual Scroll. These guys are so good on the low ground, and typically on low ground, it's Sky and Scroll running the show. These guys have to play a couple of layers above, but because that low ground was free for them, they could then show what they could do. So for a different reason, they really needed to make that game count, and what a way to do it. These guys are going to be fantastic on low ground, and if Sky and Scroll also again continue to fail to make the end game as a duo, they'll be running the show.
I got to see those standings one more time, man. So many different things. That was just game number 1. Teeny Shark, remember they got that VR second place, but look right behind him, Chino, Pablo, Wingo. Chino kind of put in a situation there just to be by himself for just a moment, but you know, man, Viv, I'm looking at this, and you said a name, you mentioned a name, Miner. We were both going crazy, Sky and Scroll. So let's think back to the start of this game, right? Gets lurked on by Zoe, suddenly has to reboot, and then
С Виком или Бука даже не топ-10, кстати.
What a roller coaster of emotions for all of the Sky and Scroll fans out there. Yeah, the reboot was absolutely clutch, right? We know Sky was kind of left to his demises as a solo, but potentially the most MVP move of the game was him going ahead and rebooting Scroll, because like you mentioned, Zeke, after he was left as a solo, it just didn't stop it. This is an incredible performance. I was kind of mentioning after the reboot came in and these guys were a duo, I was like, man, if they do well this game after how bad the early game has gone, just go ahead and wrap it up, because it feels like these guys are just going to win the competition, because this by no means should have been a good game for them.
I think the way to sum up that is, you know the meme where it's like, it's so over, we're so back, it's so over, we're so back. That was like the way that game was
даже не в
going
топ-10,
down on
если что.
form. We're so, it's over. Okay, it's all right, we got the reboot. Oh no, one of them goes down, it's so over. Oh no, Scroll is solo clutching, down to 1 HP, down to 1 build. Oh no, it's so over. Oh no, he's found a refresh. It's like he just had the answers to every single problem throughout that game. And that's why this team are one of the favorites to win this competition, because although we know how fantastic they are as a duo, a common theme when it came to
Зачем
the
так
winning
камера
estimated
приближает, я просто не могу
EU
понять.
was their solo clutching ability. And look out for that from both sides as well. Both of them are so good individually that you could put either of those guys in Scroll's shoes right
Кстати,
there,
вот так вот,
and they
когда
would make
камера
the same
приближает, вы
What
так
I
просто
love about that
берете,
point, Mini, is the
язык
fact that
показываете
you
прямо
say
в камеру,
on
и это
now
просто
we've
язык
taken a
видно на
step
весь экран.
farther,
Yeah.
the farthest step we can, international competition, and they are still showing us why they are favorites in EU. Viv, I gotta come to you really fast though. Cold and rapid. Schmove it in that last game. Game number 1. Strong start, of course. Still needs some work to be done, but still, I love seeing them. I love seeing how confident Cold was as well.
I love the way this duo plays, right? Because a lot of the times, some of our favorites, they're high ground teams, they're low ground teams, but no, these guys know how to get into the mix and some of those mid-ground layers, and it's just on the back foot of being able to find so many eliminations, right? Obviously, this is going to be a low elimination game. I can almost guarantee you we're going to see them kind of have one of those pop-off games where Cold picks up like 7, Rapid picks up 7, but this was a good, solid first game. Remember, they land all the way on the east side of the map. They had to kind of travel all the way over to the west side, a little bit of a tough pull for them, but still great to kind of find them in the top 10.
Yeah, ultimately you saw right there, they had no builds in that final situation. Both of them had to make those solo plays. It was someone I spoke to on the Telestrator yesterday with Vico about how important those solo plays are when you don't have builds. Running around in those end games, there's so much fizz miss, there's so many of those overdrive grenades flying about. It can just be a case of, can you find a refresh in the right moment? And for them in that game, they couldn't. But if they can, we can expect to see these guys in that top 5, I'm sure.
Guys, I want to continue to pick apart these standings. Let me have them again. I'd love to just continue to talk more and more about. It's crazy how much was packed up into that just game number 1. As we continue down the leaderboard, Shadow, Virgo, Epic, Whale, and Pump just above Cold and Rapid. Dude, we even saw for a moment in that last game, Pump was like, hey, hold on, maybe I should go for that high ground.
Yeah, this was good from these guys, and I think it's going to play into Shark and Teeny's favor as well. The Epic, Well, and Pump actually had a good game. Remember, the whispers were sort of like, maybe they might.
Я считал, что как его, кстати, маловато с Тини. У них только 5 хилов, за счет этого вот Чина Павла и Ингл, которые там, не знаю, какое-то место заняли, я не помню. Мне, короче, только 52 ПТС набрали за игру эту именно по поинтам за место. И в итоге у них один поинт меньше только, чем у Шарка и Тини. Правда, считал, что у них кило 8, а у Шарка 5. С Тини. Несмотря на то, что они только не заняли.
Nico and Malabuka, they look kind of poised to take it at one point. We talked about Epic Whale and Pump. We saw Scary up there. We know Shark and Tini kind of went for it. And, you know, I feel like we kind of came into this weekend after watching Sky and Scroll dominate from the low ground over on the regional FNCS. We were like, oh, I think that a lot of the focus for some of these teams is going to be on the low ground. it kind of feels like we're going back to that chaotic high ground meta that we know and love.
It could just be a game one thing though, right? A lot of those teams out there, we don't have like a defined height team. This is our team that we're going to see on height. A lot of those teams are probably thinking, why can't that be us? This could be something that we do, right? So that first game, they might be trying to stake their claim upon that high ground. Of course, we saw Shark and Tina. We have seen them doing that as well over on EU, so they're no strangers to that position. It's just a showcase of how many teams are capable of going for it and holding it.
Я не в катке смотрю этот тележечек, я на Твиче смотрю сейчас.
Representing Asia, we're sitting in the top 10. Let's keep bringing that heat right now. Also, Vico Malabuka, a little bit of slower start, right? Currently in 12th place, but again, I don't want to pick too crazy, right? That's just game number 1. Obviously, 8 games is the first time we kind of had like a format like this, but it's a little bit of a slower start than maybe we're used to, maybe we're used to seeing this. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a difficult one for these guys. Again, you know, they probably would have liked to have made the most of this game, considering it was the northern pole. So it's like, yeah, they were looking pretty good. They had a good storm surge going into this end game. They were picking up a lot of those eliminations. They crucially couldn't pick up those refreshes. Look at those eliminations so far away. And ultimately, this is what we were talking about earlier and yesterday with Vico. No builds. You have to try and make these plays happen. And if it doesn't go in your favor, Vivid, that's when things can start to crumble.
Fortnite's so hard, man, because like we turned into these guys POV wise, what was it, like 9 zone? It looked like they were like playing like second height. It looked like they were kind of poised to once again, you know, win that game, but you tune into them just a zone later and they have run out of resources right there. Remember, top 15
За какой
is what
стрим,
is going
что
to
ты?
qualify you
Мелешь,
to global
Сникс.
championship. And I cannot believe I'm saying this because we kind of brought up the point that some of these smaller regional teams struggle to break into the top 15. We talked about top 10. Looking down here at 11th place, we got Alex and Reckless also kind of joining us in the mix.
So happy to see these guys there. Of course, they just about got through in that low bracket. They were that 19th team that qualified on through. And I was speaking to Alex yesterday night in the hotel, and I was saying, you just about made it through. How are you feeling about tomorrow? You've done it so much. And he was like, yeah, we got some strats cooking. We got some things under wraps. We haven't shown all of our cards yet. And he, being the face of OCE, like he likes to talk about, he needs to make these plays happen. And of course, looks like they're working out so far.
Yeah, man, that's a strong start, even in 14th place. Right?
Как думаешь, кто станет лучшим Google сейчас? Я не знаю, без понятия.
Starting to compete for the high ground, didn't quite go their way, but again, that's just game number 1. Even got a little couple moments there with Akira and Karama. Dude, there's just so many names packed up into a single lobby. After game number 1, how are we feeling?
Feeling good. I mean, what kind of flies under the radar for this duo specifically a lot of the times, double controller. Kind of rare in Fortnite nowadays, right? It's kind of been difficult, or at least, you know, not so common for controller players to kind of find
Akira просто от падения сдох.
But we always see those breakthrough performances. Karama and Akira picking up a top 4 that game. Obviously, they're going to be feeling kind of good about that, and I feel good about it too. Remember, they're kind of expected to land all the way to the south side of the map with that zone pulling all the way to the north side. You got to imagine that we can see them do much better than that as well if the zone pulls a little bit easier for them. Also expected to be contested, so I have to keep an eye on whether or not they're actually going to be able to play all 8 of these games out.
Yeah, French favorites, these guys. I mean, a lot of the French fans, you can see them on the screen, you can hear them most certainly as well in the crowd. They are a team that a lot of French fans are having their eyes on, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can continue that. Like you mentioned, Vivid, they are looking to be contested. Not quite sure what happened in that off-spawn contest in game 1, but now they're up in the leaderboards. I'm sure we'll have a look at that. And it's good news as well for Shadow and Virgo, who I mentioned at the beginning of the show. True. If these guys of Akira Karama don't do so well down there at the south, we have seen them landing to that South Frigid Fortress as well. So for Shadow and Virgo, opportunity on that stage as well.
And I love that rounding out the top 10. Acorn and Bolts, we interviewed him at the start of the show. Confidence like crazy to be in the top 10 after game number 1 is very impressive. Obviously, we still got 7 games to go. Don't get crazy, but there's still a lot of job or work to be done, rather, but I like seeing them in that top 10.
Yeah, I would imagine Acorn right now is probably kicking himself because, again, we kind of talked about all of the teams that land up north. They should be loving a zone like that. We know Acorn land just north of Wonky Lane, so it should have been a pretty similar game to kind of like Shark and Tina's performance right there for them because they didn't necessarily have to move far at all. So 10th place, again, probably kicking himself for that, but we know Acorn always got something ready.
Парни, это что вы так разговариваете? Я не знаю, 5 лет уже просто, когда катка начнется. Почему не так тянут это время? О, привет, Миша, охереть, Google, зашел на стрим.
Really great start from those guys. I'm not too concerned if they do get some south zones as well. They have that massive launch pad that's at their drop spot as well, so I'm sure they would have been looking back at how they could use that in the VODs, but this is a team we expect to see.
Цепочки просто не про что разговаривают, они просто время тянут, какую-то хрень рассказывают, я не знаю.
Being in a situation where the first time in possibly a while, possibly ever, we're seeing 8 games. So many players are used to like the 6 games. You know, and even with the 6 games, it's difficult, right? You drop a game, you're like, oh, that much harder to kind of climb up and reach those points. How do these 2, which just sounds so small, just 2 extra games impact the lobby?
I actually think it's going to be a time thing more than an actual like quantity of game thing, because there are tournaments that run all the time. You know, when you're kind of like in an open stage, you are allotted to actually play like 10, 11, 12 games, whatever it may be for that specific tournament. So they know how to kind of play numerous amounts of games. However, those types of tournaments are usually restricted to like 3 hours. And if you think about 6 games over the course of the LAN environment as well, that's usually kind of about 3 hours. I think just the time, right? It's going to be a long time up there on the stage. I actually saw when we were kind of walking back out here to the stage, there were a lot of players already kind of taking quick little breaks as well. So after the first game, man, these guys aren't really feeling too comfortable. They've got to get their minds right.
Well, my mind is right, and it's ready for game number 2. So casters, take it away.
Наконец-то.
Thank you so much, Zeke. And honestly, if game 1 was any indication of a type of tournament we are going to see, we are in for a treat.
I can already picture the booth watch party.
Ну, из-за вопроса, кто победит, тому подарок.
That guy's just going non-stop. Anywhere, international teams. Because all he can think about is EU right now.
You should have seen my reaction when I saw that whole top 5 was EU. I mean, things are heating up, but we have even more action on the way with game number 2.
Insane solo clutches, huge elimination games like Garmin Demas just had.
Наконец-то вторая игра ужас.
Cinematic first game already. And I'm definitely in it for more. In that last game, we kind of saw Cold and Rapid, not necessarily contested, but a good portion of the lobby already rotated on over.
They made it evident, though. Their intentions are for hype, but we'll have to worry about that at a later moment, because right now, Chap Flixie, they're about to get the party started here at New Sanctuary.
Already Flixie getting the first drop spot ready.
Ну все, минус Тинка.
Down goes Tinka. Now it's a 2v1 situation here. Chap and Flixie.
Рязанец, наверное, 10-0 умрет просто.
Find where that last elimination is. They're trying to work together, get some materials, get some heals, because they know the solo is not too far behind.
Минус Рязанец. Ну все, там Рязанец просто 10-0 будет умирать с Фликси и Чапа.
This is a great first 2 games for them as far as the off-spawn situation goes. Quick wipe twice in a row.
It's going to leave a lot.
Опа, Epic Whale или Комп все убили.
Trying to have similar success, and they find it 2 quick eliminations to kick things off. Now opens the door to see what they do next, because they're definitely going to be looking to try and apply some pressure over towards other parts of the map, thinking Wonky Land, but maybe even lurking elsewhere, pushing further north.
Yep, contested drop. That's how Epic Whale got the first elimination onto Hero. Sees focus across, and they now kind of use their numbers to go ahead and get that elimination. And Epic Whale and Pump have been on a journey from Wonky Land to Riptides to now this split drop here.
And as we tune into Cooper and Reek, you will notice
Купер и Рит уже убили кого-то?
eliminations between them. They took down the Asian duo. Rainy.
Они били вот это вот азиатское дуо.
We're tuning again. Zahn and Noah Riley, not even the best loadout here, looking like they were trying to take the fight. A contested drop.
Нет, Резон.
Everything right out of the gate, surviving with 9 HP. He is blessed here with a second chance at life. You see, there's 2 teams directly nearby. We know 2 teams are north towards Latte, and with so many more towards the west. I'm not sure where Noah and Reason are going to get their loot from.
He can't afford to even take another tick of damage, and Danika, Diggs, they were bound to see those white tags being applied, so more pressure definitely still to come.
Здесь у нас файтики, я так вижу, происходят. Деймо Казин, Zero PTS.
coming into the mix very early on. A little bit of a spoiler even. Their intentions were clearly to mess up focus.
Ну, они же не бьют тир-1 до Европы, правильно? Опа, опа, опа. Третий дуос. Томас и Фокус. Сейчас кому-то будет жопа. О, да. Опа, опа, нормально. Тут киллищиков пацаки наделали. Ну все, жопа. Охереть, 3 килла нормально.
That's exactly what Focus and Thomas needed to, but the message had already been sent. The rest of the lobby now, they have it read because Thomas is just finding so many crucial moments very early on. He's got that rhythm going strong.
That's one thing you kind of learn over time. Don't poke the bear, you'll awaken the beast. I think Thomas and Focus knows they need a decent game here to go ahead and place towards the top leaderboard.
Poyo убили?
Left by himself, 1v2. We've seen the exact opposite in the last game. Poyo was able to kind of clutch up decent.
Сможет ли Петербург убить 1-2?
Peterbot now with the pressure on. One of the greatest of all time.
Easy FV Нокив.
He still is one of the
О,
best. Pressure from all around. 2v1 situation.
Петербург тоже не в прайме.
Down to 65 HP. Even with a full chug and some splashes, he's still outnumbered.
And now we will learn which version of Peterbot are we going to see in this competition today.
He's already in 17th place after that first game. Not where anybody thought one of the uncontested teams in this game would end up landing. But no Sif and Izzy, they're going to let the dust settle. They're going to let Peterbot possibly get away as a solo.
But how do you give Peterbot this much grace? You have him isolated as a solo. You are strong with your duo, and yet they just don't feel like the juice is worth the squeeze because they recognize Darm and Demish already on the move.
And we always talk in EU about how there seems to be a lack of respect.
Кирвена. А, Кирвена Кира против Курамы? Неплохо. Я будет интересно. А, Вена уже 2 килла, кстати. Нормально.
Kind of saw the ending portions of this fight in game one. Venom and Curve were sent back to the lobby early. Akira and Karama, they used that as a confidence boost to propel themselves for the rest of the game. And I don't think Venom and Curve will get lurked on and make that same mistake too many times.
We heard it live from Venom himself just the other day, though. Most of what he intends to do in a finals lobby, he hasn't brought to light yet. Could this be another one of those methods? Only time will tell. But for right now, Curve, Venom, they've had so many of their plans kind of ruined just having to constantly engage with these teams south of the map.
A team who doesn't need to do much as far as adaptation goes. They've been successful all season long, playing their game how they want to play it. And with Scrolls, 32 points, 52 point solo clutch, I should say. In that first game, it will give them the much needed boost and momentum they need to continue. Hopefully, as a duo, Jacob, but if needed, we know they can do it alone.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing is a lot of players will probably find themselves in a situation where things didn't necessarily go their way. And it's really about how you answer the call. Cold and rapid. This time around, unlike last time, Taco, they get the zone pulled on over, which means they have more time to work with.
You would think so, but another duo that I wouldn't be surprised to see make their way on over towards this Four Fields direction, Chino and Pablo. How has that triple contest at Sandy Strip actually broken out? And that's why we see Cold in this Surge Tower, honestly on the lookout, because he's fully aware of the fact
Стоп,
that
Рапид умер, что ли, или чё? Где Рапид?
he could see Chino's Surge base in the distance.
And the great thing is they won't have to move.
Вышечка от этого, от Джина.
They are prime position.
У нас бокс-файты происходят, я так вижу.
Yeah, and I think everybody's kind of feeling the pressure of that game number one. Storm Surge really dictated how teams were able to play. If you're below that damage threshold, you almost had to be a magnet to a fridge and push yourself against the first team that you saw. And so now, with one game already under their belt, you're seeing teams kind of play a little bit more passive. 85 alive here in Zone 3. That means it's going to be dangerous when it comes to Surge.
And you see Swizzy and Pixie, a duo who many will be hoping to hear plenty from today. Just a moment ago, it looked like they were trying to set up a little lurk play. But this is a team who understands how to play within the congestion. We've seen them do it all throughout the season. Look who's back fighting. A bit of a rematch between Focus, Thomas, Kurama, Akira potentially. Focus, Thomas, though, they'll be happy with how their game started, not desperate for damage in the same way Akira and Kurama might be.
Not in the slightest, but they're more than happy to still pay Kurama and Akira a visit just because of the fact that we saw Thomas not happy with the fact that their early rotates in game one, a little bit spoiled by the fact that they were challenged and held over at Riptide. So now Akira, Kurama, balls in your court. But now they're knowing that Thomas is in front of them. They still have to play catch-up.
This is a tough situation to be for this guys. Not only do you have to catch up when it comes to damage and surge, you're gonna have to figure out how to get yourself back up to cap mats. They are far off the pathway to having a successful game right now with Zone continuing to pull far from them.
Опа, Шарк и Тини против Дарми Димус. Интересно. Опа, рефреш пошел.
Respectively, Shark and Tini going against Storm and Demus. They're taking the fight towards the north side of the map. See damage, shield being taken off, HP. The longer you stay in the zone, the more likely you are to just get one shot knocked. And I think they realize that. Teeny making sure to grab the splashes, 12 overall. They just need to get in the same box, and health won't necessarily be a worry. Meanwhile, Shark is still putting down pressure. He's trying not to let Darman Demus do the same thing. He doesn't want to get them healthy enough to fight back, and I think Teeny knows it as well. That's why he's putting pressure on both.
Тини же один килл сидит, все минус Димус. А все они уложили Дарма и Димуса?
What they've been trying to stall out for, but we'll even get a chance to review here.
А, да, все, они убили тир-1, топ-1 дуэлс. Вот так вот закравчили.
He is notorious for these types of plays. He frequently finds those opportunities amongst other teams' loop paths to cut them off and find them when they're in a moment of slippage.
And last time we saw these boys here, though, Peterbot and Koyo, it was in a bit of a pickle. Peterbot stuck by himself, further out from where he is now. Koyo was down, but it's good to see that Koyo is back in the game, fresh off with a reboot. And because they are uncontested at Squibbly, there's a lot of time for them to get the loot and the loadout that they need for the rest of the game.
Time. It's not something Akira and Kurama have much of right now. Veno seemingly realizing that and looking to pull away, not give these guys what they want, and that is a fight. Veno and Curve need to make good of this game. We saw just how quickly things can turn for you when you are potentially fighting people off spawn. You have to make every second count.
And Veno's always been one known for liking to play through the storm into later zones. The only thing that might threaten them here in this matchup, if they don't run into QNDX and Phantom, is storm sickness itself. Can make things a little bit more complicated later on, but scenic views elsewhere. Chap, Flixie, very content right now, postured on a hill over by Builder's Barracks, and they'll be the cutoff point for so many of those teams trying to make an entrance through the west.
Yeah, for Flixie and Chap, honestly, their journey to get here. They were going towards the new Sanctuary uncontested throughout the course of the tournament. They won, Romero started to contest them. And not only that, kind of beat them off the spawn, forced them out of the POI. But Chap and Flixie, they went ahead and made the proper adjustments in order to qualify here for Sunday.
Yeah, they started off the game super aggressively after winning their off-spawn fight. They ran straight over towards Werex and Kuduro, and they took Werex down. We'll see if that aggression continues throughout the day.
It's a tough spot right now, though, for Reason and Noah Riley. It is never a great sight when you're having to depend on these forms of mobility, but still, even entering a little bit after the fact, the main thing is just going to be trying to avoid Chino's line of sight, and that's already been scouted out. Reason trying to hug this cliff face as possible, but Noah Riley, he'll be here trying to stop some base. He's first up, gets an opening shot, but it's just not enough. There's still 3 below on Surge.
At least it's a start, but that one is going to set them
Что Noah Riley сделает? Да, он сейчас просто загриферил читать свой. Но Резану жопа.
They're trying to continue to move in, but it's getting rougher and rougher. Sandy Strip, this part of the zone is so stacked that it's going to be hard, even if you get the eliminations to stay alive. But they're being persistent. They know they don't have the heals if Storm Surge activates.
Все минус Noah Riley и минус Резон. Загрифили сами себя, парни.
Try to do his best to hold things out, but it was a grim situation to begin with. Still, Drew looking to turn the tides here. Kinuo eliminated, and now Vidil and Ju have a little bit of an opening here. It'll likely be intentions of white lining straight from 4 fields inwards, but more importantly still, as the partial zones begin to develop, Ju and Vidil, they are stacked right now with the loadout.
Yeah, and they're in a great position to enter the zone without much resistance. Ju has been on fire so far this weekend, and that streak will continue. Gets one, gets the other, and he's feeling it right now. Vidil was bigging him up, and rightfully so.
Sometimes you just gotta believe in yourself, believe in your duo. Chino, Pablo taking that rotation away from Sandy Strip, but leaves them overly exposed. Even though they're almost 300 above the damage threshold, they now become Bobby sprayed, focused out. Chino taking a little bit more damage, but they're able to breathe here in this moment. Still 256 above.
But look at what's surrounding them. Swizzy, Pixie, Victor V, Kanata, Malabuka, and Vico. There is nowhere safe currently. Every single edit that's made, you have to be quick with your shots because the damage application that you might receive in return, it could just be your demise.
Yeah, they had to invest 6 metal boxes just to make sure they didn't get lobby sprayed there, so a tough position to be in, but one that they will survive. Won't be surviving this though. Too much to deal with here in game number 2.
Sometimes being below that damage threshold just could be so daunting. You really have no answer, especially if you don't have heals to keep it going. 47 above though for Acorn and Bolts. Not necessarily a strange position to see him in, especially where the zone has been going, but they need to be careful.
У Петербурга и по них минусовой сурж, кстати.
And they are below the damage threshold. That means anybody can get it at this point in time because they need an elimination.
Still not enough damage to where one tag wouldn't make the difference, though. That's the best part. Question is, how aggressive do they want to take it? How confident are they feeling in their fighting right now to overcome?
I mean, we know these two can turn it to 100 at needs be. And so if things really do start to get dire, I would not expect them to get too passive. Only 5 shots in the shotgun barrel for Poyo. But he only needs 1, we know that, boy.
And right now, it just kind of looks like a solid strategy. They're close to the zone. They're trying to out-heal it. They're hoping, praying even more teams have to rotate on by. And
so nice. Anya 8 голов до
He's
сих
going to
пор.
go down. Even if they don't get elimination, they got at least 1 tag, but they're still below 13-2. It's not looking good so far, but they're so patient. They realize they cannot get desperate in a situation
Yes,
like
одна
this,
пуля
because
просто.
all it takes
Дайте
is
одну
one
пулю по
weakness to cost you
кому-нибудь.
everything.
It's just the repercussions of that first engagement. They tried to exchange big blows, but they ended up losing a good chunk of their surge along the way. And when you find yourself net even, it makes every single
О,
moment
все 60
matter
балл.
even more so because you're just
Ужас.
constantly
Не, биол.
teeter-tottering between the two, above and below.
Yeah, look, they're opting to try and out-heal just to keep themselves in the game longer, to maybe extend that window of opportunity for a refresh. And you're seeing Peterbot activating right now. It's Bolts he has his eyes set on, but they won't give it up too easy. You see now the desperation has kicked in, Jacob. They want to get in and fast.
Yeah, they realize we can't continue to out-heal. There's nothing left over.
Парни слишком рискуют.
Goes down.
Опа!
He strikes Bolts down. Still below the damage threshold, though. Active surge. He finds himself above by cleaning up that elimination. Miracles do exist.
We told you he only needs 1.
And they found it, and now he's got plenty more to work with, but as a solo, it's going to be all the more complicated. Still, you know Acorn can't possibly be happy about that.
Все, минус 2 получается,
It
да?
looked like they were going to get out scot-free. Instead, it cost them so much along the way.
Back-to-back games right now where Poyo's going to have to play this game out as a solo. He played it phenomenally in that last one, but he needs a repeat performance, which might not last too long. Sharkantini waiting in the waters to strike, but he escapes with certainty. But how much distance can he create himself from one of the most dangerous teams in the lobby?
This might be one of the worst-case scenarios, though, for Poyo, but his saving grace here is that
Осуждаю ихнюю цифру Сержа, балл у этого, у Шарка и Тини. Поя сейчас от Сержа умрет, кстати. Минус Канада, минус Вейдил и минус Поя. Все, в Джу жопу. 214 билов. Дефил есть. Минус Виктор В.
And Jew, we bigged him up earlier this game, but can he back it up with just 9 builds remaining and a
Да вряд ли он какой-либо на 214 раунду тегает, надо быть реалистом. Все, жопа по парню. 265 билов.
Chance is going to go down, Cold and Rapid immediately steamroll that one elimination. They backtrack, trying to get seconds, but it's Tyler who actually steals that one away. You can see the entire lobby coming online here. Even high ground, you got Belusi, you got Zangi, Javi, Aminis trying to make a claim for it. Even Agers and Ritual, they saw what went down in game one, and they want to be a part of the mix.
But this is a sight right now. We're seeing Scroll and Sky paired together.
Кажется, насколько стабильны игроки Sky Scroll, у них просто у них всегда бафстюш, они всегда выживают, у них прям, ну все всегда отлично идет. Если кто-то один из них не выживает, то они, по крайней мере, там кто-то из них соло клачет прям хорошо. Белуси, Занги, кто это? Минус Курама от Вико. Два кильщика. А чё, Шарк и Тини? Живут вроде, да? Я увидел что-то вроде там Аурора. Да, я вижу. Они живут. 6 кило, охереть, Вика Малибука. 94 ПТС. А, так они сейчас челкнут хайграунд.
From secondary height, making sure to continue targeting directly below where Belusi and Zangi are at, but they're on the move here and now, straight up towards that front side of zone.
They have so many materials. That actually look up and try to contest the high ground.
Опа! Алекс и Реклес хайграунд? Алекс и Реклес хайграунд?
Oceana came to play today. Alex and Reckless are just causing so
yeah.
much noise here up top, but they're forced to drop. The chop is good to go. Ritual and Agers now with a surprise come up here on height.
Jacob called them out. They were waiting in the wings,
все минус Алекс.
And as soon as they sensed some weakness, they went up and took it. But now it's about delivering and closing this game out, as there are still so many duels left in this one, trying to fight for the win.
You got Thomas trying to move forward, reunite with focus, which is a necessity because he has 0 builds left. Even with 7 eliminations, they're falling short in terms of materials in the end game, and eventually
Скролл 104 ПТС уже. Шарка нокнули. И Тини убили. Все, минус Шарк Тини. Охереть, чё? Охереть, чё Скролл дает? Минус фокус.
Ritual Agers, though, they denied any team from coming up once. They're going to try to look to do it again. 5 eliminations
Minus
for Agers. Spoke too soon. 6 eliminations for Agers by himself. But down below, you have to be careful. Vico and Malabuka, they are the ones that are running the low.
They're so content. They're just chilling with their pizza. Everyone else is having to duke it out. But these two, they're ready to try and bring down
Малибука сдох.
Vico loses Malabuka, though. They might have 7 eliminations, but can Vico get some more?
Yeah, with Malabuka going down, that leaves Agers and Ritual, the only duo left in this game, but you have to watch out. Scroll, dangerous. Vico, we know he can clutch up, but up above, they're
Ой-ой-ой, закраучил. А, все? Эйджер закраучил. Все 2 в 1. Ну все, жопа.
To a victory royale here in game 2. They've got to be feeling so good about it.
Your layer is never too safe. If Ritual and Agers are in that end game, Frankie, what do they have to say about that one?
Guys, that end game was sheer perfection. What do you think was the reason you were able to get to such a great end game?
I just think we're the best duo, and we were triple con the first game and the second one, so it's the first game we got to play.
And now you know how to get off spawn. Ritual, it was interesting seeing you manage to take height cleanly. When we spoke the other day, you said you're more comfortable mid to low ground. Why did height feel right today?
Sometimes you got to get outside your comfort zone, and I think that's what we did, and it was the easiest game ever.
So the comfort
Не,
zone is now
ну, они заменили чисто потому, что у них экран забрали у Алекса и Реклеса. Там одного из них, вроде бы там, когда один из них на небеске взлетал вверх, там вроде бы почти убили кого-то из них, я не помню кого, правда.
We know what to do now. We weren't expecting the triple con because we were practicing against Reed the whole time, so we're ready.
All right then. Düsseldorf, please give it up for Ages and Ritual! We'll take a short break when we come back. Game 3.
I got here. I'm popping in that bit. Wait, sure.
Алло.
Got 6 build? No.
Так. Я чекаю таблицу с фастичком, кто на первом месте. А, я Fortnite Стрим закрыл. Охереть. Мне так нравится эта песня, прикольно. Реклама вот этой вот херни. Black light. Так, а ну ща. Я Fortnite запущу. Я почекну таблицу. В сентябре вот еще, как вы сейчас, будет турнир. Это уже Global Championship. Антверп, Бельгия. Пайтербот. Так, все, я наконец дошел. Fortnite конченый. Так. Что у нас по таблице? Список лидеров. А, первое место все-таки Shark and Tiny. Второе место Sky Scroll. Третье место Вика Малибука. Четвертое Ages Ritual. Пятое Darm Dimus. Cold Rapid. Короче, Америка пока что 4-е место. Где Пайтербот? 26-е место, нубасик.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. Putting my NA favoritism mask on for just a moment. What's up? NA out top for game number 2, that's right. Ah! Okay, took it off there. Unbiased Zeke back.
I come back.
Crazy stuff. Wait for one map back on. Ages and yes! Ages and Ritual get up here. Okay, back off. Anyway, sorry about that. Sorry you had to see that. Congratulations to the duo showing up when it matters, right? Finding that momentum, finding what was crazy too, the high ground of all things. And I love hearing from Richie himself, like, hey, it is now. High ground is right now.
Zeke, I don't need a mask. I feel like the slightest increase in how big my smile is after an NA team wins a game should be telling enough. I mean, incredible game from the boys here, and we were kind of watching this one fizzle out, and it's like, you know, we kind of tune into them. They're on the high ground, they're chilling. Agers, man, ends the game. What was it? 8 eliminations?
Короче, понял, Малибука пробовал соло залететь на хайграунд, в итоге он умер просто.
But Agers having a performance like this, incredible to see.
Really, really nice to see these guys clutching up, claiming that high ground as well. The way they took height was absolutely perfect. Took it at the right time as well. Something we've sort of spoken about throughout this weekend is the time that you take height is super important. If you take it too early, like we saw with teams like Alex and Reckless, took it a little bit too early, had it taken off of them. But there's a point in these end games where if you have it at the right time, you can ride it out to the end. And especially if you're a team as good as those guys, they are capable of doing it. Triple contested off spawn as well. Like they mentioned in that interview, by Nalu and Rainy was the sort of surprise con from the East. Really, really great job from those guys.
Yeah, that's not what you would want to hear, right, on LAN. Yeah. Oh, we're triple contested. Apparently, Agents Ritual, they do not care. We have a listen-in from that last game. Let's check it out.
Good. I got blasted.
Coming over?
I'm good.
Where?
I'm med bombing.
Yeah, watch this back wall, it's weak.
Okay,
Holding it, but...
Be awareness for me. I'm grabbing slices.
I'm just holding walls.
Give me some hearts.
Yeah, delete those. I'm 5-0-1.
I'm good mats. I'm good mats.
Yeah,
hold.
holding.
You hold. Hold.
Got it. Dead.
150.
Holding.
Hold.
Can't get it.
Second.
Wait, I pizza box. You wanna play all height? You wanna go height now?
I'm down. Yeah, throw it.
Throwing this.
Spray.
Jumping in, spraying. Spraying second height.
Yeah, spray. Break.
Zone. Med bomb. Look at it.
Yeah, I'm staring.
He's going up. I'm in. Dead. Come on.
Baby.
Come on.
That's what I like to see. What's really interesting too, of course, they had the high ground, but then in that like kind of pivotal moment, they're like, let's just drop low ground. They're expecting us up there. Let's just take the fight to them, catch them off guard, blindside them, ends in a victory royale.
Yeah, incredible stuff there. Love to kind of tune into the listen-ins, because something that we can't really pick up when we're just watching them heads up is like, what are all the things that these teams are aware of? You kind of heard that he was calling out head missed in zone. They could, you know, overdrive with that, so they were fully aware of that. With that game right there, after a rough game, everyone, Agers and Rituals find themselves flying up the leaderboard, 30 spots to join the top 5. You know, we needed an NA team up there, but yeah, they're going to be 4th place after that one, 105 points.
Yeah, really, really great performances, guys. I'm looking at first place right now. The new first place on the leaderboard. Teeny and Sharp. We got to bring it back to EU, all right? That's what I'm here.
That's right.
These guys started the game really interestingly. They actually lurked on Dharma Dimash, our ex-first place team, and took them out of spawn. Really bold play at the beginning of this tournament. They've only just had one game prior to that. So it's like, we are playing for the win already. We are trying to take this by force, and that is what they then continue to do for the rest of this end game. Exciting stuff.
You know, we're only 2 games in, but it starts to feel scary when Mini Miner kind of makes the point, hey, listen, you guys gotta make the most out of that. They did. It comes over to Wonky Land. They have a great game. This was nowhere near Wonky Land, man, right? They had to rotate across the map, but they still did very, very well. And that's when it starts to get scary for me, when I start to take a look at how good some of these teams just are at playing Fortnite. And not to mention this change in strategy as well, like you mentioned, early in the game. So they look prepared.
I wasn't prepared to see this many teams up in that leaderboard as dominant as EU. We got our one up there, right? But so many high-profile duos as well. Vico and Malabuka themselves. We saw Agents Ritual climb to 30, but Vico and Malabuka climbing 11 spots. Remember, we kind of talked about their first game, maybe a little bit slower. They said, second game, let's kick it into high gear.
Yeah, there's a few really nice things they did in this end game. They were shaping up to take height at one point in that game. They were looking for it later on in this end game, and they were thinking, right, do we go for it? Do we not? And there was a moment where they decided, okay, let's not. Let's play out our materials. Malabuka, Vico picking up a lot of those refreshes, and it was around this sort of moment where they thought, yeah, let's just play out the mid ground, play out the low ground layers as well, and it was right here. Vico decided, yeah, let's just try and play out as much as I possibly can, going back into the storm. And then, of course, when Aegis and Ritual came down, they took out Scroll. So he managed to clutch up that second place. And something that I just noticed about Vico, right? A lot of players, when they're walking off for that break, we actually walk by them when we get to the desk. They're very chill, very, very calm. Vico's a lot of fans, of course, chanting his name. He was fired up. He was feeling good, and I hope he carries that into the next game.
All right, well, you know what? I'm actually getting word. The next game is ready. So, casters, let's kick it back over to you.
А, вторая игра уже сейчас будет начинаться, что? Еще 6 игр.
You would think so, but with the way that Shark and Teeny are playing, they're looking to eliminate anybody that's coming close. Darm Deemish, targeted intentionally. They were in that first place position.
О, все, началась уже новая игра.
Shark and Teeny might look to take over here in game 3.
We're still in the beginning stretch of the entire tournament. And where you are now on the leaderboard isn't too impactful. There's 6 more games left to pick up those points, eliminations, victory royales, and close the gap. We're looking at who is the best in the world as of now and top 15 for the global championship.
О, нет.
One more of these hotly contested off-spawn battles.
А, или нормально, или нет?
And it's up to Hero now to try and make sure some of the mistakes of previous games are not repeated. Epic, Well, and Pump did not come to muck about at all. They are ready to win this fight.
Focus on Hero down below. It's a little bit of a mismatch,
Epic
but
Whale.
they're going to still take the fight to Epic Well. Drops him down to just a little bit of HP.
А, все били до факции какого-то, все.
3-0
против этих чувачков.
Thought we were watching a zero builds competition for a moment there. No one had any materials to work with. They were both just so quick to the jump. They knew that they had to.
Так, Тинка Резайнс против Чапи Фликси. Начало игры. Еще посмотрим, что тут у нас будет. А что? Почему Чапи Фликси отлетают? А, потому что у них половина херовый. Еще бьют им кого-то из них. Значит, у Резайнса им херовенький.
But it would have felt so much better if they'd actually been able to connect and find at least one knock. That gives you the opportunity to actually push and pressure, because now you're dealing with 2 duos that don't have a lot to work with, and Leo and Romero were still around.
Элит Купер, Купер 1 килл. А, уже минус Пампи и минус Эпик Вейл от Пикса.
This time around, Ritual has gone down after winning that previous game.
And so Ritual уже умер, я понял.
Still haven't been figured out as far as what the dynamic of the day is going to be. It is still a messy situation, Taco.
For Reed and Cooper, it's just anything you can do, I can do better. They have a point to prove up against the likes of Rituals and Agers. And I know you guys might have seen things getting a little heated on socials, but here in the lobby is the best chance to come out on top.
Every single time Noah, Riley, and Razan just kind of pop up on the screen, I just hear the arena erupt. I've never seen so much energy outside of last year's Global Championship, really kind of giving it their all to their favorite teams. Is something that you love to see. And for Noah and Razan, they're just doing a good job here, not necessarily putting it all into just one contested fight. They're saying, hey, we might not get the best loot off spawn, but this is something we can gather as the game goes on.
And already in game 3, major off-spawn switch-ups, Rainy and Nalu, the Asian team who had had their struggles landing in the northeast of the map, trying to take fights in Latte that just weren't working, have now decided.
А вообще вот азиатская дулась и сникает просто Томаса и Фокуса на своей локации. Еще даже не фловые. Опа, Лёс Момси, Солари Скайджамп. Ну, Шарк подтягивает так немножечко урончик аккуратненько. Ну, Пикс, наверное, пипец.
Or at least one of the two over from Wonky Land disrupting this fight. Third
Ghost умер,
causing a little bit
Pix
of a distraction, landing some of those shots on a sky jump and Momsy. And if they didn't get tagged up, that would have been a huge green light to go.
And I understand the aggression from Skyjump and Mumsy. They really struggled with Surge in that last game. But you have to pick your fights wisely. You don't want to put yourself in an even worse situation as the games continue.
And traditionally, Skyjump and Momsy have been the team that just actually gets a third-party profit whenever they're challenging others on the map, but those opportunities just not presenting themselves here today. other teams kind of fluctuating with their rotational paths, and another one that's been impacted from the start because of that early split. Tinka resigns. Chap, Flixie, they still have to figure out who's going to actually come out from this position.
Yeah, and because they split that drop, you kind of saw it in a moment. One of them is out of medium ammo. That's going to be Flixie. He's no longer going to be able to put pressure from up above. He does have the Chaos Reloader shotgun, so he can fight back, but that go ahead and controls, or at least changes a little bit of what they're able to do here. They can no longer continue to fight safely, so they have to disengage and find a little bit of more resource.
King and Tails surprised the world yesterday with their qualification into this final with a big win. Started off the day
Кто это такой фантом или
ruining the
так?
party for the NA Central champions
Index.
Renault and Curve, and now looking to make waves here again in game 3. Oh dear, what do we have here? Vidil and Ju. Ju taking Reason out. Friendly fire going on.
It's like in those moments, you can just tell the crowd's not really sure whether to be happy or sad, but ultimately, only one can survive at the end of it all. And for Vidil and Ju, they've managed to come out on top. But will it be short-lived? Because Kanata, Victor V, creeping around the corner, checking to see whether or not they can get into a better position to find the opening tags.
And for a team from NA West, where they typically stayed at Sandy Strip in order to get a lot of their storm surge on that region, they were uncontested. So a huge difference maker coming into the weekend, having two other teams land there. Games 1, Games 2 didn't go their way, and now they're forced to flip the script, trying to get a lurk play. They probably heard the noise in the distance, and they're trying to go.
Not only that, but Kanata and Victor V, they are so exposed. If any other teams just happen to get a little bit of leverage, a little bit of height, they'd have the chance to see that these two are out in the open right now because they don't want to make any sound. They can't really afford to toss out a build. They want to ensure that Ju and Vidil are completely caught off guard.
Vidil and Ju, though, from the way they're playing, seems like there's some sort of inkling something is being cooked up here. And I hope they persistently stay on top of it, and they will. The jig is up. Kanata and Victor V will look to dip as they realize there is no free opportunities here.
Керувена, Кинг, пасок.
Game 1 didn't necessarily expect to get lurked on the south side of Battlewood Boulevard. Ever since then, I feel like they've been put on notice, Taco.
A lot of their tactics have definitely revolved around their fighting potential. Both of these players are able to deliver some big blows and some big clutches, but at the same time, you can't factor out the competition, and it's scaling up with every single match that goes by because everyone's looking for the perfect adaptation.
Lurk after lurk here. Thomas HD and Focus trying to do the same things. LB Works and Bot, they're the ones up above on the mountain, but the bush just hiding their exact location. So Thomas and Focus, they're gonna have to take what little information they currently have here and try to figure out how they're gonna run away with it in this play. Kind of moving from the bottom up. There's a huge height advantage, natural terrain, so they can see it. But they might have spotted out Bot, just kind of run off to the side. This could be a chance for them to try to take a 2v1.
Yeah, they've got to know that there's a solo in the bush now. But he's also aware of the potential of someone to come. If they can find the right timing, this will be a great 2v1 opportunity. They might also just patiently wait for Bot to return. No, they'll jump into the bush. They want that damage. They want that fight. They saw Bot leave the hill and decided it was their time to strike.
Yeah, at least Bot came back, trying to draw back a little bit of that pressure. They did land some damage, though, so that's the combo that's building for Thomas and Focus. Good shots connecting yet again, but the distracting third party bringing everything to a halt in this moment. Thomas, Focus, they immediately box up on top, realizing we're in the zone. You still got to come to us, and now they have a moment here where there's a little bit of an advantage here in terms of positioning.
Their prey just barely managed to escape. Thomas was trying to find that full box in, but it just didn't net itself in his favor. And now, because of the shots ringing through from Battlewood Boulevard, it's just going to be another delay. And they've had a rather solid start when they've made it out of Riptides, but it's evident that they are on the hunt for some very aggressive plays.
This was my fear. With new Sanctuary, it resigns, and Chap couldn't figure things out between themselves. Would things start to get messy deep into the storm? And that is what we're seeing take place here. They can't close it out. He's able to escape, but he will continue to hunt.
Yeah, and it puts you just in a tough situation. Whether you win these fights or lose these fights, they're so drawn out. You're trading damage. Even if you get the eliminations, Taco, you're not necessarily going to be above that damage threshold. And with the zone pulling far away, it's going to be hard to get it back.
They've just spent so much time fighting and dealing with each other that they've left both of themselves in just worse positions, because even for Resigns, even if he makes it for the reboot opportunity, Cat Flixie, they're also still left in a world of hurt because so many other teams are going to look to try and hold them captive inside the storm, not giving them the proper opportunity to rotate through the edge of zone.
Last time we see Curve and Venom kind of lurked in a different situation, trying to play safe. But as we tune in now, empty item slot, but they're going okay. But on the other side, though, may not be necessarily
nice.
the same.
Panzer убили.
Drop down to just a sliver of HP. Vico, though, able to save the day, pick up that knock, get the elimination, and is now giving Malibuka valuable time to heal up before they have to make their journey to zone.
Hey, go Vico, go after all, and this is exactly what the young superstar needs to be doing. Malibuka on the ropes, and just like that, Vico able to turn it around.
Я посол. Но кстати, хилки до хилища у него.
Gonna come out fighting, and Malibuka is gonna come out swinging. It takes the pressure for Vico to deliver.
Красиво реально. Панзера шотнул.
Darman Demish, a second chance in this lobby. They started the day on top. Their second place competition took them out in game number 2. And here in game number 3, they'll look to recapture that first place position.
Just pulling it back to where things actually ended up here for Chapin Flixie, and Tyler just caught lacking, had no idea that there's still a team sitting around New Sanctuary.
Yeah, Jace is already down, though. Minus going to be able to certainly clean up that elimination. Siphon can allow him to survive just a little bit longer inside of the zone before he has to pop any HP. And I like what Javi's doing here. Instead of fighting a 1v1, giving him a chance to possibly win, he just converges back onto a Minish. They get into the same box and realize, hey, there's a huge strength in numbers. We're up on the Storm Surge. We didn't take much damage. Let's just take this moment as a win.
Practically 5-5-5-2 on their next entrance for that rotate. So we'll see what happens next. But Peterbot Boyo, quiet start. A different strategy. It's very foreign to see these two not with a whole slew of eliminations already built up in their counter, but they have clearly devised a plan and a strategy that revolves very heavily around playing inside of the storm.
Zone pulls far, and they're waiting. You can see Pete is in the base waiting
for
players
шарики
to
синей
rotate
зоны
past.
пролетают
Unfortunately,
аккуратненько.
those players aren't going to come in, so there is a good chance we see another game
нет,
these guys
стоп,
are down
не
and out
удался,
of luck
где были,
when
да.
it comes to third, desperate to try and jump into somebody's box. Kanada and Victor V, we saw their desperation earlier when they were trying to make plays happen. Now the situation has worsened. They have to make something happen right now.
This is the only decision they can make, but it's going to be one they're going to regret. Kanada goes down. Matt and Nicole were able to get that elimination, and these guys have been the unsung heroes. They qualify out of NA. They make some big plays. They make it from the upper bracket, and now they're shining here in Game 3. First elimination, sometimes that's going to be the hardest, but Victor V finds him so down in the depths when it comes to damage.
Victor
Almost
В
400 overall.
Он должен
That's
двоих
almost
просто убить.
2 full eliminations worth of damage, and that's where it gets tough, because even if you're able to take down Cole, you're at a disadvantage, 2v1, and this one's going to be tough.
Victor V can't even afford to stall. The Surge is just going to start ticking away at his HP, and for Matt and Cole, they've already gotten exactly what they were after. Sure, Vic's able to pick up the splash.
Надо Виктор В 0 поинтов.
They need to be careful on Victor V's side and on the other side with Peter and Poyer lurking in the zone behind them.
Неплохо Вену с Кёрвом, кстати, краучит. -1 и -2, правильно? Да. Халява. 1000 баллов, охереть.
And he did that as well in the NA finals, and Tinker and Resigns clearly weren't prepared for it.
We've seen how things fared for one half of that stalled out engagement over by New Sanctuary. Flixie Chap trying to see if they can change their fate, though. Opening starts, seems like it begins with Liam.
Yeah, 35 below the damage threshold. Looked like Liam was going for the reboot. He gets denied. But you notice they went from barely below the damage threshold, getting that elimination, to barely above. So for Chap and Flixie, when it comes to Storm Surge, they're not safe just yet. Even Agers now winning that game, going and kind of trying to ride that momentum. It gets cut short, 151, and it's active surge.
Just ever since the start, when you're not able to fully survive that off-spawn contention, you're going to be left trying to play for the leftovers. And for Agers and Ritual, it's very obvious that this zone pool has not done them any favors either. They've had to go cross-country, but Agers looking to get fraggy with it. Cringe and Twice that come out on top.
It was always going to be a difficult game with how things started off for them, even after that impressive win they got, but this duo is not out of it just yet. We will be hearing more from them over the course of this day. But for now, they'll leave it to the rest of the lobby to cook up for us. Fadil and Drew looking to do just that. Drew already starting the game with one of them onto Reason, and they will look to quickly improve on their standings. Just 30 points so far, but plenty more to grab in this one.
Yeah, almost 400 above the damage threshold, so they are looking good. No necessity to beat. Curve and Benno, same thing. 5 elims, 900 plus damage. Gets cut short a little bit as they kind of break through the builds, but you see in Benno and Curve persistence here. They see a pile of loot, but instead of just running in, getting greedy, they're playing very, very calculated.
This might be where they fare best, though. They want to be in the
этому Венускару вообще похер на сюрж. Просто их там тегают, у них 1000 баф сюржа, как кому типа, ну, им похер вообще абсолютно. Шарка below?
Speaking of which, Shark Teeny already trying to get that little bit of leverage because they need to find a solution to being underneath the surge threshold.
You know how this one goes. 130, 153. Storm Surge begins to activate. Every 7 seconds, Teeny and Shark will be stricken with 25 damage shield or HP, and it does not turn off until there's 40 or less people in the game. Right now, their strategy looks to be to out-heal it, but now Shark is out of heals. Now he's put on a timer that will not last forever.
But look who's avoided almost everything along the way. Acorn and Bolts.
Все. Тени еще закраучили, ну все, Шарк жопа, 76 хп. Все, Шарку жопа. Одно хп.
Shark and Teeny will leave their first place spot up for grabs.
So many of our Titans go down Earth, and you're kind of seeing how Teeny was able to go down. But Dio and Ju just caught him black and edit the wall and get that elimination. Even during all that chaos, we saw Cold and Rapid went down as well. Venno's gonna get knocked. Curve trying to be a hero.
Скролл убили. И Sky остался.
Onto Sky, but he gets denied that opportunity. Rightfully so. He goes right back into the box, trying to get the revive onto Venno.
А чё он Sky не увидел? Он вообще дурачок.
But there's still a knock right in front. Curve trying to save the Siphon for the last moment.
Curve needs it to kick in now or never, but he can't afford to see if he can find another shot. Eventually, though, he might be saved just in the nick of time. But when you've got two Titans in the lobby, two major champions going head to head, now's the time to see who's really
уже хорошо. Много киллочки. Надо было убить, надо Curve, нельзя промазать такие шоты. Ну да, легко. Пусть какой-нибудь Вика туда выиграет сейчас игру, если не живые еще до сих пор с Малибукой. А, да, они живые.
Will this be their opportunity to take first place?
They're trying to get that whole side of the zone.
Это не очень хорошо, это не очень хорошо. Минус Вику, капец.
A lot of pressure has just been put on Malibuka's shoulders. 132 points. They're so close to the top of the leaderboard, they can taste it as he tries to steal another one away. But that one's going to go to Momsy. The flank comes in. He doesn't hear it. Swizzy and Pixie take him down.
Swizzy and Pixie are primed and ready. They are just looking back, spraying down every single one of these teams all of the players that are just a little bit too late to the punch, and now Pixie Swizzy, with the damage having been done,
поездов,
they're ready
Питер
to
будет
see
соло.
whether or not they can make their move towards frontside.
If these guys can rise to the occasion today,
Не, ну как будто Питер будет не прав. Я вряд ли думаю, что сейчас будет как в пятом чаптере. Сомневаюсь, что сейчас будет пятый чаптер. Прайм Питер бот. Опа. О май гад, немцы все просто.
They want the high ground and they will keep it for now, but that is just for now. They have to continue to hold it and apply the pressure below.
They're feeling like they're on cloud 9 right now. The entire arena cheering them on, but they draw their attention to Shadow and Virgo, that second height team. Anybody in that position could use a shockwave and disrupt everything they have going on.
You can tell though from the way they're playing it, they don't have the materials, and so the chop will come through. It's Cammy, it's Hari. We've seen them do that so many times before, and so it'll be up to Badil now to clutch up.
But this is a spot that Badil's been in so many times already, and now here today, Badil trying to see if he could strike through.
Все жопу выйдил вашему.
He's fully cracked. The movement is crazy, but he's left tumbling down the hill, trying to see if he can get out of sight. Pablo is falling, kindling right next to him, but Badil, he's not gonna be able to get the shots. He wants to try and make it through, but all of these pre-existing builds just forcing him to make the effort. Still, Badil moving forward.
Oh my god! Нет! Охереть! Ема закраучили Шадова и Вергу. А, Скролл соло, ема 8 кило на команду. Скролл соло третью игру подряд или какую там катку уже. Опа. Ема! Охереть! Ема! Охереть! Ема Скролл делает лящей просто жестко. Если бы не 40 урона, Скролл бы мог бы даже выиграть эту игру соло. Я прям в ахере реально.
Cammy, Hari, stand up. Düsseldorf, please give it up for Cammy and Hari. What an intense final moment, but you were in it together. How were the communications that you tried to take Solo Scroll down?
I mean, it was the perfect game. We just chopped high like 3 times, killed like 4 people because of that, and it was an easy game.
That's what everyone is saying so far, but everyone online has been looking at the lobby list and saying this might be the most stacked FNCS LAN ever. Do you agree, Hari?
Yeah, it's so stacked.
So when you look at the lobby list, who do you think is your biggest competition right now?
Darm and Dimash.
Darm and Dimash, and is that because you're sat right next to them and they're also your friends from Poland?
Yeah.
And so if it could be you or them, I'm guessing it's got to be you who wins this now.
Of course.
So Cammy, you know what it's like to be under pressure. You know what it's like to be on day 2 and in contention for the top. But do you have to change things up so you don't get snaked out there?
I mean, we can't, so like we just need to focus on that. Need to focus on winning off spawns and try to get some more good games.
Well, we're going to take a short break while these guys focus up. Please, Düsseldorf, give it up for Cammy and Hari!
Неплохо. Ну, Sky Scroll 100% первое место сейчас, 100%. Камон, у них 200 ПТС, парни. 240 вроде бы. сейчас эту таблицу скроют, там 100% Skyscroll первое место. 100%, да, Skyscroll первое место. Охереть, кстати, с Атарилом на 70 поинтов. И тем не менее, хоть и Шарки не слили эту игру, они все равно на втором месте. На 70 поинтов отрыв от первого места Skyscroll. Не, парни, я вам говорю, петерботы пою это уже не те, которые были в пятом чаптере люди. Это уже немножечко другой голос. Я бы сказал, что это тир 2, наверное, или что-то такое. Тирботы пою как будто уже больше не тир 1 голос.
Fortnite fan, welcome back to the summit once again. We get another victory royale out of game 3, and if I could put my EU bias mask on for one, say, yeah, my boy, EU at the top. That's right, Tokata. Oh, Tokata.
I heard you repping NA, what, 1 match ago? Literally last match? You think you can just switch up that quickly, Zeke?
Yes, I can. Oh, sorry, I left the EU bias mask on there for a second. Listen, I'm gonna be biased on whoever wins. I just want everybody to have a great time. Shout outs to Cammy and Shari, rather. What an incredible game. Packed with eliminations, packed with high ground, packed with pushing other duos who are trying to take high from them out of the way.
Classic Cammy high take right here. Looking back, chopping it on out, sneaking in the backside of this zone as well. All of that LAN experience that Cammy has paying dividends for him right now. The scroll high take was almost crazy, but they held him off to Carter. And what they did really well here was they took high at, again, the right time at the right way.
I love seeing this from
Ересь, вот этот Харри еле-еле просто убил Скрова. Скрова мог бы выиграть еще этот файт, просто если бы не 40 урона.
For playing very well mechanically, for getting those eliminations, but now Cammy paired up with Hari. I'm seeing much more confidence. I'm seeing them pushing. I'm seeing them play.
Не, я как будто уверен почти что на 100%, что топ-3 таблицы будет по итогам этого турнира. Это будет вся Европа.
Has suddenly broken into the 200-point threshold. Oh, wow. Finding that second place against, obviously, a solo situation against Cammy and Shari, rather. Wow. This team continues to do it. I don't know how they do it, but Scroll, if we're going to put Scroll in solo clutch situations, I'm down. I'm down.
Look, I'm down to put either of them in solo clutch situations. Stroll, game 1, got 52 points as a solo, once again clutching it out. But the best part is, Sky is just as capable at solo clutching. In the EU Major Finals, he had the 3rd most solo clutch points. They can play together as a duo. They can play as solos. They were the most consistent team on EU going into those finals. Sky and Stroll have everything to take home this competition.
What a shot that was, though. Unreal. There was a moment just before that as well where Sky was down and Scroll waited. He almost used Sky's down body as bait. For the player that was coming up to take them out and continue that through. So that combination of not only mechanical ability, not only calmness in those endgame situations, but just the brain, the thoughts, thinking, how can I make the most out of this endgame in our current situation? There's a reason why these guys were favorites going into this weekend, and it's looking very, very good for the Sky and Scroll lovers out there.
What's crazy too, using the body as bait, that was actually against the deal, right?
The deal
running through as a solo. We could hear the crowd going crazy. Even the deal coming in and finding these eliminations, against such high-profile duos like Sky and Stroll is crazy.
Yeah, and it's what Vidil's been doing all season long. He's had this sort of like solo clutching prowess, this sort of second wind, if you like, when it comes to solo clutching, because seemingly in every single tournament that he's playing in, he's having these amazing solo clutches. And on a stage like this, in this sort of format, getting those extra few placement points, getting those extra eliminations to Carter is going to be super valuable for him.
100%. They're bumping themselves up the leaderboards. Remember, Vidil back in 2024, he was the best performing duo, German duo alongside Reason, now paired up with Ju. They have been looking incredibly strong on home turf. I'm excited to see if they can continue that momentum forward in the later matches today.
Teeny Sharks, 2nd place, but Chino and Pablo Wingo up 4 places. Mini Minor, this 2nd place. I mean, honestly, Sky and Scroll aren't that far away, but they are trying to make a statement, right? They're like, hey, you're doing good. We're going to stay very close by, though.
Yeah, it's where Chino Pablo operate. This is exactly where you want to have them. These endgame situations, hip to hip. If you looked at the drop map going into today, you'd almost write them off. That sort of triple contestation and standing strip. But when they make this endgame situation, when they're in these low to mid ground layers, they are just almost so in sync together.
Я сейчас так осознаю, если что, просто тут большинство себе, и типа именно середину вот про игроков, вот даже на вот этом турнире, они используют сенсу 64 800 DPI, прям в ахере. Не знаю почему так.
So going into this year, their expectations have been significantly high, and they have not disappointed, performing at the top at the EU Major Finals, and now once again topping the charts on an international stage here at the Major Summit. They are meeting those expectations currently, but we still got more games to play out.
I'd love to go back to the standings really quickly, right? I want to see that 2nd page. So keep in mind, we know right now 98 points is where Acorn and Bolts sit, but just below, look at this. Cammy, Shari up 32 places, a single game difference. And look, just right behind, Focus, Thomas HD, Akira Kurama, so many names. Guys, this competition is still very much alive. Obviously, we've had a few games, but it'll just take a single game to change everything.
Oh, absolutely. And when Shari and Cammy actually switched up their drop spot towards more of the northeast side of where they're originally landing, I had a few questions. I was like, is this actually going to be the right move? Is this going to be the play that they want to make, particularly with all that contestation going on around them? And the first 2 games, yeah, it wasn't great, really. They weren't able to show us what we know they can do, particularly Cammy, known as the land goat. This is the area in which he is known to operate very well. And for those guys, moving up in the standings after that 1 game is absolutely crucial. But in an 8-game format, Takasper, it becomes very difficult because you have to continue then to do that throughout the day.
Yeah, Cammy on EU has been a player that's kind of been known to stay ahead and adapt incredibly quickly when there's a new season, when there's new strats, new metas. Cammy is going to be on top of that. I was also looking, Thomas HD and Focus close by. They were actually surprise contested in the last match. Now, they ended up having the upper hand. They came out on top there, but there have been a lot of last-minute switch-ups, so I'm definitely starting to feel that pressure.
Absolutely, man, and I'd love to tip my hat to Shadow and Virgo. I'm sure Vivid, wherever you are, is probably making some noise. Currently our best performing NA team. They kind of showed up for a bit of that last game, and then Cammy and Shari said, get out. But still, I love seeing this duel, right? They had that crazy call yesterday. Hey, yeah, we'll go ahead and win this next game, and then went on to do so. So I'm excited to see what else they can bring, right? Like, just look down to the 2nd to 4th. The points are still pretty dang close. I feel like once we get into that 8th game, man, it's going to be really, really close.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that, Shadow Burger, you mentioned it right there, Zeke, 4th place for these guys. It's so tight in and around that area, so it's going to be absolutely vital for them to actually continue to develop and have performances like they have been having. We saw it right here. I think it was Burger that was up on top of High, actually got chopped on down and then took a lot of that fall damage. So this is where their game started to crumble. But it's something that I spoke about yesterday in the lower bracket. If you can just take High, ride it out for a good amount of time, you're still going to get some really nice placement points. And in an 8-game format, it's going to be absolutely vital to keep those games coming in, because if you can stay consistent, it's going to do you well to good.
If anyone's going to take height, it's going to be Virgo and his Shadow. I mean, if we look back at the player lounge, Virgo was winning every single realistic creative match. I mean, mechanically, he has what it takes. But then you look at the predictions, you look at all the co-streamers, you ask online, and they're putting, you know, NA's somewhat last hope per se, Acorn Rituals, you got Cold Rapid. They don't have Shadow and Virgo up there at the top, so I love to see them currently in 4th place, showing what they're truly capable of.
Dude, and I gotta say, Swizzy, I see you, all right, global champion. I see you sticking your way just outside that top 5. Pixie right there as well. We are really starting to heat up, right? So many duos are starting to come online. I think they're all thinking the same thing. That trophy, we have to fight for this title. And also, Minnie, we can't forget as well, top 15 auto quals to global championships later on, but this is a global champion, right? He's trying to prove, hey, I won that for a reason.
Yeah, and this is a team that have sort of played against, with their backs against the walls for a lot of this year and a lot of this season. And, you know, it's kind of surprising coming out of that global championship where Swizzy ended up winning and Pixie, of course, came 2nd. So,
да,
I think this
Pixie,
sort of
конечно,
like
этот
format actually hinders them a little bit, because this
скролл
is
немножечко
really
так
good at
защитонил.
what they did wrong and then
Прям
going ahead
слегка.
and improving based on what everyone else is doing. They'll have that half-time break to go ahead and do that, so expect big things from them in the second half as well, but a really solid start from them there in 6th.
Yeah, I don't think anything can stop Swizzy. I mean, tragic end to 2024, came right back in 25, becoming a global champion. Got here a day before his tournament, no sleep, but was unable to make it through. And then in the first match at that lower bracket, all it took was 1 game. They took home the win, qualified themselves to today. And, you know, now hopefully Pixie, Swizzy, they're feeling more well-rested. They're more locked in, ready to go. And I mean, seeing them bumping themselves up this leaderboard, I'm excited to see if that continues.
I think it's really funny too, because like if you think about it, game number 1, or day number 1 rather, you're gonna play 6 games and be the top 25. So he's like, okay, do I play 6 games and then top 25, or do I just drop down in the lower bracket, win game 1, and then go back to sleep? Great story. I don't obviously know if that's true, but in my head canon, that's absolutely what happened. Vidil as well in that last game, ultimately shut down by Sky and Scroll, right? Kind of being used as bait there, but by himself, I mean, dude, he looks so good right now, Mini Minor. Obviously, eventually kind of had to play this out as a solo, but he looks good.
Early height take, the crowd went crazy. Everyone was hyped. They saw them on height. They saw the stars aligning for Dew and Vidil. And this was the moment where it all came crumbling down. But remember, Vidil here going up against arguably the best team in the world, especially in this domain in the low ground situation. Only on 4 HP, absolutely cooking. And this is what I talked about earlier. Scroll, that thinking ahead, 200 IQ play, waiting for Vidil to go ahead and find that finish. I think he did get the points for it though, so that's a really nice solo clutch from him.
Yeah, I mean, being on home turf, having the crowd cheering your name, roaring for your success, I'm sure it definitely plays a big part. But Vidil is one of those EU legends. He's been around for a very long time. He knows what it takes to compete both online and at international competitions. Paired up with the Jew, I'm excited to see them close out today.
Oh, Vidil do it as well. Where's the finger guns? Go
there we go, there we go.
Was he about to dab?
He was about to dab. It's way back many years ago. But you saw him there for a minute, locked in, right? He's like, hey, the job's not done. I have to keep pushing on forward. But friends, I'm getting the call right now. Casters are ready. The next game is ready. So Casters, over to you.
You know, I like the way Zeke just said that. Job's not done. And for Sky and Scroll, they might have about a 70-point lead, but it's exactly that. 5 games left, job's not done.
Yeah, but when it's Sky and Scroll and you start looking at the point differential that's already taken
чё, уже новая игра?
all I can think about right now, Levin, is what happened
О, да,
in Major
найс.
1
Я вовремя прям пришел.
But first up, let's see what actually takes place here in Game 4.
Here in Game 4. What takes place here in Game 4?
The last game before halftime.
What takes place here in Game 4?
Just a Fortnite competitive, where you're at
6-7.
on the leaderboard means so much. If you're going after first, you might have to have a big game here. If you're settling for that top 15, you just need to remain consistent. Thomas, focused. They know they got lurked on at the start of that last game, and they're just being a little bit more aware.
No surprises this time around, or for now at least. We have to see what takes place elsewhere. Looks like these guys.
А чё памп так высоко летит? Я понял.
And it looks like the Middle Eastern duo
decided. Нормально, так вы его нокнули.
Well, they don't get landed on, but they do get shot out of the sky, and there will be more shooting out of the sky here as these two duos run it back.
That's just the nature of the game when it comes to these drop spots. Sometimes you have to glide in, and Flick sees chest, gets the Thunderburst, but not the elimination. 2v1, Tinka and resigns to strength in numbers, and that was a little bit of a mismatch. Chap went underneath. He left his teammate alone by himself, and sometimes that's the only second you need.
Sometimes you just have to sacrifice, though. Flick fully understanding that they just weren't going to be able to pull this one back. It's better to just have Chap try and play things through. He can look for the reboot later on, but for Hero and Focus, they've got to be feeling great about the fact that they might actually get to experience a game. They've been dealing with Epic Whale and Pump, and we can go back to see where things really started to take off for them. Surprise conning Virgo. That's a bad news Bears moment, but Hero not finished with it.
Hero getting both of those eliminations, and honestly, sometimes it takes one switch up of a drop spot to get things rolling in your favor. And already we'll see how they rise up the leaderboards after this one. Triple contested still over towards Sandy's strip. It's Chino and Pablo that find themselves in a close quarters combat situation here. Victor V and Kanata on the west side of Sandy. So right now, it's gonna be Fakun by himself, just having to clutch up or just stay alive until he can get his teammate back.
This is a dispute that has been taking place since Friday. Pablo and Chino have non-stop been looking to bring down Fukun and Minifio. They nearly succeeded in yesterday's competition, but it just wasn't enough. This time, though, they've settled everything once and for all. So Game 4, they'll just have to deal with Victor B and Kanata at Sandy.
And that is a balance that I think they are willing to live with, one that I think they can find success with. And so if there's anybody that can give Sky and Scroll a run for their money at the top of the leaderboard, we know it is Pablo and Chino.
We also know what Thomas is made of, especially when it comes to international tournaments. 92 points so far. Not necessarily the start that they have wanted, but still plenty of time to kind of pick up the pace. Kazzy trying to disengage underneath, focus on the chase, shot after shot connecting until he finally gets that first knock. The elimination is there, and while on the other side, Focus cleans up one. Thomas now trying to stall out this fight, waiting for his teammate to come back, using their numbers to their advantage, and just firing off on all cylinders. Damo by himself, but not for long, because he gets sent back to the lobby with Kazzy.
It's just obvious that Oshi duo was running on fumes here. Unfortunately for them, Thomas and Focus to take full advantage of them being pushed so early, but Boyo, Peterbot, this is unfamiliar territory now.
NA fans, look away. This is not what you want to be watching.
Не, парни, я не понимаю, какой это тир-1 дос? Вот. Бой с Петерботом просто умирает от Лёс Мамси и какой-то там еще не типа, короче, НН, я их не знаю лично. Какой-то тир-1 дос. 66 ПТС, 26 место, вы о чем? Вот только что Пой умер просто непонятно кого. Пой это тир-1 игрок, вот как? Вот как это возможно?
Overall game plan.
So far a tournament to forget for them, but still plenty more to play. Chap has been able to keep himself in the game.
Сейчас закрою еще, я понял.
That's exactly why Flixie knew he could trust his duo when he left off on a solo adventure here. Yapko and Panzer, though, profiting from what's taking place over by Latte, and they've got Cooper directly in their sights.
Yep, they were able to kind of Angle outreach by himself. Now they land a big shot onto Cooper. 2v1. They're continuously trying to push in. Cooper's time is definitely limited here. The way Yapko and Panzer have been playing, they need the points. They have to try to catch up and move up that leaderboard if they want at least top 15. But Cooper's keeping them on the chase up until now, where Cooper finally falls. And just like Taco said there, that decision to split with Ages of Ritual not working out.
And we have seen Yapko and Panzer are not afraid to fight anybody in this quadrant of the map. If they spot a weakness, they will strike and they will hit hard.
It really feels like they've been playing a lookout to see who's going to be the duo that gets pushed further north from Latte landing off the initial off-spawn contention. And every single time, whether that's been Ritual and Agers or whether that's been Reed and Cooper, you'll see Yapko and Panzer throwing their names into the mix.
Неплохой такой караул через зону снова рейли.
We've seen kind of two sides of this coin. Moments where they like to get aggressive, try to find eliminations. And then moments where they play passive, just like this, lurking. We know these teleporters, a lot of teams like to traverse through, avoid all the chaos that goes above and on the island. But sometimes it ends up being one of those plays where you run into nobody throughout the course of hiding down there.
It looked more like they were set up, banking on someone actually taking that ascender directly down to them, obviously hoping that they could get the advantage off the right side peaks, but cringing blind, they'll be the closest to it. Whether or not they actually take the peak,
Это что такое?
That's a story left to be settled.
For Shark and Tini, a game where they will have to prove to everybody watching that they are really here to play. We've seen them win, but after last game's surge disappointments, the question does become, when this team faces a challenge on this stage, can they rise to overcome it?
But what really makes things so exciting is that we've seen EU challenge Sky and Scroll before. You can never count yourself as safe, even when the match looks promising, because so many teams like Swizzy and Pixie all just kind of nestling in to these tucked away positions, utilizing every bit of terrain to their advantage.
And I think in the case of Swizzy and Pixie, they've almost been counted out by many, many people watching, and understandably when you look at how the year has gone. But that is too much talent to count out. Speaking of talent,
Один киллчик для Колда и Рапида.
And 4 fields is not the spot you want to be fighting these two. This is their comfort zone.
It's also the opposite side of the map from where we would have anticipated Yamzo and Josh to even be at. So clearly a little bit of a mix-up already taking place.
Yeah, and just unfortunate enough, you kind of saw the no knock. It was straight elimination. Josh probably out of the game already. As he tuned into Peter, but Nalu and Rainey, just like Josh and Yamzo for that matter, just kind of landing where they want each and every game, trying to go ahead and lurk and catch a team off guard while they're going for their loop path. But Peterbot's been a solo for so long in this situation. There's been too many teams inside Squibbly and outside as well, so there's really been no chance for him to get that reboot.
But part of the problem for Peterbot is that taking that aggressive fight, that early motion up against Skyjump and Mumsy, and it not netting anything for them, it just left Squibbly up for grabs. And the moment that Team C real estate, they're going to start moving in. That's exactly what Rainey and Nalu have done. So Peterbot, he'll have his work cut out for him in terms of getting the reboot for Poyo in the first place and making it out of Squibbly Shores.
Да, пока что все так пассивненько. В начале что-то фейты были, сейчас что-то особо нету фейтов. Пока что.
Actually ended up using it. I'm not sure Ages of Ritual know they're there, and I'm not sure Yapko and Panzer are even going to try to dive down on them. Both of these teams need to get into the zone before they're eaten alive and damage being taken.
Far too far and away. It's the render distance that's just working to their advantage. They are gliding overhead. Agers and Ritual, there's not really a whole lot they can do about it either. They know they just got to keep moving forward into the next zone.
Uh-oh.
Опа, Шарк в файтике.
Anywhere in sight. And this is a situation that might make you a little nervous.
Вика один киллчик уже есть.
You've been performing decently well throughout the course of the day. almost
А,
in
не билет,
contention of one of those
Epic
global
Whale,
championship
получается.
spots. Then you run into Vico in Malibuca, and in the distance, there's a shark in the water. Him and Teeny lurking like we know they can. They go ahead and let at least one of those teams escape. So I'm wondering, do they know Pump is here, or are they just trying to eye that duo? But Vico, Malibuca, they're returning back. They want to fight. They know this is a chance that it could be Shark and Teeny.
This is a 2v2 we all want to see.
А, минус
And it's
Малибука.
one that will be
Pump
interfered
убил, главное.
with. Pump takes Malibuca down, and that just helps Sharkantini, and it gives him a bit more breathing room to stay in this game as well.
Not only that, but Pump absolutely stacked right now. The problem is he is just a solo, and for Sharkantini, there's always
всё,
a bigger
еда.
fish, and they're willing
Еда
to
для
make sure
Sharkantini.
that they take out Pump entirely. The ultimate refresh, it's not even one that is a necessity, but they'll steal
так
it
вот
anyway.
аккуратненько.
All of that loot that once belonged to Malibuca now straight in Sharkantini's inventory.
2 is better than 1, especially when it's Sharkantini.
Yeah, but these fights right now just continuing all around the map. Cold and Rapid looking to get aggressive. Probably just going ahead and being okay with just getting damaged. Shield gone from Boko. Shield gone from Cringe. Some shots did connect. But instead of getting greedy for Cold and Rapid, the game plan for them is simple. They don't need big game eliminations. They're just trying to get Surge, climb up that leaderboard, and then move into the zone. They don't want to get caught in all the chaos. They don't want to get caught below the damage threshold and control over their game. Take it away.
They might not have a choice though. Based off where we last saw Chino and Pablo, they might be able to get some decent tags.
Дарм и Димиш уже вторая игра с ОПТС,
But Darm
кстати.
and Dimish, what had been a very promising start of the day, cut a little bit short because of losing some of that momentum off of early eliminations in Game 2. Sharkantini trying to do what they can to shut down some of their EU comrades, but Dimish and Darm never count these guys out. They'll take their time farming it up before they get involved.
We're already seeing a couple mythics in play as well. Thomas, the Iron Pump, you saw the Chaos Reloader there. There's Drew and Vidil from their drop spot. Kind of see them instantly edging towards the zone. 418 above. Even without elimination here, you can see they're being consistent when it comes to that damage. And everybody on the outskirts of the map slowly but surely making their way in. They have to be quick, because right now it is going to be a 1 tick. It is going to move into a 2 after this, and then a 5. So positioning has to be perfect.
But there's so much else taking
А,
place.
Питербит. А, Питербит. Окей, парни, я сейчас сказал Питербит.
What he needed,
Питер вот убил же кого-то.
Everybody's better than Peterbot until it's time to be better than Peterbot. And QNDX, it looks like he might just find out.
And this could be the moment right here, not just for the eliminations in the case of Peterbot, but if he can get Poyo back, they at least have some loot. But again, I said the 5th zone, it moves to a 2-tick. Peterbot can no longer stay over towards Humble Hills. He has to move down towards Riptides, closer and closer towards the zone. But this could be his golden opportunity, just like that one there. QNDX gets caught off guard. Peterbot pounces and gets the elimination, but it wasn't easy. It does turn into a 2v1, and Phantom takes the sacrifice.
This is the Peterbot we want to see, sniffing out opportunities.
А, чё этот? Камил умер, получается?
And striking hard.
Да, Камил умер.
Can he get Poyo back in the game? If not, can he give us an all-timer Peterbot clutch?
Humble Hills right now getting more and more traffic running through. Ari down below. Don't see Cammy anywhere. Nalu and Rainy, they have no choice but to play aggressive here. 147 below the damage threshold, but that first shot is going to slow him down. Team is coming in. He's going to make it that much harder. Nalu hits a haymaker on one side, but another one breaks into the box. Now they're scrambling. Back to the lobby they go. Darman Demus, a strength in numbers is real.
You hit hard, we hit harder. Darman Demus cannot be toppled right now.
The best part of it all, I don't even know if they realized that Ari was still there, but Chap, Flixie, this is
Хряна 4 поинта для Чапа и Фликси. Да, ну, Питербот нокнул Фликси, но все равно убили.
Now they get an opportunity here. They are getting chunked out by the zone, but look at the extra heals they were able to get. A mending machine not too far by. That was a huge success for Chap and Flixie in this game. And this is literally what we saw yesterday. Slow start to the day, but slowly but surely ramping up.
Doesn't matter though, everything that just took place for Darm and Dimish has steadily fizzled away in moments. It seems so promising. You get the refresh, you get the abilities, but they're just so below on Surge. Just took too much damage in the exchange overall from Rainy and Nalu, and it's apparently left its mark.
This is going to be a tough rotation to make.
Все равно по тегу немного не сильно поможет.
Not going to be any easier for some of the teams in the zone. But for Dom now, as he makes his journey in, still plenty to do. Curve won't be able to stomach it. Dom might for now, and he does have a pathway to rotate in. What happened to Veno though? I mean, it's rare to see Curve all in situations like that.
Вот так вот.
That's what happened. Panda happened.
You know, you probably wish we look away right there.
I really do.
Tough.
Shockwave into the front of the zone, truly cost him everything, but sometimes you have no other option. But it doesn't matter how much damage, how many eliminations Darm has been able to get so far. He's still 246 below the damage threshold.
Who was really going to be Polish's last standing figure, and it's Darm in the end of it.
Hari said to Frankie, hey, it's going to be us that come out on top. Darm making him eat his words. Darm and Dimash, their game continues, and it's all in the hands of Darm.
You hear the crowd getting wild already in the feed. Vidil taking down Cold, Pablo, Chino, just trying to move their way forward.
Даром соло, Даром сейчас соберет как будто.
Loot that they do have, that they don't need to take with them. You can see their material kind of running low here. With 2 eliminations, 440 above the damage threshold. The main thing that is going to take their focus is just rotating from point A to point B, and it's just got so drastic. That is a max pull.
But at the same time, it's one that Chino and Pablo, they're avoiding all of the attention with a nice wrap around the dead side. They know that there's a couple teams trailing just ahead of them, but at the same time, Vidil, Ju, looking to get active inside the congestion.
The crowd is lighting up with Vidil and Ju on their screens. They want to see more Vidil magic. And with them being so comfortably above Surge, this is looking and shaping up to be another magical performance.
I just can't believe that I'm watching Darm cut across the screen right now. How is he still alive? As a solo, he is doing everything in his power to fight back in this lobby and try to remain in contention.
Так Шарку синий херовый, их еще... минус Sky, кстати.
And this is a chance right here, Scroll, once again by himself, 131 below the damage threshold, with the gap that they've been able to get in this tournament so
минус
far.
выйдел. Ну что-то вот это Леву что-то немножечко так растегался, кстати.
From 140 plus down to 87. He doesn't look like he's getting nervous too either. They're immediately getting focused. Forced to back up. 171. He just needs to find this, and that's going to be step one. But it's more than one team. It's more than one player. They're all focusing in his direction.
The entire lobby is staring him down, and he won't be able to withstand it.
Жил бомбит, уже видно по нему. Охереть, Даром еще до сих пор живет, реально ведь. Ну, Даром.
At his lifeline here, he's still waiting to see if he can strike first and come out on top. If he finds a singular refresh, that would be everything, because only 3 more players need to go down for the Surge to disappear.
Yep, he has multiple medkits. Plenty of time because he didn't get that max pull, but 305, that's a daunting number to look at. So that's why he's just hoping, crossing his fingers, 3 people to go down. Maybe Luka could get one. Kurama moving across. Lucy's gonna get dropped. Romero's gonna get knocked as well. Plenty of eliminations need to be cleaned up here. But a flank comes in. Team is surprised. Try to converge back into that same box, but they still have to rotate forward.
But look at how much space they have. They've claimed so much of the lower layers, and they're looking to continue building it out. But next, they want to take over the front side.
Down to bones. With just 25 HP, he has to make some sort of play happen. If anybody can do it right now, it's got to be him. Shark now has lost Teeny, and we know he has his eyes set on any one of these weaknesses. Arm goes down, and Shark now takes over as the solo we will watch, trying to make something happen.
Show why he's kind of looked at as one of the best individual player in EU as of now, but if you look up, you see it in the clouds. It's It's Vico. It's Malabuka. We know what they could do on high ground, and it doesn't look like any team as of now is looking up.
It's very often that you'll see them
Скролл соло. Давай, Скролл, четвертую игру подряд показывай нам уровень, который должен быть. А, куда ты фокус пробуешь залетать? Малибу, кстати, сбрили него. А, все, Томас фокус, хай. Залетели. А, минус Малибука. Вика соло, ну Вика жопа, да. А, что? А, жаль.
Looking to announce themselves now to the world as they sit up on high.
I love this play out of them. They want to catch up, but they don't want to wait until it's already over. Swizzy Pixie, same thing could be said for them. 108 points and counting. 2 eliminations. They have Slurp. They have everything that they need, but Scroll is still outlasting everyone.
Скролл реально до сих пор живет, охереть.
He is a major problem for the rest of the lobby. And how can he be stopped? Shark doing his
Шарк тоже еще живет. Шарка 3 килла.
Every single one of these solos making desperation plays. Focus will fall off of height, and that leaves Thomas now.
Томас, фокус Сумерс. Томас соло на хая. Сифончик.
And the new generation, they're trying to take over. Scroll still going underneath, a little bit out of sight, out of mind, but it's only a brief moment. Akira Kurama, they're the ones that take over frontside low.
Нет, Скролл нельзя таких что-то получать. Резонанс надо убить, все уже.
And Scroll knows his moments are limited. He's trying to see if he can capitalize instead. Akira and
Шарк умер.
finding the limbs.
We're into the top 9. Half of the placement points, top 8. Another one's going to go down. Bolts gets that elimination. Kurama and Akira, they're trying to dominate that.
Скролл еще живет.
Scroll is still scrambling around. He is the X factor. Big shot on a Tyler, but unfortunately he goes down.
Бедненько.
It's the fact of the matter though, the damage has been done. If it's not me, it won't be you either. So Akira, Kurama, will you find your moment, or will Bolts and Acorn take it all away?
Acorn up above, looking down, applying the pressure, giving Bolts the space to get
Минус Акира, минус Яс, минус Пикси.
They need to hold on. As the rest of the lobby scurries around below, they will take
Darkus.
Darkus down. Minori left, fending for scraps, holding on for dear life. It looks like Acorn and Bolts want the dub here.
Минус Прама. Ну все.
One by one. Acorn and Bolts are in the driver's seat. Minori down below, just a sliver of HP, and it's not gonna last long.
Болтс и Акорн. Acorn.
And all it took was just that singular moment of these two holding down height. Everyone else just in absolute shambles underneath. 2 separate lines of fire, nowhere left to run. So of course the victory royale is all theirs.
Guys, you just got a victory royale in game 4, but it feels like you're just chilling. It feels like you just played a practice game, Bolt, from that reaction.
Nah, it wasn't like a practice game, but you know, we took height in the end and we were beaming a lot of people with our AR, so it felt like a really smooth game.
Acorn, as IGL, what's going through your mind when you're looking up? You're seeing the chaos unfold. What are you saying to Bolts in that moment? How do you get the timing right?
It was actually him that made the height call. I was just waiting for him to look at it. You know, we were trying to chop it, and then he made the decision, trusted him, and we won the game.
Is that a situation that happens a lot? Bolts, you say, you know what, I've got the instinct here,
А
let me
Никита,
fly.
Пистербот нищий.
50-50, sometimes.
Чего так за этого Пистербот труситесь? Он в пятом чаптере доминировал. Все, сейчас уже нет. Пистербот уже не тот. После конца 6-го чаптера все, Пистербот уже как бы упал. Упал.
Of course, always got to be consistent. You know, it's a mental game. We're doing bad. We won the game. Now we're back in it to win it.
The mentality is clearly strong and getting stronger with these two. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking about all the action so far. Congratulations.
Окей, сколько поинтов Пистербота? Сейчас посмотрим. Так, первое место все еще Sky Scroll. 268 ПТС, второе место Шарк, третье место Acorn Bolts. Вика Малибука на 6-м. Пистербот нищий, парни. Где он? 29-е. Я же говорю, еще на 3 места опустился.
I'll go here. I'm popping in that bit. Wait, short. Got 6 build. No. Wait, if you're mid, wait. 100. 100. Oh my god.
Алло. Съем за Джош Рейли. 47 место. Охереть. Виктор В. Канада. 0 ПТС. 0 ПТС за 4 игры. 0 ПТС, 0 побед, 0 киллов. Просто все по нулю. Охереть. Не, парни, я вам говорю. У меня есть такое чувство, будто Sky Scroll завинит вот это вот все дерьмо.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. I'm gonna put my NA bias mask back on. NA back on top, baby! That's right, you thought I left NA. Of course not. Me and Baby were in the back. We were high-fiving, we were jumping for joy. I never left. I would never leave you, NA. Sorry about that. I don't know how that got back on my face there. Unbiased seek back. Crazy stuff out of Acorn and Bolt.
I'm not gonna let you pass that. I've never seen someone switch up so fast.
NA on top.
EU, NA. I mean, to be fair, it is going back and forth in terms of who's winning these matches, but let's take a look at some of these highlights of Acorn and Bolt's. Mini Miner, I know you're a fan of this team.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great team, and a team that we've actually finally seen come alive here in these endgames, finally getting that big win that we know that they can do, and absolutely huge for this team. They were coined as NA's last hope coming into this weekend, and we've seen already that there are other NA teams that are capable. The way they took height here, classic Acorn and Bolt's gameplay, really nicely done right there as well. And we spoke about it earlier on about these zones. They were very, very good when they got favorable zones in upper bracket. This one, not a favorable zone. This is a very south zone, so they're still performing now. They figured it all out and playing up from height to Carter. It's a great game.
Yeah, this is big news. I mean, in terms of expectations, this is one of the duos that has the highest expectations on NA to come out on top. I'm almost surprised that it's taken so long to see them get a match like this, but I'm sure after this, they are going to bump themselves incredibly high up that leaderboard, and it's also, you know, a bit of that confidence boost that they might have needed.
I don't know if Acorn could have more confidence. He came out with confidence at the top of the show, right? We had that moment to interview with him. He just said, hey, I'm ready, be ready. It's great to see, obviously, and 8 eliminations as well. Massive out of the duo. Now, let's take a look at the standings. Sky and Troll, they continue the dominance. This is why so many fans, players, us, were like, yeah, I think these guys are probably a big contender to go ahead and walk away with the win. Obviously, Teeny and Shark right behind, but more on that in a moment because Sky and Scroll, again,
Каким образом какой-то Стадовик Сидорога на 10-м месте?
He always delivers in these solo clutch situations. It seems like today has been a day of these big solo clutches, and he needed to make it happen, of course. There was a lot of teams that were up there on the standings that, of course, were down to a solo player. We saw it with Shark also clutching up as a solo. So, I mean, when it comes to Acorn and Bolts, the fact they won that game, really good for them. But for Scroll, if he can keep on making these solo clutches happen, if this can still keep happening for them, they're looking really, really strong. Where's the chink in their armor? I don't see it at all.
I mean, it's working. I know Sky is just as capable to make these solo clutches happen, but for now, Scroll has been looking unstoppable. When I think back at EU in general, you know, the knowledge of the top previously has been a bit gatekept, but Sky and Scroll, coming from not being these, you know, tied-in players earlier on in EU competitive to now not only building the chemistry, building the knowledge, building the consistency, they have skyrocketed themselves as one of the most consistent duos, not just on EU, but in the world. So I like to see the solo clutches, but I want to see a duo win from them. I want to see both of them, you know, pop off in one of these end games.
I like that, skyrocketed.
Yeah, pun intended.
Pun intended, right? But even in that game, like, I was looking back at sort of their early game situation. They kind of went back to that strategy that we know they like to do. Sky up in that surge tower, up in that base, looking for a lot of those tags around their POI because, of course, that zone did start to pull down to the south. And instead of Scroll just looking for all of that loot and re-farming, he was also looking for tags inside of Battlewood Boulevard. So little tiny adjustments to the strategy that's worked so well for them. And in this end game, of course, they made it there, and we know what happens when they do.
Yeah, something that we even heard Benno say, not only was it looking like he was going to steal our job with that analyst test he did on the Telestrator, but he was bringing up that Sky and Scroll throughout, you know, the divisional cups, throughout the heats, through even the major finals, they kind of had the same strategy in terms of off spawn, getting surge, and even who they're tagging in early to mid game. Now, the question was, are they going to kind of get contested? Are people going to try and counter that strategy? It didn't happen in the EU major finals, is what Benno was saying, and it almost happened game one actually today when one of them got picked. I forget who it was, but they quickly came back from that. Haven't had too many issues at all, and they've been overcoming these hurdles as the day has been going on. So it hasn't been super easy for them, but they've still done an amazing job of keeping themselves at the top of that leaderboard.
It looks good, right? It looks good. It looks crazy.
Короче, парни, я как заметил, у нас тут получается 22 минуты до следующей игры. Значит, сейчас я в бета иду. Сейчас, возможно, что-нибудь другое поделаю, не знаю.
8th place, up 5 places, right? So again, it's just going to take one game to try and rise up the standings, you know, as we start to kind of hit that halfway point though, boys. I'm sure these players are all kind of starting to think the same thing. If I'm up in that top 10, okay, we just got to stay the course. Maybe we could play for first, or we're playing for those 15 fall spots. If we're outside of that many, we're thinking, dude, we have 4 games, which thankfully is 1 extra game.
Yes.
But still, we need to make something happen.
Yeah, and this is something that's really unique to this sort of like LAN format. We're not used to seeing this. It's usually like win, and that's like the main thing that you're playing for. But here, you're playing for that top 15. And for Akira and Kurama, it's really nice to see them actually performing at this level on this stage, because they're a team that have so much potential. They've been showing it in moments, little individual games, little instances where, yes, individual tournaments, they've been incredible. But just overall, we haven't seen that massive dominating performance from them. So for them, that can kind of play into their favor this weekend, and today I should say, because they can just play their end games as they have been. They don't need to set the world on fire. They don't need to try and necessarily win the entire thing, which of course they will try to do. And you're not going to not want to win it, but it gets to a point where you think, right, let's just try and solidify that top 15, and they're a really, really good team at doing that, consistently making those end games.
Yeah, I'm liking how it's looking for them. I mean, this is the in-person event that we've had with the most controller players, and there's only 3 duos that are both controller players playing together. One of them is Akira and Kurama, and hey, putting themselves in top 10 so far. I know the French fans, M8 fans, are incredibly happy to see their performance, especially in that last game, getting closer and closer to the top end of that leaderboard.
Absolutely, bro. Now, of course, it being the halfway point, we've let the players kind of take a deep breath, head back on over. They have a little bit of a break here. They'll be looking to readjust, look at things, whatever they need to do, right? Because with 4 games left to go, we'll have to keep this fight going. Now, Thomas HD as well, for that moment, saw him on height, and dude, my eyes lit up. I was like, yes, Thomas, You know, not sure what led up to Focus being eliminated. Thomas having then to kind of solo clutch a little bit, but look at this, man. Just seeing him on high ground, it took me all the way back.
Yeah, I think they got
Крейзи Томас реально, конечно, быстрее. Им просто вы видели, как он только что просто сбрил сипа.
Clutching up a few extra points right here. I feel like we haven't really seen them too much, although they're on decent points. It hasn't been like an amazing performance from them. Very similar to what we saw when it came down to Major 1 in EU. They were sort of in and around those end games, performing well, but they never had that massive game performance.
Томас, я так вижу, тоже так слегка горит немного иногда.
When's it gonna happen, Thomas? When's it gonna happen? I know you have what it takes. I mean,
Немножечко позгорает.
2024 Global Championship, Thomas HC got second place, adding, you know, to the 4 second places he has in FNCS Major Finals, the 4 third places he has, 11 top 5s. I mean, Thomas has been around. He's one of 2 players.
Алло.
Stormik, нет, я еще не задонатил.
Здравствуй еще раз, Миниморси. Да не, я так просто хотел поздороваться. Ты мой стрим чекаешь, там интересно, там сейчас идут финалы этого турнирчика, короче. Или тебе похеру?
Я чекаю, а что?
Понял. То есть, ты сможешь мне подарить то, что я хочу, да, или нет? Уф ты.
Не знаю, посмотрим, как ответить в тесте предыдущих.
Что говоришь?
Посмотрим, как ответят, потому что эти люди просто меня игнорят, как будто.
А через что ты донатишь?
Я там через один сайт в ВКонтакте, вот, и там я доначу всегда буквально.
Понял.
Наконец-то.
У тебя давно желейный карась уже?
Давно, очень давно. Даже очень-очень давно.
Странно.
Я гений, который заболел.
А, ты заболел? Выздоравливай.
Спасибо. Наконец-то я играю на компе.
Где тапочки? Какие-то тоже прикольненькие.
Чё вы 4 типа стоите там?
Где 4 типа стоят? Опа, осенитик.
So they also got contested. Yeah, that's tough, right? Going back to Kermit Veno, right? How do you think, how would you imagine you have a plan, you come in and then 15 minutes before you're like, hey, guess what? I honestly thought it was like the usual bait and switch we see. Like, you guys know, you see in the box, you hit the little, oh, I need 2 for off spawn. Oh, I'm surprised contest, and if people don't do it, I thought
еще до Америка.
I was so sure, and I was like, he's just saying that because he's on the microphone, he's in the player room, no one will contest him. У Эпика относительно неплохо получается. Оси. Див. Let's go, Сюи. Ладно, понял. Я не был здесь, кто выиграл свою игру. Дроп, смайлики, это дроп с Бразилия. Мы не хотим Аси здесь, почему мы не хотим Аси видеть? I mean, Sky and Scroll has been like the duo. Like, they're like my duo. I've been gassing them up for so long now. I actually predicted them slightly lower because I was worried about Veno. Outside of that, we all watched the EU Grants. Like, they looked incredible. But honestly,
Чё?
Нам зонтик, который нам бесплатно выдавали, так и не вернули назад.
Я знаю. Они просто схавали его. Зажали нам зонтик.
Плохие.
Чат, а вот те, кто вот играет в Fortnite, те, у которых вот зонтик вот, напиши, чат, у вас есть зонтик черный сейчас в шкафчике у кого-то?
Который бесплатно выдавали.
Да, да.
Так. В позе шамана играем в Fortnite. У нас такая сессия.
Что, какой шаман?
Но я сижу в позе какого-то шаманчика.
Неплохо. Чисто найс.
Что даже на 11 неделе даже никакой сюжетки не будет? Вы что, охренели? Где сюжет? Где сюжет, уроды? Ля, вообще офигели. Они не только бесплатные награды зажали, они еще и сюжет зажали. Где у нас сюжет перед началом 3-го сезона? Эпик Реймсы. Эйсы.
Не поддерживаю, кстати. Когда эти все пропуска заканчиваются на стоп? Это 9 июля, это там...
24 июля вообще. Сентября. Пропуск Лего вообще, я думаю, не задерживается. Он в сентябре запустится. Разработчики нам такой шанс дают или что? Они просто нас пожалели.
Опа, и стоп, ну, интервью скролла.
And save yourself for your teammate, Sky. When you are on your own, though, are the two of you still communicating? How does that work?
Can you say again?
When you're on your own, is Sky giving you any input?
Yeah, he's giving me all the input I need.
Yeah. And so for you now, we've got this halftime reset. How do you reset?
We have some resets that always Pabi introduced us to, and we're gonna look through the games and kind of try and expect what the other people around us are gonna do for the last 4, and yeah, just prepare.
And I did notice you on stage between games. You had your eyes closed, you were having that zen moment, and I think I should let you have another one of those now, so let's head back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Love to see Sky and Scroll there.
Ну, короче, парни, среди того, что я услышал, в общем-то, он скоро, получается, спросили, типа, так сказать, даете вот помощь, когда даете, типа, помощь Sky, когда ты, типа, умираешь, Скролл, типа, ответил, да, типа, он мне дает всю информацию, которая мне, типа, нужна во время того, как, типа, я соло-клатча.
Что, посмотри, ну, киберспортсменский скин.
Да, это жесткий скин. А, кстати, мини-морси, мне интересно, вот почему, я считаю, так не особо понял, почему ты все это время, типа, не играл на ПК?
Потому что я как бы переехал, и поэтому мне нужно было поставить ПК, его подключить к интернету, потом его настроить, чтобы интернет на этом ПК работал. И вот теперь, спустя сколько уже, 4 дня, я могу нормально играть.
Понял, нормально. Нормальненько.
Conducts himself, the way that this duo have been so good at, is just actually learning from those mistakes. And I think that's a key element to the fact that they have stuck together for so long, because so often in Fortnite you think, oh, something didn't go...
34-й. Интересно, Epic Games вообще планирует FNAF добавить? Хоть когда-нибудь вообще?
Возможно.
Ну, типа, хотя бы фильм. Из фильма. Типа, персонажей. О, теперь 3 человека. Куда четвертый делся? В туалет пошел? Не успел?
Не,
выдержал?
четвертый это типа понял, короче, стример, и то есть он типа стримит, так сказать, отдельно от вот этого вот каста, и то есть он типа временно пришел к ним, так сказать, там сказал своих пару слов, и типа дальше он пошел обратно стримить типа к себе на свой канал, так сказать.
Понятно. У нас ФНКС вообще самая глобальная штука в мире. ФНКС Global. Кстати, Господи. Ну Чипок у меня в друзьях на втором месте, он уже купил Индиго Куна. Ну, я не удивлен.
Что тут у нас?
You don't feel like it's going amazingly, but you're 4th on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're doing incredibly well, but you feel like you're just getting warmed up.
I mean, we could we're getting the best loot, so I'm not really think we're doing good. I think we can do better. Yeah.
And is 4 games enough to do that? If you think of those 4 games like a day 2, like back in Major 1?
Yeah.
Because we saw what you did in Major 1, right? You remember?
Of course I remember, yeah.
You flew up the leaderboard, you hit W and you went up, because right now we're not seeing that many eliminations from you. And Pixie, you're an elimination king. So is that the plan for the last 4 games?
Maybe we will do our best. Yeah, we're gonna look over some of our mistakes that we didn't get kills, and then...
Well, you are uncontested though, Pixie. Do you think that's almost an issue for you?
I mean, I think it's fine both ways.
So where are you gonna get those eliminations from? Who are you hunting down, boys?
Just on anyone who we can.
You're just gonna go for a stroll through the map, Pixie, and just anyone you find, they're out of the lobby.
Yeah.
Yes! I love to hear it. 4 more games to go. As I said, boys, it's day 2. Let's head back to the desk.
Look, I believe, right? Swizzy and Pixie, you know what I'm saying? Again, we've already discussed a...
Ну, короче, комментаторша, типа, у них спросила... Что там она спросила? Типа, ли удовлетворен Свизи, типа, с результатом, который у них сейчас получается? Свизи сказала то, что, типа, у них лучший лут, и то, что они, типа, могли бы, так сказать, выступать лучше. И, типа, комментаторша сейчас спрашивает, типа, на кого они будут хостить, потому что, типа, им нужны киллы и так далее. В общем-то, они так что-то либо особо не сказали, но, в общем-то, либо не сказали, там, типа, то, что они будут охотиться на всех, типа, кто есть в лобби, так сказать. Совсем скоро уже будет новая игра, отлично, отлично, парни. Алло. Алло, вы не можете здесь? Алло, вы не можете?
Да, я здесь.
Чем ты там занимаешься?
Я смотрю с тобой вот ФНКС мажор, мажор вам, который проходит.
В Германии, в Дюссельдорфе.
Кстати, вот я хочу попросить, может быть, ты пойдешь со мной на ивент и получишь питомца вот этого бесплатного за ивент.
Какого питомца?
Ну там, короче, если ты с другом пойдешь, говорят, что получишь этого питомчика бесплатно. За то, что ты с другом пойдешь. И кирку, и питомчика.
Да, я не против. Это будет считаться как твой дополнительный бонус, если ты мне подаришь то, что я хочу. Что, подожди, у тебя full бандл в Overwatch?
Нет, нет. Что? 7, что ли? Играю 51 МС.
It gives people less of a chance to hold review in between the tournament. Even if you're 30th place, if you drop like a 10 elimination win. For AIDS, so many things can change.
I'm underestimated as a Middle East pro, so this time for me is very important. Hope I can show everyone medal.
The global spot is so important. It could change the whole year. The atmosphere here, there's so much hype.
It's all I've dreamed of, to win grands, win globals.
I'm 100% sure we're qualifying for the global championship.
It's like once in a lifetime thing. We're the best duo by far.
I'm confident to go to finals.
I'm very good under the pressure.
I just want to perform well and hope this is the one.
Pretty cool stuff, and you know what else is cool? The stadium is yelling out for some of their favorite
Оба прыжки уже возвращаются.
Скоро
будут каточки. Сложно так чисто по спине кого-нибудь заметить. О, вижу это Томас HD. Петербург вообще ботик. Какой-то он, 29 или какое-то место он?
Я не помню. Честно. А, ну там даже подписано, типа, где кто сидит.
Да, он 29 место.
Так, у нас тут Элит, Джош, какой-то там-то и кто-то еще.
Кстати, Элит и Омза и Джош Райли. Это 47 место, хоть и дуос хороший, реально.
Лейн, Event. А, мы только на втором этапе. Уже онлайн.
This is how you do it. Unreal Legends. And look at this beautiful. I'm talking beautiful ass of Unreal. I will never have one. And that's okay. I'm okay with that. But dang, this looks clean.
You're not top 500 player.
Are you not? No. I'm not top 500,000.
Oh, goodness me. Well, yeah, you won't be getting it. That's right. So it looks good, though. It does look very good. I'm very excited for these changes. Nice, of course, new roadmap for the year as well.
Unreal Legends. Новый ранг.
Unreal Legends? Даже не знаю, если честно.
Типа Unreal ты собирал, но Unreal Legends еще не собирал.
Так потому что этого ранга еще
нету.
Тем
более там за Unreal. Тем более там за Unreal
players, a lot of you watching today are going to not only see how hype this international event has been, but also with this roadmap in mind, not only can you start grinding for Unreal Legends, start grinding for the Axe, but also grinding for the next upcoming competitions. We've still got another LAN at the end of the year. We've got more majors to play out, a lot more fun competitions.
I'm also looking forward to, of course, the power rankings, in case you didn't check that out. It's a way for competitive players. It's basically their resume, right? Launches on the 5th. Go check it out. The blog has a ton of information for you. Okay, now getting ready. We got to lock back into this competition. All right, let's bring up these standings. Let's start talking about teams who are on the bubble. So remember, we want to hit top 15 if we want to qualify through to GC. Right now, Lexi holding down that 15th spot with Chaff, but it's only 108 points. Certainly by the end of the next 4 games, that's not enough. We need to continue pushing. We need to try and get as many points as we can. But even someone like Cold and Rapid dropping down the 6 places, right? While someone like Golden and Ozone jump up the 7 places. Like, guys, this is super volatile right now.
Yeah, well, the benefit of it being an 8-game format is that we're at the halfway point here. We still have 4 more games to go, so that leaderboard is going to shift massively as well. There was a little fist bump to my left here about this leaderboard. Takata, what were you actually fist bumping about?
You know, I saw a Spanish duo maybe up there in the top 15. No bias here. Okay, no bias. But they did win a game yesterday, so who knows what will happen. Speaking about winning games, all the wins today have been EU and NA Central teams. We've had in a LAN competition before a Brazil team win, but there hasn't been a win from Middle East. From Asia, there has not been a lot, even from OCE. So I'm hoping that one of these next games, we got 4 more games, one of you duos have got to lock in and make it happen.
Yeah, and I think a team that could do that, it's Alex and Reckless. They are just walking by me right now, so whether they'll notice what I'm saying, I'm not just saying it because they're there, but they, he didn't actually notice, so he can't even get it. But no, I genuinely think they're playing incredibly well today, you know, showing up on the big stage. They have what it takes to win games. We've seen them on hype, we've seen them in these end games. They're making big plays to go for it, and I'm right with you, Takata. I really want to see one of these smaller region teams picking up a victory royale, because what a moment that would be for not only everyone in this arena, but everyone back home as well. They'll all be cheering them on.
Yeah, I know. I completely agree with you. That would absolutely be sick, but on screen, we got Sky and Scroll, right? How do we get a victory out when they stand in our way, when they are the ones who say, they're basically the bouncer, right? And I can prove it to you. Check out this session summary. Most eliminations, damage dealt, Scroll, solo clutch points, Scroll. I mean, yes, I'd love to see. It would be so hype, but man, Sky and Scroll are currently dominating.
I love it. I mean, to add on to what you were saying earlier, Minnie, is how they reacted to when Frankie was speaking to them. They had some issues in game 1. They got picked off by being surprised when they went into a bush, but like Venno was saying when he was breaking down kind of the strats of North Boulevard, they haven't really been countered much in major finals and heats and big cups. They're finally getting countered, but the best thing is, it doesn't even matter. They're moving forward through these counters, they're adapting in real time, and they've just had a little halftime session.
Я хочу заработать бэкпак, а ну сейчас.
They're looking to hold on to that #1 spot.
And the funny thing about Scroll is that he was, well, his name is Scroll because he used to use scroll wheel binds for his builds. And it was always a bit of a meme. It's like Scroll doesn't build because it's so difficult.
Стоп, так я по сути и так сейчас дропсы зарабатываю, потому что я сейчас смотрю на ПК прямо сейчас. Я же, наверное, даже бэкпак этот дурацкий заработал. Да, я уже заработал бэкпак.
What if he made that switch sooner, right? Like, what if he actually made that switch sooner? We are seeing prime Scroll gameplay this weekend already. Unbelievable stuff. And them together as a duo, not just Scroll, Sky by his side as well, having someone that you played with for so long, just allowing you to have the freedom to do what you do best.
Что это было?
Speaking about sooner, I mean, I love to see young talent like Shark and Teeny play as well as they are. I mean, favorites coming in to today.
Кто топ-1, конечно же, Sky Scroll.
The practice matches before this event even started.
Это просто это тир-1 туз реально.
Won a single off spawn, but they quickly locked in when it mattered the most. I mean, Shark is a player that just in 2026 he has more things than 24 and
да, я тебе верю, братан.
You know how quickly he's been able to jump to the top alongside Teeny. I think the first
да, потом меня уже забанили. Капитан Копейкин, меня уже забанили. Ну, везде забанили. Я же с тобой, если сейчас не разговариваю, это мое эхо там какое-то, не знаю.
And if we can walk away with, you know, even someone like Shark and Tiki suddenly showing up, getting themselves a win, that's going to be a crazy boost out to the confidence. Something Vivid brought up,
не собираюсь. Я советую тебе лучше офнуть с этого стрима. Лучше что-то от тебя, то, что у тебя высокий IQ, что-то немножечко не попахивает такое. Что-то немножечко какого-то запах отсталого мозга чувствую немного, отчасти от тебя. Атрофированного мозга. Капитан Копейкин. Я не заикаюсь, братан. Общаюсь нормально. Не, я офать не собираюсь. Советую тебе, очень, советую тебе офнуть свой хлебальник. И не позориться в данном часе. Либо смотрим очи, либо их теперь очень баня, мне прям насрать. Это на копейки главное.
I mean, you have to remember, after the EU Grands, the community crowned Sky as the MVP for his solo clutching. Scroll is showing him up right now with just
Я сформулировал мысль.
he has been. Will it continue in the back half of the game? Let's wait and find out.
Братан, я тебе сказал, лучше вниз этого стрима, не позорься. Просто не высирай какую-то хрень, непонятную чушь просто не неси. Ты позорище. Тебе же нечем заняться просто.
Подожди, если я еще 27 минут буду смотреть на Твиче стрим Фортнайта, то есть я получу бэкпак?
Да, да. Может даже ко всему этому стриму смотреть, ты бэкпак тоже получишь.
The scariest thing about Sky and Scroll is with how good Scroll is currently playing, we all know Sky can do the same thing too. So the second he, you know, takes a beat, maybe he decides after the halftime break, yeah, I'm gonna chill a bit.
Ну сейчас, наверное, Резайнс и Фликси. Очень Резайнс и Тинка, наверное, сейчас опять салютов спаун. Ну все, пом. Резайнс миснул. Да Фликси тоже миснул. О нет, о нет.
О нет, Фликси.
Да ну. Резайнс с Тинкой реально выиграли это. Охереть-то, главное, смотрите. У обоих 4 дробовика, или сколько там? 3 или 4 дробовика у обоих. А, и Ризон тоже сдох. Офспаун. А, Алекс и Реклас немножечко поменяли свой дропспот. Интересно, такие, конечно, дулы с спам поумирали. А, они уже Тинтулс убили. Фикс Габзера и Фикс Мульти. Что с этим типом не так? Почему он просто стоит на месте? Что это было? Нутная соло. АСП от этого Занги им. Отличный, как я вижу.
It was incredibly messy in the first 4 games of the day. After people have had a moment to chill in halftime,
Age Rituals в принципе пока что. Боуингвуд кого-то убил. Помощники тоже кричик заработал. Ай, фокус убили. Барен бот.
After a certain point,
Минус Джош Райли. Сейчас, наверное, еще этого не убьют. А, Ямани, вот они, то есть, вот так на голову залетели? Ну стоп. Охереть. Херася. Ну, конечно, они это не заметили. Как можно это заметить? А, так видишь, Шарк с Тини немножечко изменили свою стратегию. А че они кидать начали? А, все, Шарк... А, все, не убегают, они отходят. Ну, сейчас, в принципе, если даже за ними будут вот эти типы гнаться, в принципе, не так страшно, и хилки до хилища, Мэтса вроде бы есть немного. Ну да, Лёс Мамси и это Сори Скайджамп, они все-таки немножечко подтягивают над ними этого, Сержа. Опа, почему здесь Falcon Писербот и Falcon Поя? А, нормально. Голдскар. Рыба этого, Мидаса выпал, наверное. Наверное, все таки есть, скорее всего.
With this type of loot in hand, both of them with gold shotguns. If they do have to falsify it, Jacob, you've got to think it's in their favor.
Неплохо, парни, вы так кровычите.
They were able to loot up very, very quickly. They got those legendary
минус Вену? Да ну.
so getting a strong loadout was going to be easy, but Fenno falls again. Teus and King BR, they've been on a roll on this side of the map, and now Curve with his back up against the wall once more. Curve, the young superstar on
Кстати, улыбается, найс, Вену убили.
They won the NA FNCS, but this weekend, particularly Championship Sunday.
Опа, ща парни будет. Ща будет, ща будет.
Here in Germany, but we just heard them getting plenty rowdy for what just took place on our screens. But now it's all about Peterbot and Boyo. Can they overcome? They're looking to see if they can strike first elimination here at Humble Hills.
Putting pressure down. That's exactly what they do best. But you see how they're approaching this fight differently, Levin? They're not just bulldozing into the box. They made one too many mistakes at the first half of the day. So even them are taking a different approach to the game.
Yeah, I'd even argue they don't look as comfortable right now, trying to find the opening. Nosif and Izzy, though, not giving them that room, not giving them any sort of opportunity. No mistakes made, and so Pete and Poyo do the right thing. They back off. And they're just going to have to try run it back another time with another duo. These guys will not be an easy fish.
It makes sense. You don't want to keep trying to force blocks where they won't fit, and you don't want to overextend your welcome. Pete Poyo, better off there and trying to maybe switch up. Maybe push further into the forest direction, even a little bit north of where Squibbly is at. See if Skyjump and Mumsy could be victimized there.
Well, be careful if you go over there, though.
Вряд ли сейчас, наверное, Эйкон с горы с ППшки сдолтой даст кому-либо урона много, допустим, даже если он там кого-то видит открытым. Охереть, съебал Свизи хилки просто. Чат, чекайте, если что, хилку просто Свизи. Паучага, 3 биги, 3 дыма фиолетовых, охереть просто. Если, допустим, я бы когда вот кап такой играл, какой-нибудь, не знаю, дивкап без разницы или что-нибудь такое, если бы у меня такая хилка была, я не знаю, я, наверное, выиграл бы катку.
Stormik, да, этот Виталий с Свизи, это вообще какой-то пылесос по хилам.
Instead, it shifts. Focus is top 15. And for Pixie and Swizzy, they're still within that striking range. So it makes total sense that they're looking for every opportunity to rack up elimination points because the placements are super low.
2 килла у Pixie.
That's the thing we know for sure, especially for a team like Swizzy and Pixie. When they turn it on, they can pick up those eliminations when it matters. But they're being very, very precise about how they want to approach the situation. They know sides and Scary are holding down that mending machine. So instead of fighting it, they're just going to take their damage and leave.
Они сейчас все на Dark.
Rotating through again. And a lot of their teams that kind of would usually stick towards the south side of the map are kind of making quick and early rotations, trying to get into the zone. With the way these storm surge changes this year, you're seeing how it affects the gameplay and the differences from globals until now.
This has sort of been the name of the game, though, for Akira and Kurama all day. They've just kind of been testing the waters, gauging whether or not some of these surprise opportunities actually pan out in their favor. But for all these other duos, ones like Vico and Malabuka, we know what they are capable of. We're just waiting for that highlight showing.
The toughest thing, and you can ask Pablo and Chino about this, the toughest thing about being in a battle against Sky and Scroll is they don't slow down, they don't misstep. To overcome them, you're going to have quite the game. Vico and Malabuka are capable of it, but they still have plenty of other top competitors in between them and that first place slot. It's going to have to be a ramp up in momentum.
Focus and Hero, they were the ones kind of lurking over on this side of the map. You see why. Drained out of all of their extra heals. You got to think Tiggs and Daddy Kush in the same spot. No extra HP down to the goal.
Главное, кто это? 100%, даже больше, чем бистербота. Ни разу почти что не видел, что их показывали.
So 3 teams around Painted Palms all still having to rotate in. Neither one of them wanting to get
Данисевич, Ном, Тигс 24.
Remember, this is Yepko and Panzer's home base. Focus and Hero, they were originally contesting Epic Whale and Pump. We all saw that was not bearing in their favor, not even the slightest. So they wanted to shift the plan. They're trying to find new opportunities, but that's thrown so many issues, not just for Yapko and Panzer, who now have a lot of their coverage left to try and reclaim, but Vico Malabuka, they're now taking more surge tags from Epic Whale and Pump, who are feeling a little bit more bold being uncontested.
QAdex and Phantom just trying to rotate through the south side of Battlewood Boulevard, but this is where you can see a little bit of the difficulties. They're still taking damage all along the way.
Seeing these guys landing south of Battlewood definitely was always going to be a difficult day to be had, even with Benno Curve fighting.
Капец, они тоже были сосы по хилам.
It was always going to be rough. Shadow and Virgo right now doing everything in their power to keep NA still in this battle for first.
Overhead shots kind of just indicating everyone's really inside the calm before the storm. Deemish, Darm holding out. They've had so many instances of just getting cut short in the early game when they've been trying to prioritize being able to build up some form of a buffer zone. Now it's all about just getting the recovery points online. But Darm, Deemish, you have to remember, all season, all chapter long really, since Tip Top Terrace was removed, they haven't really had a true drop spot to call home. So here today, it was anticipated that they have to shift things up constantly.
Over towards Sandy's strip. We typically see this as a mode of rotation. We're staying in the zone. They're trying to use it to heal up just a little bit so they don't have to dig deep into the pockets and pull out the pizza or the chug. Looking back, spotted out Chino and Pablo. Neither one of them wanted to take a shot. They want to stay and keep their position relatively unknown because
нормально, типочки стратегии используются с эмоциями. Ты же там вроде бы эмоции юзаешь, типа вот ты потом тиммейт твой типа юзает вместе с тобой и вас хилит, а ну стоп.
Да ладно.
Сейчас по идее должна быть вот это вот.
Sure, it might be a 90-ish point disparity between themselves and Sky and Scroll, but we've seen what they are capable of. They know how to deliver a huge point conversion match.
Unlike some of the other teams like Curve on our screens here,
Ну как бы нет.
we're having to deal with all these mix-ups and shake-ups in their game.
Неужели сейчас Curve кого-нибудь закраучит?
Able to play
В
their
плане
game.
того, что вот кто видит вот этого синего чубрика,
That gives them the best possible shot. No different easy. We've seen some of the struggles they have had in the mid game, running into titans of different regions in their pursuit of staying in it. Sky, Scroll.
Еще на Старболку решил закинуть. Sky Scroll.
He's gonna try and force the issue.
Cringed Volko. It's a necessity for them to fight this fight. There's not too many targets around the actual spot where they're at now. They're 100.
Так у них 115 вел.
They're not taking damage from Storm Surge yet.
Да ну, нет.
If they don't get what they need, nice shot by Volko. That's gonna get them 23 above the damage threshold. Pulling Sky and Scroll down that.
Найс, минус кринж. Все, Волкова HP. Скролл, конечно, жесткий вообще. Я не знаю, что Скролл творит. Что ты, Волк, обосрался немного, да?
Scroll reminding everyone why today he is the best player in the world.
Scroll is just undeniable right now. His presence felt in every single moment. Any opportunity that
На, просто. Шо вы, пареньки, не Текса Кейля, как будто. Топ-1 таблицы решили запустить.
Знаешь, что пишет какой-то прайм марк на Твиче у Фортнайта?
And just like that, Sky and Scroll back to playing out their regular game, the one we've seen them all season long. Rico, Malabuka.
Это для поддержки.
Typical fashion, things looking a bit messy here, but they thrive in the chaos. Yapko Panzer, a duo that they are very familiar with.
Ема у него тут этот
They
хило.
won't want to be fighting against these guys just now, so quick little loot up.
Not even a necessity to have to fight that when you see they're above the damage threshold.
Нормально так Вика залетел. Минус 1. И минус 2 от Малибуки.
The surprise attack. They didn't see it coming.
They just fully punished Bacchus and Hero for facing the wrong direction. They were boxed up. They had that Flowberry Misgrenade going. You know the visual obscurity is going to be a problem.
Нормально.
You've got to make sure that you are keeping.
Малибука, он же русскоговорящий вроде бы.
Да, он с России.
Jumped on the opportunity. That is what great playmakers do, and that's exactly what Malabuka and Vico have been in the EU for years, showing it on the stage now.
It's one of the best teams, as it seems, controlling their serves. They haven't been ticked once the entire tournament, which is impressive. which goes to show that they're constantly staying above that damage threshold, planning each rotation perfectly, so not only they can go ahead and accumulate those numbers, but not take damage back themselves.
I can't help but notice the direction that this zone is pulling. This is Vika Malibuca's backyard, but also a duo like Chino and Pablo. They have made a great approach far north of everyone else. They'll have the highest point of elevation. They've just got to make sure they keep their heads on a swivel. They don't want to get caught out by any teams looking to sneak up behind them.
Not the spot you want to be in if you're Vidil and Ju below the damage threshold. And the thing is, Lewan Romero, they don't hear that Vidil and Ju are below that damage threshold until their shields crack. But they know aggression when they see them. Vidil know they're just trying to climb on top of the Frigid Fortress building. They're not necessarily trying to take a risky 50-50 fight. They're just trying to elevate themselves so they can shoot off into the distance.
But off into the distance, it was Chino and Pablo. The way that they had made their approach into Frigid Fortress's peak elevation is the primary reason why Vidil and Ju are having to expend practically all of their hard material now. Pablo, Chino, they recognize the fact this is likely a team that's rather weak. They have to spend opportunities to heal, so they won't be able to light us up, and they get a free rotate to front side.
О, минус. А, нет, стоп, не, плей живет. Нормально, плей в ссоре миноре. А, у них 12 билов все равно, онлайн 8 был.
To get any tags whatsoever. Now you're seeing just how hard it is for them to find any sort of damage. Everybody boxed up, nobody in a rush to move out of their box.
Вся жопа, ужас, как же их сбрили.
Sometimes you're just left with no other options when you're that below the damage threshold. But for Acorn and Bolts, they get the zone not too far off where they landed. It gets even closer as it's going over towards the northwest, not too far away from wherever he's at now. And they also get the pull. So for Acorn and Bolts, the main thing on their mind is not going down or making any bad peaks.
One reoccurring trend throughout today, though, is that whoever won the last lobby has had a rather difficult time in the very next. But for Acorn and Bolts, they are looking to escape.
А, Шарк сейчас умрет нахер. Охереть, 212 голов, типа.
Different slew of problems here. 212 below. Shark having to use everything just to try and out-heal some of these surge takes. 14 players that still need to go down. They'll have to force the issue.
Yeah, there's even another team spraying on that box. Looking behind, they know where they gotta go. They know where the zone's gonna lead. Swizzy, Pixie, they're gonna open that one up and land even more damage onto Teeny, making his life that much harder in this situation. 232, it's now or never. Reed Cooper on the other side. Shark takes a big shot. Storm Surge still taking him down. 20 HP, only a couple of seconds before he is struck it out of the lobby completely.
Шарк умер.
Now Teeny with his back up against the wall. A necessary
10 себа у Тини. Тини живет. Вроде.
Teeny in this kind of solo position, but you have to remember, Teeny's been throwing out his own punches, even at 5 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken, in that secondary lobby, so he's been popping off.
And I mean, you can look at all the little things that they could have done differently in that moment to keep Shark potentially in the game, but the mistakes were made way before this point in the game, and it's just up for Teeny now to just keep himself ticking for that much longer. Eventually, he will crack, and that is the end of that for our second place team in this game.
Ну, сейчас Acorn Balls переплейсит их.
To continue to improve their lead. But what do Chino and Pablo have to say about that?
Wow. A flashback right now. Peterbot and Pollo literally flying under the radar. They have that one elimination, 280 damage above, and they are starting to heat up. Saya's gonna go down. Ages of Ritual taking a lot of the focus, but they're constantly changing targets. They don't want to let anybody breathe. That's at the back of the zone. Now Pump is feeling the pain. No eliminations yet, but for Peterbot and Pollo, they handled their surge.
There's one spot you never want to see. It's Pete ahead of the rest of the lobby because he just goes into target practice mode. A lot of damage applied, but they still need refreshes. They need to make into the bodies because they need to build up more materials, a better loadout. Swizzy on the other hand, he's already got it. He is set on the high ground. Pixie directly next to him. Who's going to be the first though to bring an elimination in?
If you know anything about these two players, this is where they like to be. We have seen them on this stage and in EU make waves from above, but this is not over when you have Acorn and Bolts looking to try and make the back-to-back happen. Still so many strong players, so many strong duos left alive in this one. It is not an easy high hold for Swizzy Pixie.
Нет, минус скролл. Пускай одно хп.
Challengers here today, and that elimination onto Scroll. Sky, what are you left to do?
Yeah, you foreshadowed it yourself. He was the one doing a decent amount of the solo clutches. Now with no build, can't take a singular tick off the zone. He's gonna fall.
Ну ладно, здесь все за ПТС, парень, нормально.
For the rest of the lobby, but Swizzy and Pixie, they're trying to control it all.
Agers is out of here. Pixie.
Опа! Петерботик залетает на хайграунд. Свизи умер. Ой, убил Свизи.
It was only a matter of time until Peterbot and Poyo reminded the world why they are so feared in NA. This is time to make.
Найс, Вик убил Кингбар. 206, 208 ПТС.
If they can keep it up, they might just take height off of them.
I wouldn't call it way too soon though, because we've seen so many teams get overthrown in these moments here.
Да ну, Пикси дает, кстати, соло тоже. 218 ПТС, охереть. И второе место, наверное, сейчас. Найс, Вика живет, хивочка, все есть, отлично. Чаги, говнаги.
They need to make it inside the zone because they have very, very little extra HP.
But the thing that they did have was full control of front side. They have escaped all of the congestion. They were able to utilize every single one of their light kills, and now they are ahead, looking back, preventing anyone from challenging the
Вика живет, Вика с Малибукой живет. Они чилят.
Exclusively to them. Front side is completely out of reach, but Pete and Boyo, they're more concerned about the high ground.
Squeezing teams down below, and that just plays right into Vika and Malabuka's hands.
Найс! Что дает Вика, охереть? 4 килла.
But they are dropping down. Re and Cooper. They've overthrown Peterbot and Poyo on the high ground.
Малибука умер. Почему? Даром Димыш, кстати, живет. Минус Петербот. Ема, залетели на него. Все убили. Ой, убил. Ема! 2 в 1, охереть! Все, даром Димыш и против Поя. Найс! Найс! Охереть. Найс! 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 О май гад! О май гад, че Поя нахер выдал? Охереть! Король возвращается, парни. Охереть, что за игру Поя выдал?
It was a 2v1 situation. You were soloed for a considerable amount of time. We saw you on the high ground, on the low ground, figuring things out. It was not that chill, was it, Pete?
I mean, I'm playing with the best player in the world. I mean, I don't even know what I just watched. I mean, comeback starts now.
The comeback starts now. We just watched a Poyo masterclass. Pete, it's been an up and down day so far, as you said. The comeback starts now.
Меня в этот.
Might have to come out soon.
He might have to come out soon. I think he needs to come out now. Poyo, you're on fire. We've seen you clutching. We've seen such peak performance from you in the first few games. Do you think now that that trophy is a possibility?
Yeah, I think that's the game that we needed to start the comeback.
Да. Poyo жесткий пацак.
Okay, Pete, you're always confident, but Poyo even now is saying that you can win. Do you think it's going to be NA on top?
Hopefully.
Hopefully, Peterbot, come on, I need more confidence from you. Is it NA on top?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's head to a break.
Что мега чё, если ты типа Twitch Drops, там рюкзак, ты типа уже 30 минут прошел, что там дальше делать? Типа просто типа на аккаунт его выдадут?
Да.
Отлично.
Поя просто всех защитонил, охереть.
100. I'll go here. I'm popping in that bit. Wait, short. Got 6 build. Go. Max up. Wait, if you're mid, play. 100. 100. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Не, блин, мне так нравится реклама вот этих кресел. Просто вот музыка прям имба.
Blacklight.com. Что такое?
Наконец-то Питербот хотя бы что-то в игре сделал.
Да. Ну, на самом деле он ничего не делал. Его
Ну я уверен, ну Sky скоро 100% еще до сих пор первое место, это прям 1000%, да. 292 ПТС, второе место Acorn Balls, здесь 43, третье место там Вика Малибука, кстати, да, камбэкнул стык Вика с Малибукой. Дальше у нас Свизи Пикси и пятое место Shark Tini опустились за одну игру.
Питербот, конечно, чисто ботяра лютая, потому что чисто из-за...
Найс, Питербот топ-10. Охереть, нормально, с 29 места на топ-10, вроде неплохо.
На 19 мест поднялся. Так. Давай, 30 секунд осталось.
Че, мне может тебе до сих пор что-то никто не отвечает, что ли?
Не знаю, сейчас посмотрю. Две минуты осталось мне смотреть, и я... У меня 2 минуты осталось смотреть, и все, наконец-то.
2 минуты чего осталось смотреть?
Ну, вот эти вот Twitch дропсы, чтобы получить.
А, понял.
Just take a chill pill, Zeke. Just relax. Wow. Peterbot and Boyo, as Pete said, they're back. They are back. Before that game, Fortnite competitive Twitter, they retweeted a tweet from Mars and he said, "Tell you what, Scroll is moving."
Че?
Жалко, что за Twitch дропсы не дают какой-то скин, ну, типа, не коллабный, а именно фортнайтовский, типа, как...
Да, можно
стример банан.
Too much of this entire day so far. They took height. They had it taken off of them as well. There was a moment here where I thought they'd thrown the game when Peterbot tried to take height as a solo. It's this right here. You can see in the middle of your screen trying to chop height. Ends up chopping Reet and Cooper out, but of course that 2v1 situation. I thought no, they've thrown it, but oh no. Pollo as a solo down on low ground. Unbelievable stuff. And then at the end of this game, I mean this one actually, let's watch this shot again. I want to see it. 3, 2, 1, and boom!
Oh, an electric performance from Peterbot and Pollo. But Pollo has been looking lethal throughout the whole day. Not only did they win the match in a 1v2 finish, but Pollo picked up 8 eliminations alongside Peterbot's 4. I've talked a lot about expectations, specifically for this duo. I mean, they got second, first in 2024 and even won the 2024 Global Championship in 2025 as well. Second, first. I mean, the expectations for Peterbot and Pollo coming back into duos have been at an all-time high. They have not...
Подожди. Теко, очко динозавра.
Алло.
Очко динозавра.
Понял, осуждаю. Чё, тебя там кто-либо вообще что-либо ответил, не?
Не знаю, я сейчас привяжу учетную запись гребаной гребаного Твича Copy Games.
Have a
Я вот
listen
говорю,
in
Nice.
from that
Привязан.
game. Let's take a listen.
Hello? Dead? Dead? I go for it. I'm gonna go for it. Look at him, look at him. They're going up, they're going up. Good? I'm the mat, I'm dead probably.
Раз.
Dead. Nice. 3 builds, 3 builds, build! Play chug, play chug! Nice! 1v1, he's gonna die. Your build. Nice. Nice. Let's go!
Disgusting! Oh, sorry about that. The mask was back on. I don't know why that keeps getting over here. Sorry about that. I'm gonna keep that over there. Again, congrats to the duo. How does this impact the standings, though? We have to take a look. What's important to note here, Sky and Scroll fell just inside placement, right? So they didn't get to earn as many points as we wanted. Look at this. Acorn, Bolt, and even...
Да. Ура, я привязал платформу. О, господи. Описание этого дропа.
Continue as well, another top team in that section of the leaderboard. They also went down, so they needed a good performance. Not the best game.
Чё?
Так, давай, чё я привязал?
Consistent placements, favorable zone for them as well in the end, but they're playing well, they're cooking.
I'm starting to get nervous for EU here. I mean, we talked about it earlier. Shadow Virgo, they were on top in terms of the NA teams, but we look back at predictions going in to these finals. Acorn Bolts, they were always on that high end of these predictions, and after a big game before halftime, now continuing forward with another solid match, they are creeping their way up to first.
Oh my gosh. Guys, I wanted to keep talking, but so much happened in the last game, but I'm getting word games are ready. We're jumping right back into the action. Casters, take it away.
You know, before this tournament started, I was asked so many times, who do you think is going to win? Who do you think is going to take it all? You know what I said? I just want a close tournament. Peterbot and Poyo looking like they're going to deliver.
This is what it's really all about. Pete, Poyo, you know, they've kind of been waiting it out, feeling out the lobby, but they're sick of it. The comeback has to start now, but they're not the only ones, Love it. There are so many teams creeping their way up.
I don't blame them. I don't blame them. They saw the party that's being had and they said, we want to get involved, we want to jump in. And if that's a sign of what's to come,
Найс, новая
this
карточка,
game
парни.
is about to be
Если
fire.
посмотреть по... Сейчас, смотрю, как показано, должен дать, да. Ну, посмотрим, как следующие катки отыграют с Никита, Петербургская.
Pivotal game 6, and normally we would be talking about this being the last game of the day. What do teams have to do here? But there's still 3 games left, and that's why I look at consistency. So even though Sky and Scroll may have fell early, they're still in a lead. They still have a cushion, and they still have a game to spare.
And it's easy to try and fixate on that top 5, but there is still a lot of contention for top 15. Danika's Tig, Reason, O'Reilly, who's going to be the first one to fall?
Yeah, nice. The both of them are able to get the floor loop. Down goes Tiggs. A huge advantage here now in numbers. Siphon comes in. Reason is respectfully full health. Now Danny Kush tries to be the hero.
Nice, buddy.
Going down.
Doing it for the fans. They roar at the sight of that victory. And Reason and Noah will play this game out.
Серьезно, вот из Дорса есть награда
Maybe a little bit of practice in between the games of 4 and 5 on that 1v1 box fighting map makes a difference after all.
Не завидую.
Эти парни, видите вот этого Ноа Рейли? Видите его, да? Ну, вот прямо сейчас его показывают. Я играл Reload Skin Cup, значит, я ему дал 200, если что, парень, убил его.
Серьезно? Он настолько дал?
Нет, в смысле, он не настолько дал, не знаю, как назвать про игроков. Просто я жесткий пацак, дал ему 200.
Да,
get to see Chap and Flixie just farming things out. It's been so expected that they would have to try and duke it out for their spot south of New Sanctuary. But teams starting to realize, starting to understand, if we want any sort of momentum on the secondary half of today's lobbies, we're gonna have to survive it first, and Vico not gonna allow that.
Ужас. Просто. Вика очень забавный. Если люди просто берут языка, показывают, если что.
Stormik, ты видел вот этих вот типов, которые просто показывают какой-то огромный барабан с лицом? Просто вот так вот барабанит, наверное.
And you have to remember, Vico Malabuca, they've already done it once to Sky and Scroll. Granted, they took place in the divisional finals, but the impact is still there. A lesson was learned.
Сейчас будет мучик, сейчас будет
They
смесиво.
might be teaching a really big one right here, right now, in a moment, to Jason Liam.
You gotta be careful. This is the same exact thing they did in that last game. They found it successful.
Он не знает, по идее, Джейсикс, он, по идее, вообще не знает.
Don't fix what isn't broken. Jason Liam, they have not got the memo, and they're separated as two different individuals. Luckily for Jace, though, he's gonna narrowly escape danger. He doesn't even know how close he just got to getting taken down by Chino and Pablo.
It's one of those instances where you can't help but hold your breath. You expect that Chino Pablo are still gonna have
Ё-моё.
Liam, Jace, they're splitting the loot.
Почему просто обмениваются? Те самые типы наверху.
Bring things together, and Pablo Chino just staring them down. They know
Они
Jace is
настолько
right
слепые.
Охереть.
The reservation here. The trigger fingers not firing off.
That's just a little decisions that really carry on to the end.
Да, парни.
Instead of right, up instead of
Крутой, это называется Ultimate Crouch какой-то.
Yeah, I don't know if that patience was worth it from Pablo and Chino, unless they come back around and get something better from it. In this meta,
Ну, у них было где-то уже 2 шанса, наверное, так вот убить.
Да. Там один бегал по второму, они могли вдвоем на него.
Still, I understand why they didn't pull the trigger. They
They
felt like they had a big fish waiting for them. But they didn't take the bait. Scroll, Sky. I mean, what more can we say about these two?
Выйди,
Plenty to say
умер.
about this situation here. Drew, left alone as a solo against Yapko and Panzer, who we have seen them in box fights like this today, and they have been relentless.
Yeah, in terms of just straight damage and controlling the top side of the map, they've done a wonderful job so far. They just need to be able to convert that and do either high elimination games or playing into the top 10 consistently to close the day. But for Ju, he's just kind of waiting in the wings. He just has to have this moment here where he does nothing but tackle. He's officially on the clock. There's no extra heals in his inventory, and he's now in the zone.
And even if he's able to scavenge some bandages, a med kit, it just might not matter.
Опа, найс. Берен бот. 3 кюрва, охереть.
Way to go before he makes his way towards the top, but every little bit helps at any stage.
Absolutely. Akira and Karama, a team we've seen much of in these mid games. They have been an ever-present force, still yet to be the protagonist of one of these end games.
В этом здании себе 2 типа. Сейчас как будто Акиру и Краму по попе получить слегка прям.
Да, реально, там 2 типа в доме сидят.
This is part of the problem that kind of gets established over at Battlewood Boulevard when you have so many teams just setting up, posturing, preparing for the ultimate ambush. Akira Karama, they're going to be spotted out first and foremost by Venom, who's trying to stir a little bit of a fuss here, but Kurt on the other side of it might just be too isolated.
This is playing out perfectly for Venom.
Нет, почему именно Кёру?
The third works out perfectly. Now they're able to kind of bolster their loadout a little bit more, and for Venom, you can definitely feel the pain.
There's just too many buildings. There's too many hiding holes, and that's part of the reason why Akira is taking advantage of some of the chaos, but it's not the big punch you'd expect. Just a little bit to kind of lean off, continuing that fight.
Басных. Резан умер. Найс, он япку бил. Опа.
Trying to save the day. Razan is already down, but he's able to clean up one elimination rather quickly.
Давай на Рейли.
lone member there on the other side to try to make a decision. Do I push in or do I try to
ща он ребутит и не пойдет даже вдвоем убить Панзера.
visit this situation later. No, O'Reilly does look like he's going to find success on that revive, so Panzer's time here has run out.
Все, он убегает.
But to disengage.
Where does that leave them as far as this game is concerned? Recovery isn't impossible.
Куда ты бежишь? Тут этот Жюри бутает.
Speaking of struggles, Drew on the other side. These are just not the two teams that this arena wants to see in this position right now.
You just can't forget, Drew's been here the entire time. While Yapko and Panzer were preoccupied trying to deal with the likes of O'Reilly and Rizan, they encounter this whole new problem of Vidil now being brought back into the mix. Granted, there's still a lot of damage left to be undone here. Drew and Vidil have a far ways to go before they make it into zone. All of the teams that are ahead of them, all of the teams that could potentially be looking to run back this direction too for that reboot inside of the storm, it's just not going to be very easy to climb their way out.
Вот это краучит. Вот это краучит, мамси. А урона, правда. И в итоге все равно он проигрывает. Он все равно проигрывает даже в такой ситуации. Как это возможно?
For a moment, I think we all thought that he had him, but darn Demish, they understand. They cannot afford another lobby when the standings are this tightly knit. Going out before the placement really have a chance to impact things would just be devastating.
Сколько анимаций прострается на такую хрень? Там прям же дохерища реально. Тратится на такие вышечки. А, Вейдила убили уже. Охереть как быстро. Ябка тоже. Типочки поинты фармят на них.
Rather now instead of later with the rest of the lobby. It's going to make it hard to maintain your position on serve.
Да, этот Вейди умер, Джу как обычно в своей. Да, почему Джу себя в своей, не умер. А, Рапид кит. Ну, жопа как будто. Голден Рапид, это прям жопа. Ну все, GG, парни. Он Тарибу захилит, наверное, все. Давай, Джу, начни стол фигарить. Кулаком, давай.
That frustration really starting to build up because when you are at that 82, 90 points range, it's hard not to overtake it. But Rapid Cold, don't get distracted now.
Yeah, we have to remember, for a team like Vidil and Drew,
так,
the prospect of falling and getting a top 15 to be
able to вот это да, охереть, Колд закравочили одну HP. Нет, Колд. Колд, нет.
Not somebody to play with, even if you're cold and rapid.
Fresh off of what looked like
Rapid Crouch теперь будет.
Down in the dirt. I'm not sure how they opened that one up on cold. They took him down. And now they leave Rapid in a peculiar situation. He has enough gold. He can bypass this situation and try to get the reboot, but I'm not sure he wants to leave all that loot behind.
I just watched Yapko go from 15 builds to over 110. He got his loot llama. He doesn't need to stick around to see what happens next with Rapid. They know they need to get out of dodge and start actually making their way toward the zone. By Rapid. He's sick of it.
Что-то тупанул немного. Найс! Неплохо!
The delay now for Panzer. Do I commit or do I back off? But Rapid's not gonna let it happen.
Rapid, who are you feeling like? I mean, if this is what you're gonna do, then we really want to see.
Давай, Rapid.
Now Panzer needs to be careful because Rapid is not messing about. Even with the free builds he has, you still fancying it to find something.
Подожди, у Панцера один шот на дробовике. Все, ну и потом на дробовике. Ему ябка скинет, Найс. Все, килличик есть. Плюс 4 ПТС. Ямара Рапид такие стратегии небольшие делает.
He was so prepared for the challenge, but he had zero materials. He could not afford to just charge head on into where Panzer was directed, but the damage has still been done. Panzer will have to play this game as a solo for the time being and making it to a reboot ban with so many other teams closing in.
Nice. Vika Malibuki 2 kills.
Great to see that Vico and Malibuka are back up. Earlier in the game, I did see in the feed that they were taken down, left as a solo, but right back at it. That's what happens sometimes when you have
не уверен, что игра
to
своими
yourself.
игры.
The zone goes to the south. There's a lot of open space and opportunity, which is needed by Vico and Malibuka. They're the team that's right on the heels of Sky and Scroll, especially for them that are performing so well.
Talking about teams.
Буду такой отстроил.
What we just witnessed from
Неплохую
Pollo
такую
in
эту.
that last lobby, absolutely disgusting. But they're going to need even more still. They're really going to have to put the pedal to the metal. They are still trailing in terms of top
Охереть, они
5
еще
to
в центре
10 here.
зоны с такой сжвышкой, это просто, это прям
Нормально,
кайф.
этот Питербот, блядь, отстроил.
The trend we've seen with Pete and Pollo
Без мата, плиз.
is that they like to heat
И у Ская с Скроллом такой мини просто 3 боксика.
У этого Питербота такая идея. Наверху Питербот, внизу Поло.
Так это временно.
Они потом приедут.
At the top of this leaderboard,
Здесь
these two
92
will try
ПТС.
and make
Нормально.
that not
Скай Скролл.
possible with just how
Я подумал, у
consistent they
тебя
are.
Ника Зон.
А прикинь, если они топ-1 второй раз подряд займут. Шансы очень маленькие, как будто, Никита.
Да, но типа...
Учитывая тот факт, как они херово отыгрывали весь турнир, кроме этой игры. Все, они уже от этих сезонов Питербот покидают данную сержвышку, данную структуру.
Ну да, мне кажется, Питербот и Поло не займет.
Данное построение. А где там Вика с Томасом вся ужас?
А где Амлибук умер, да?
Не, вроде нет.
А, вот он.
Но рефрешчик такой небольшой есть. Подгон.
Making it really matter in the last half. And I think one of the biggest difference makers, especially for a team like Acorn and Bolts, is they don't necessarily go elimination crazy.
Could be the case. Shark and Teeny, though, certainly a team that can deliver those big-time performances. Heavy elimination, strong placements.
Шарк, я знаю, что ты хочешь потегать, потегай. Найс, Шарк. Не, Шарк, нельзя так месить. О, следующий суржик такой может быть небольшой. А, не. Что Шарк миссит немного. Шарк, вот тут надо потегать. Найс, найс, хорошо, Шарк. Шарк, нормально, нормально.
2 tick per second that you're inside of the zone to 5 tick, so he immediately tried to beeline his way there. Rightfully so, because if you look at where the zone pulls all the way across the map, max pull for the
нормально, Сурж есть, главное только не просрать этот Сурж. Найс, но Рейли фармит, я так вижу, килл в этой игре. Тип, которому дал 200 в голову на релокапе.
Scouted out the fact that they had an opening for Shark to kind of stick around, look to try and punish some players. We're a little bit later than the rest of the lobby, but now Swizzy, Pixie, they're on pace to try and take over the top half of that leaderboard.
О, херово что-то.
All those early rotations will be crucial. This isn't the type of zone where you want to be running in late.
А я нормально на 405 балл. А фокус убили, Рита убили. А мини что? А, Питербот убил мини что? О нет, тени сбрили. 115, но все равно 115 балл нормально. Шарк без файтера.
Yeah, as soon as they made it inside of the zone on this side of the map, Teeny immediately took damage from Belusi and Zangi down below. But I like the approach. Instead of getting aggressive and trying to fight back, they're letting them move forward. We'll follow them in the rotation with these shockwaves because right now we don't need surge. We just need to survive.
But that pizza box was the last of their resources. They don't really have a whole lot in the White Heels department.
Куда надо дипается, не понимаю. Немного не на того дипается.
Trying to see if they could challenge and take down their EU opposition here. But Scroll and Sky will have none of it. They are protecting their space, refusing to allow anyone to try and catch them off guard.
Ну, всегда просто, всегда, Sky Scroll у них всегда абав. Вот я прям замечаю в каждой игре абав.
So as the day continues to go on, depending on where they're at in the leaderboard,
так решил соло.
This is exactly what we were talking
И
about.
то есть еще до этого
It
умер.
was always going to be a tough task for Ritual to rotate in, and those guys took the opportunity.
А, только 35 был, кстати, остался.
Again, we see
Пареньков.
Sky looking to again get a
ну
bit
скролл
more of an
сбрили, я понял.
advantage as far as Surge's concerns, not looking as comfortable
А, но
as
Рейли
we
умер, к
typically see them.
сожалению.
And part of this issue is just stemming from the fact that when they were based up in their
Найс, подожди, Резон
place
походу
on the
дулс
south
убил.
side of Battlewood
Резон.
Boulevard, they didn't really have the best opportunities to establish any early
Nice,
surge
киллчик
because
от
everyone was
Шарка.
hiding out inside the buildings instead. So that's bleeding over into their problems right now. But Shark
Нет,
team,
Шарк.
they're creating so many issues.
Как
in the
ты
lobby.
миснул?
Shark is, you should have cooked something up right now. You might be overcooking. Just gotta take a moment to breathe and stay and follow Teeny. Vico, what are these guys cooking?
Найс, неплохо.
That was
Вика
tough.
с
A big
Малибукой.
elim there because that is not just an
High ground?
You saw they locked
High
that
ground от
player
Вика с Малибукой?
outside of the
Да?
lobby. That means they're one step closer to placement, just like Peter Bot and Pollo. They caught fire in that last game. And what a better time to catch fire in the second half of today's tournament. 91 above the damage threshold. Peter Bot and Pollo are looking for more.
Подожди, а кто на хайграунде? О май гад, Вику с Малибукой реально на хайграунде.
To a win for those two. There's plenty of people in this lobby who are going to get in the way of that. Vico and Malibuka poised to do just that from this position here.
Осторожно, Вика с Малибукой. Найс, кросс сбрил кого-то. Сейчас он убьет, наверное, этого Вергу. А, да, у них биол. Надо было убить, конечно. Сейчас Скай умрет, если не даст никому. А, все, найс. Нет, вообще без хилки, охереть. Ема там Шарк дипает. Нет, Шарк. 50 балл. Безумно умер. Nice minus Gina.
They've had the chance to heal, and that might have been the only breathing room they needed. Vico Malabuka now going to start to make their approach from the backside of zone. Who's going to be next? They're going to continue to wrap around. They've got the white heals. They can afford to tank a couple of ticks of storm, but Bolt's coned up. Builds so limited. 80 left on the Chug Jug. He's gonna try and play his own
Nice.
buy a little bit more time. Well,
Шарк
Shark
синий
and
щирит.
Teeny, they've eliminated enough
А, нет.
players, but can they get another?
А,
Because
Пойо,
they're going to need the refresh.
это, Тини убил Пойо. Тини убил Пойо. Охереть.
Flashback performance from Peterbot, but can he stop the freight train that is Teeny and
Минус
Shark?
скролл.
Bolt is doing his best, but he's just ran out of builds, trying to hide the cone.
Но
He
Болт
gets found
умрет
out.
сейчас,
He's
наверное.
seeking for more.
А, что?
Their B gets struck
А,
down
всё.
by lightning, but Bolt cannot
Всё,
pick up the
Петербот умер.
elimination. Even Scroll, they're feeling that same pain, separated once again.
But now it's Sky's turn to pick up the ball and carry it forward. Sky doing everything. 5 over
Шарк убил Скролла.
but only 39 HP. Flowberry misgrenade. He knows there's a team that could potentially be trying to make a play for height. He's going to be able to siphon off some shield from it. But first and
Шарк
foremost,
умер,
he
Шарк
has
умер.
to figure out where can I go next because bodies are just surrounding him
Вик убил
everywhere and
кого-то.
they're closing in.
Шарк убили. А, Рязань Сетинку на хайграунде, если что. Томас HD умер. Скай соло. И Тини соло. А, нормально. Два Соник друг друга дают. А, Скай подсбрили ногу. Нет, Малибука умер. И Виго тоже умер. Капец, нет. А, Тини умер? Найс! О май гад!
He's gonna keep hitting shots like that if they present themselves. And Sky now patiently waiting for that next opportunity to strike.
Sky trying to see just how far can he carry the torch forward, but look from the land down under, way up above the rest of the lobby, Tinka and Resigned. They've just been silently building overhead, throttling everybody in these congested lower layers.
Сейчас 100% кто-то на хайграунде их законтестит.
How will they respond? They have to contend with everybody underneath them. They might need to take out Ozone, who's directly in front, but still Blitzy trying to just keep pushing forward.
Him and Chap are not slowing down. Even Sky, he
Sky
will not
живет.
be denied. He's essentially the inevitable player.
О май гад!
He does it again. He takes the crown away from King. puts it on his own head. Into the top 4 we go. This is a run like any other. Can Sky clutch up?
Скай, нет! Скай, почему ты билды не держал? Ну все, Фликси смерть.
But it's gonna be the OC duo trying to close out this game and get the first dub on land for OCE.
Surely they won't let it happen. Surely Flixie won't actually take them out. And surely
О май гад, победа от океанского дуо, охереть.
game number 6 is all theirs.
The thunder from down under, the boys from OCE do it. They're putting their entire region on their back. They don't want to just win here. They want to go to the global championship.
Resigns. This isn't your first rodeo, but it is OCE's first win at an FECS LAN. How does it feel?
Honestly, it feels amazing. This is the best feeling. This is the best feeling.
Tinker, you haven't always had the best results on LAN, but here you are proving that it can be done for Australia and everyone watching back home. You had the high ground, you had it clean. Did you know once you had established yourself that this was in the bag?
Блять, нет, Скай жестко клатч, но только, блин, он билды не сдержал.
It worked. Was always the intention to go for high ground.
I mean, yeah, like on LAN, everyone's pretty scared, so like we just don't play scared. We just take height, don't die.
It's our good
Take
friend
high,
Breezy.
don't die.
He
Опять
established that one a
легендарная
while ago, and
фраза.
it's clearly working for you. But the key thing now is consistency. You haven't had the best game so far, but do you feel like this win is going to give you the confidence now to get off spawn and get to the finish line?
100%.
Well, boys, congratulations again. Making history for OCE. It's Taker on resigns. We're going to head to a break, and maybe more history will be made.
Найс. Тип реально одержал ту самую победу. Для Океании, для Австралии. Resigns gold. То у меня нет прям конкретно какого-то такого фаворита, понял? Типа от ВГ или как он себя. Нету прям конкретно такой типа тут, то, что вот выиграй и именно выиграй, то есть без этого. Как нету такого. Так, я сейчас приду.
Fortnite fam, today is truly a movie. Resigns and Tinka get themselves a victory royale, the first ever victory royale from OCE on LAN. I think what's so crazy about this is we're watching the game in the back, and for a moment everything's kind of going chaotic, and then we look up and we're like, Resigns and Tinka, okay, well, maybe they can hold it. I mean, there's so many of the names that we know will contest height. They're not here. They're gonna win. Wait, OCE's gonna get a win. Wait, OCE's gonna get a win.
An incredible effort from the guys, and as you can take a look right here, it's not like they kind of jumped up on the high ground the last second, right? They were kind of holding this throughout the entirety of the end game. Kind of the meta within the meta here on LAN in game number 6, taking a little bit of a change, because as we've been watching through all of the games today, it's kind of been a mess up there on the high ground, but Resigns, I think, have kind of figured out a way to suppress the rest of the lobby, go ahead and continue themselves up on the high ground. They end this game as well with 9 eliminations. That's going to throw them so much further up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think going into that game, the cutoff was around 150 points-ish, and I believe they've surpassed that with that match. Now, obviously, we've got to see how the points continue to kind of change from all the other teams that also placed well, but they have a solid chance of getting top 15 now, and not only being the first OCE team to ever win a game on LAN, but also qualify themselves directly to the Global Championship.
Oh man, of course, massive shout outs to them. But as we look at this top 10, Sky and Scroll are at 352 points. What I like about this game is now we finally get to see a Sky solo clutch, right? We've seen a few Scroll side, but now Sky's like, hey guys, listen, I know that guy can clutch, but I want to make sure that you know that I can clutch too.
These guys give it a rest, man. Like, holy moly. We're trying to have a close race here towards the end of the competition. It's like, oh man, the duo looks like they're going to go down early. Yeah, the duo went down early. There's still one of them left, though, every single time. I think more than half, actually, I'm pretty sure more than half of their total point amount right now is 100% through solo clutch points. Like, it is incredible, the performance these guys are putting on right now.
I mean, this happened back in the EU Major Finals. I talked about it earlier on that Sky is just as capable to get these solo clutches, but I remember I was telling Vivid, right, when we were watching this match, I said, okay, Sky, he's got like 17 HP. You know, he can solo clutch, but it's going to be a little tough. He shut me right up in an instant when he just came through zone, elimination. I mean, I don't even know how many points he clutched in that match, but both players have been playing incredibly, and they deserve that #1 spot they're currently sitting at.
Dude, they can see it, right? They can see the light at the tunnel. They can see that trophy. They can see themselves wearing the little crown on the top of that trophy. They better wear when they stand up here. But now it's about holding on, right? Where like I'm going to continue to say, the job's not done. We still have 2 more games to go. Look right behind, though. Vico, Malabuka. We are seeing them come alive. This is the Vico we have seen in the past. It has won all kinds of stuff. Vico is online, and he sees one thing standing between him and that trophy, and it's Sky and Scroll.
A super, like, nuanced approach I feel like we're kind of seeing from Vico and Malabuka in the second half of the day right now is that they sort of go ahead and play around with the fact that, you know, they go up towards the high ground, they're up there for a little bit, and then they kind of just start to feel a little bit uncomfortable, so they drop all the way back down to the low ground continuously, and this is where they really start to make things happen. Every single time we kind of tune in them when they're up on the high ground down here, it's like low mats, but they continue to find the refreshes to keep their game going.
And they have low mats because they changed their playstyle from last season to this season. This season, they play incredibly confidently. They have some of the highest average eliminations. They even had it in the upper bracket qualifying through today in the EU Major Finals. They know how to get eliminations, but they also use a lot of mats. They run out of materials, but they are so confident in their ability to get refreshes that they just make it work.
And one thing that I love doing whenever we kind of see some of these players go down, obviously this was a great game from Vico and Malabuka, right? But the reaction there when they do finally go down, it didn't really seem like Malabuka was happy.
Не, что-то, Иван, что-то это слишком немного как-то... Ты не туда пошел.
He knows that the chase is on between him and first place, and every single point matters. So anytime he goes down, it sort of feels like a failure because he's not catching up.
Look, there's a reason Vico Malabuka were the only duo to have not taken storm damage in this whole tournament. I'm impressed.
Dude, me too. I'm also impressed by Acorn and Bolts. Obviously, we swapped places with Vico and Malabuka, but right now, This is NA's last hope, right, to walk away with a title for NA. But with 2 games left to go, I think now more than ever, we need to pick up that pace. We need to make something happen if we're targeting that #1 spot.
Yeah, after we kind of take a look at the leaderboard when this event finishes, if we do not see a team like Acorn and Bolts up in first place, I think we have to look towards game number 6 right there, because they were so close, right? They were sitting up there top 3. It seemed like all of the points were just, you know, they were in distance, striking distance. But they go down early in game number 6. They don't get a lot of points right there, right? It kind of feels like they fall.
Стоп, я что-то вообще уже потерялся. С какая игра будет? Я вообще
slow down. They've got 2 games left to kind of catch up. Can they do it?
Не шарю что-то немного.
A couple matches left. This is where you start feeling the pressure. This isn't a 2-day competition. This is the last chance that these players have to crown themselves FNCS Major 1 Summit.
7-я игра сейчас будет, реально?
The top 3 are all
Сейчас надо будет там посмотреть, это все уточнить, всю информацию такую подобную.
Dude, I don't know. I'm starting to think about that top 15. Let's scroll on over.
Top 15.
Oh, dude, Chap and
Oh, dude, shut up.
12 placement spots after that last game. I'm telling you, I'm gonna keep saying it. One game can turn every single thing around. If the competition was over, right? Technically, it should be. That was game number 6. But we have 2 more here. One game can put a duo into the top 15.
Look, there's a reason Flixie was the best performing player in
8 матчей, 8 матчей здесь всё будет.
As a German, representing in his home turf right now. Everything is on the line. He's had a
Flixie Chap это тоже
tough
немские?
early games, but they've been making it work. They've been making it happen, and now with that bump in the leaderboard, Vivid, I'm excited to see how they close it out.
Guys, I want to keep talking. I do, but the games are ready. I feel like we just got to jump back into the action. So, casters, over to you.
You know, with 2 games left, it almost feels like we have 2 tournaments in one. A battle for first place, the best in the world, and our top 15 are global championship spots.
It is gonna be a tight finish. That is one thing I can guarantee you. All over the leaderboard, we're seeing so many big names that we've expected things from fighting and converging all into this game number 7.
Game number 7.
If there was ever a chance, if there was ever an opportunity to try and steal it away, Game 7 might just be your best bet. The drone shot, it's not coincidental. What's going to take place at Battlewood Boulevard?
This is where we've been waiting for quite some time. Sky and Scroll, and it seems as of now, business as usual, uncontested towards the north side of the map. So if we're expecting any surprises on first, it's going to come in the last game of the day.
Understandably, I think they could have went either way as far as looking to try and make the play to win the tournament. Around the map though, again, the desk hiked it up, and we will continue to as well. So many different teams for top 15, a chance to qualify for the global championship in Antwerp. No rally and reason, we've seen them win this off spawn in that previous game. Outside of that, it's not been the best of fortunes.
There's definitely a big point differential between these 2 teams that are clashing head-on as well. For Reason and O'Reilly, they're going to need a big come-up to try and cut the gap. But for Danikush and Tiggs, losing every off-spawn from this point forward would be devastating because that's likely a global spot on the line.
Tune into this side of the map, Chap, Flixie, even though they didn't get that elimination, Tinka is down. Romero is the one that's going to get credit for that one, but either way, Resigns is going to be by himself, and Chap and Flixie are starting to go on the chase. They're closing the gap, 1 box away, but it does look like he's trying to fight back until eventually they're closing in and get that elimination from on top to on bottom.
Reminding us why they are 2 top fighters, the pinch from both sides. He had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide.
And it's crazy to think that at one point, even before leading into Globals, when they first found their spot cemented for this competition, a lot of the community was asking, when are they going to split? Chapman, we haven't really seen them shine the way that they both look to be as individuals, and yet here today, they are proving that sticking it out has paid off dividends.
Over here at Sandy Strip, more shenanigans. Will there be any damage dealt from it? Not for Chino in that instance.
Убили нового Рейля.
This looks like they're going to take their time this time around. With one less team to worry about, they just saw them leave Sandy Strip. They got a little bit more space to work with, a little bit more loot to try to get this time around.
J6 просто щитонец Алекса, который 8 убил.
They quickly crashed the party. This game, I feel like it's going to move at a swift pace. Everybody realizes what's at stake, but it may cause some mistakes in the game plan. Reed and Cooper taking probably way too much damage, they would hope, trying to third party this fight.
It's less about the Nikush and Tiggs and more about where Vico and Malabuka are at. Vico taking every single advantage given to him from just overhead. Finding those damage applications off the surge tags is just going to keep applying steady pressure, steady control.
Опа! Шарки Тини убили Диму Шайдарма, охереть.
But as the race for first place slowly slips them by, this game could be the one that pushes them back into contention.
Здесь, я так вижу, у нас тут тоже суета происходит, такая небольшая.
They look to make amends here.
They have two chances to really make a run for the top side of that leaderboard. And right now, they go to lurk onto one. Realizes he's caught out by himself, but they're unable to capitalize. No real damage, no real knock. And it does look like NoSif is going to try to close the gap. Peterbot landing a couple of tags, sees him trying to run, and they instantly close the distance with a shockwave. NoSif again, causing a little bit of confusion, but he bumps into the tree until he eventually goes down. Peterbot and Toyo realize where they're at on the leaderboard, and if they want to take first, they're going to have to come online.
And Poyo and Peterbot are doing just that. They'll go ahead and start leaving the vicinity because they realize there's other games afoot.
We've seen them pick up one of Izzy or Nosif in these games and still go on to struggle later down the line. It's about piecing it all together as the game continues. If they have any shot of having a respectable finish for players of their caliber.
Things might get a little sticky here though at Riptides. Focus and Thomas waning on their material count, but Nalu just overhead. Creeping about, waiting to see if the opportunity presents itself. Will they strike? Sometimes it's best to remain out of sight, out of mind, and just look for the reboot opportunity.
Just kind of looking right now. Tom's focused. They have 2 eliminations. You saw kind of backtrack. Nalu had at least 1, so it almost seems like Thomas focus crashed the party that Nalu and Rainy were in. And so Nalu has no choice but to hide, disengage, and try to survive for now. Swizzy, Pixie, again, almost everybody in this lobby moving at such an accelerated pace. A lot of the teams were not even seeing Romania in their POI like usual.
And this is something that has taken Swizzy and Pixie some time to figure out, but all of that contention that took place over at Dark Dominion, helping them out so much later on down the road. Curve and Benno, they're ready to take out Kurama and Akira. Enough of the games. They're just going to win it all.
And look, it's not quite been the night that Benno and Curve would have been hoping for after they lit up NA. But there have been signs of greatness and plenty to learn from as this duo continues their journey. And who knows, maybe back-to-back crazy pop-off gives them a chance of solidifying a spot in Globals. Chino, Pablo, we've seen these guys trying to make plays like this all day long. Sometimes it's work.
Иван, что делает просто всю катку Чина Павло? Они просто сничат где-то, непонятно где просто. То тех сникают, то тех сникают, что за бред?
Underneath painted palms, the original teams that kind of land over at this side of the map have kind of been distracted for a good portion of this early game, but they do hear noise. Reet and Cooper up above, farming up the metal that they don't necessarily get access to over towards Latte Landing. But it's just a matter of, do they hear that chest? Are Reet and Cooper going to try to go underneath and try to get it all?
If Chino and Pablo are willing to wait it out, something tells me they have a pretty good idea that Reet and Cooper are eventually going to keep searching for additional loot, and playing from inside of the tunnel could be a big difference maker, but we'll have to wait and see whether that actually pans out in their favor. It's a big time commitment either way.
Last time we waited in Game 6, it didn't quite pan out, so they'll be hoping for better fortune this time around. Oh, what do we have here? Vardial up against Panzer and Yapko again in the storm here at Painted Palms. And again, Yapko and Panzer will come out on top.
Yeah, to start this game off, 15th place.
Yeah,
was
man.
174 points, so they got at least a little bit of a goal line to try to achieve. Reek and Cooper as well, 148 points currently, a little below where they need to be, but that's why you can see they're working around, trying to get the eliminations. At 4 points per elimination, if they could just find a couple here, have a good game, they'll at least put themselves within reach going into game 8.
But look, even if it's a one tick, they're not the only ones that have those same intentions. Pablo, Chino, they've just been steadily following along at a snail's pace. Only they'll have the opportunity to at least use a couple of bandages, put themselves in a slightly healthier HP position. Reed and Cooper, though, clock's ticking. Splashes are going to have to come out. They're building against the direction that Yapko and Panzer are facing, and they might be running straight into the clutches of Pablo and Chino.
So just one of those moments right here for Chino and Pablo. They've been all around the map lurking, and you see how early they left that sandy strip, and you saw their material count. They sacrificed loot, they sacrificed loadout, everything, because they realized one of the most important things in this entire tournament is Surge.
And look, some lessons to be learned here for Pablo and Chino as far as just investing that time and waiting for the payoff. And even they eventually will have a point in which they say, maybe we don't want to do this, but maybe they do. Not too far away, but no, they will continue to run.
Так и не говорите, что понять зону будут, я не поверю в это. У них белый хилки, если что, нет.
Nothing to really show for it, and now negative damage to show for it.
Negative Surge, not a whole lot of material count. They've had to spend the brunt of this lobby essentially just waiting to see if any of their plans would even come to fruition. And with all of it being
Sky scroll чирит, как всегда, как обычно.
There's just so much that they have to now try and recover.
While one team waits in the mud, another team sits from their perched up seat from above. These guys, honestly, you could capture this frame here and tell me it was from any game this season and I'd believe you. They love that spot and it does pay dividends for them.
Very scary zone to see as well if you are Vico, Malabuka, Acorn, or Bolts, because you know that not only are Sky and Scroll in a home base position, but they're also in very familiar turf. They know how to navigate these final moments from this side of the map, and if it continues drawing in their direction, that's going to make it all the more complicated for Vico and Malabuka to even have the slightest opportunity, because they need to eliminate Sky and Scroll or put them in a position where the lobby can take care of them. But when you have to make such a long trek across the map to even get close to them in the first place, those opportunities, you just start to think back, was the Battle Bush Challenge where we should have been?
You have to have the courage to make the tournament winning plays. It's something we see on a weekly basis, Jacob, as far as EU and NA competition goes. Teams are willing to make those plays. We've seen Vico and Malabuka make those types of plays against Sky and Scroll. It's a matter of stepping up when the lights are the brightest here on this stage.
Honestly, it was Vico I heard in between games just kind of yelling to, I don't even know who, saying we're doing this. He's trying his best. He realized one of the only ways is to get those eliminations. That's why each and every game you see them getting more and more aggressive. Lucy's Zangi, same thing for them. They're roughly 64 points away from that top 15, and that means every elimination counts. But as he tries to shoot down, get damaged, it gets stolen away by Hari and Cammy, and they're instantly closing the distance. If not for the elimination itself, which you saw Belusi kind of cleaned up, it's for the loot that they feel that they earned.
For Cammy and Hari, they're really just trying to find a chance to step it up yet again. We've only really seen them once hit the highlight reel, and ever since, it's just been so difficult. But that is the caliber of lobby that they are contending with. Ritual Agers, very much in a similar boat. They're trying to do everything in their power to see how can we actually leapfrog our position on this leaderboard. But if you're going to make these kinds of drawn-out plays, you've got to hope that you're ahead of the rest of the lobby, and they're doing a great job at positioning themselves for every zone.
And that's the beauty of the summit, right? Of course, we get to crown the champion, but the implications for the rest of the year Imagine how valuable it would be for Ritual and Aegis, who we have seen the struggles they've had with their off-spawn situation. If going into the next major, they have a spot at Globals already. They need to keep this up to keep a top
42 килла. А, да, они же били Дарма Димыша. А Пойо убил Ская. Все, скролл соло. Охереть. Все, скролл.
Look how close the zone is. Third parties are now interrupting this fight. Peterbot and Poyo know at a time, if they stay alive, it'll become mathematically impossible. So they have to slow down the point game here. It's now because if Sky and Scroll continue to stay alive, this tournament will be over.
Peterbot and Poyo, they don't want to let Scroll have any sort of chance to slip away from them. They are chasing him down hard body, but at the same time, the lobby, the interventions, but it's not going to save Scroll, not just yet. And look at the direction he's headed, straight into the light.
137 бил.
And they might have heard
все, Скролл, у тебя жопа.
around the building face. All they need is to see whether or not Scroll is right behind them, but he's managed to escape. Every second counts, and now, just like that, Scroll sends out a shot.
Oh my god.
He's alerted, sharp looking back,
101
Scroll's on the ropes. These are his last legs.
71 HP, and right now they're chasing him down, and that HP is not going to last long.
Все. Шарк! Шарк! Шарк!
They are down in 39th place. We have a tournament on our hands.
Vico and Malabuka.
Охереть! Если сейчас Вика и Малибука сделают что-нибудь нормально в этой игре, все, они первое место забирают. У Скай и Скролла.
But do they realize? Only 73 above.
Просто Скроллу такая жопа, его просто жало 2 лучших дуоса в этой игре. Ну, либо почти 2 лучших дуоса. Просто Питербот Поя, а с другой стороны Шарк и Тини. Это просто, это смерть.
These are two players who we usually praise them for their individual solo prowess. That hasn't been what's been delivering the goods today. It's been their teamwork and their efforts together, and they need that here.
For a moment, we saw second and fourth about to clash. But you have to remember who's also in the mix. Acorn Bolts cutting it right down the middle in third.
This is so close, and even them, 522 above the damage threshold. Even though only 21 players need to go down before it's no longer a thing, they are so far above, they're not going to have to worry about it. So this here is a moment
Ямато-то Acorn так немножечко подтягивает.
One by one by one.
Охереть, почему я просто на заднем фоне слышу Малибука, Малибука?
Spotlight's on you right now. Can you break away from it though? They'd rather play it through the shadows. They don't want
Пикси и Свизи как будто пипец, не?
Мэтса
мало. Пикси умер, Свизи соло, хилок мало. Опа! Эйджерс умер. Пришел соло.
Both of our solo clutch players there in that situation. Even Ritual getting an elimination, but you can see when the dust settles, Swizzy got that elimination, but he's still 244 below. He realizes he cannot keep Pixie up in the game. They don't have enough heals to out-heal it.
And this is a big moment for every single one of those players in that top 5 or 6 area. This is your chance to close the gap and make game number 8 a final battle between all these different teams.
Swizzy, he's got the HP. Tyler,
Thomas
definitely in some
umер.
threats, but Shark, Teeny, they're really starting to pick up the pace here. Werix and Kiruo are going to be some of the next in their line of sights. They've already
Шарка
got
4
one
килла.
piece of
О
the
май
puzzle.
гад, парни.
They don't even need to go after the next. They'd rather keep tabs on what the rest of the lobby is doing, but they're gonna have to get active. Epic Whale and Pomp, this is the last thing you want to see charging right at you, but for Shark and Teeny, their moment is now.
Really just trying to take over in this game. They had a few stumbles that they didn't expect.
Кайм умер,
But
Rapid
with
умер.
first place down, they're trying to close that gap. You can see they're
Пари
neck
умер,
and neck
Cold
with Acorn
умер.
and Bolt on that leaderboard. Even Shadow and Virgo looking back. Tyler is down. That's an elimination for Shadow. 4 more points, but they're not going to be able to get the loot.
Ема, тут Петербург так залетел с бою, охереть. Парни немножечко завтыкали. Прям слегка.
Just how much effort they're going to have to put forth into this next rotation, because they might be able to conceal themselves on the move, but Peterbot and Pollo, they're after the big ones. They're trying to go fishing for some more eliminations. Or just not going to be enough. They want the comeback more than ever.
Yeah, they're not just playing for prize money. They're not just playing to qualify for the global championship. They are playing for first place. We saw that as they went on.
Вика 300 ПТС. Найс, парни.
And Malabuka, they quickly transition from the backside of the zone all the way to the front, especially more so now because
Ема, кто на хайграунде, Ема, кто на хайграунде, парни. Шарка убил Петербот. Петербот реально убил Шарка.
They've got all of the pieces strewn together here. Pete just trying to see who else he can take out. So many players just so incredibly weak underneath them. If they can prevent anybody from challenging this layer on high, ultimate high ground will be their winning contention point. But Teeny still going directly underneath it all. A decent amount of builds to work with, trying to see if he can commit towards that front side of zone. But eventually he'll have to layer swap. Eventually he'll need to find a refresh. And it's the same instance that Swizzy's currently trying to deal with.
Much worse though, no build and no time left. He goes down, but for Teeny, this is another chance. Still tied at 285 points with Acorn and Bolts. They're still alive in this game, but they're staying back. They're staggering themselves. This is a clue, a chance for them to go for high ground. Biko and Malabuka, it's not ready for them yet. They're just continuing to take it one foot in front of another. They don't want to make any big leaps or boundaries just yet.
Nice.
Biko's gonna land another one. Just a warning shot. Won't get a chance to collect, but at least he's got his way forward.
Болтс и Эйкрон умерли.
This is a travesty now for one of our top 3 teams, because Acorn and Bolts, they'll have to watch and see what happens next.
А где Петербот? Петербот сдох?
One thing that they're missing, they're finding this damage, but they don't have the Flowberry Mist grenades to make it to height.
Another couple eliminations here. They're trying to close the gap. 326 points. They're still in second. But with top 10 here, a chance to win the game. All the opportunity in the world is theirs. King underneath just trying to escape. Biko, Malabuka not getting desperate just yet. Meanwhile, Reed and Cooper getting pressured from not only above, but below as well. Everybody can feel what's at stake with only 2 games left. But Biko, Malabuka...
Oh my god!
King, they want to take first!
And that is exactly what they needed to do. The job is not finished. They have to continue to clear out the layers beneath them.
А, найс, Петербот живой. Тини 300 ПТС, он соло. Нет, Тини.
But Pete, he's ready to drop. He's ready to throw his name into the mix and really start the demolition derby underneath. Pollo still by his side. Just when you think that they're about to find some more eliminations, Vico realizes he's all by himself.
The pressure is mounting.
Нет.
He needs to hit this
Жить.
or get out of the box. Either one will do. Just stay alive, Vico.
Top 6 teams. 4 of them are stuck as solos here, but for Reed and Cooper, they have each other. Vico, we saw Malabuka go down. You see, with only 3 builds left, empty item slots, no extra heals. It's really all
Нет.
Peterbot and Pollo, their 6th elimination of the game, and it's on the next team in their path.
And that's the worst case scenario now for Vico and Malabuka, but check out Cooper.
Oh my god.
They've got craze. Now it's all about them trying to take out some of these other titans in the lobby. Another refresh for Reed.
Все, 2 на 2.
And now they just gotta look up.
Here comes the drop. Peterbot and Pollo, they want the back-to-back
150.
shot on the Reed. Pollo will not go down, but Peterbot will. So he's
Все, Купер соло. Купер 1 HP, а не.
Another 1v2. That feeling of deja vu. Can Pollo do it? Shockwaving up.
Oh my god. Что происходит, парни?
He knows that Reed and Cooper are weak, but he doesn't want to play this too quickly. But he's letting Cooper heal down below. This is not what you want. But Poyo finally landing another shot on the Cooper, who shockwaves up. They're trying to attack from both sides. Poyo with everything here. It's all for nothing. He does it again.
No, my God!
Poyo will not be denied. A 1v1. Poyo versus Reed. NA versus NA. Poyo has taken the crown away from Peterbot, and he's placing it on his own hand.
Oh my God! Охереть! Охереть! Просто садил, начал орать Пуя. О май гад! О май гад! Oh my God!
What is it like playing with the best player in the world?
I mean, it feels great.
It is incredible.
Oh my God!
Wow, you were so humble last time I spoke to you. You were like, they had no mats when you won the 2v1. You had no mats either in that situation. How did you do it this time?
I don't know. I mean, I don't even know.
It was the 1v2. It was.
Да ну неужели? Писерботы Пой 2024 возвращаются? Неужели?
You're reloading in the air. You're an absolute rock star. But how do you stay calm in those situations when everything is going on?
I just knew they had nothing. Like when we first dropped down, they weren't really building or anything. So.
Oh my God,
You were
парни.
able to keep it on clean on height this time, Pete. So you must have been feeling like, yeah.
Охереть, 10 поинтов не хватает этому Малибуке с Вико до топ-1.
It was a textbook win. You were 9th going into this one, but now you can have your sights truly on the trophy. Qualification surely for globals is yours. You just need top 15 for that. But what are we going to see from you two in game 8?
I can't say. You'll see.
Look at that camera and tell me, are you switched on? He doesn't need to say anything. Stay with us, Düsseldorf, after this break. We crown a champion!
Охереть, парни. Не, 8-я игра будет самая жесткая, наверное, просто игра. Самая напряженная. Кто же заберет этот трофей домой? Все равно еще Sky Scroll на первом месте, но Малибуке с Вику не хватает 10 поинтов до первого места. До Sky Scroll 10 поинтов не хватает. А чем не можете, что у тебя там? В смысле, а что ты не успеешь, не можете? Нет, ты успеешь, а чё там? Ну, тебе задонатят, ты себе быстро купишь и мне подаришь то, что я хотел. Даже не то, что там дарить мне там 5 часов. Мне же именно подарить надо. О май гад, какая же сейчас просто будет жопа просто. Чат! Я отвечаю. Сейчас будет просто мясо. Сейчас Петербург с Поё полетят просто на Skyscroll. Я в этом, ну, я уверен, где-то на процентов 80, я не знаю. Сейчас будет такая жопа, 8-я игра, сейчас последняя игра, я не знаю. О май гад, что сейчас будет? Что сейчас за мясо просто будет? Что за мясо сейчас будет?
This is cinema! Listen, production, give me a camera on Facts. Stand up right now. Can you hear me? Facts, give Peter Butt some love, baby. Baby, let's go. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry you guys had to see that NA bias mask off. Here we are.
Поняли, типа, Факсити, вот Факсити, типа, главный фанат, короче, там, типа, Пистербота, типа, близкий его друг и так далее. И, короче, вот этот комментарий говорит, типа, сейчас будет просто абсолютное кино. Типа, абсолютная кинематография, или как сказать, короче. И, короче, комментатор говорит, типа, камера на Факсити, и, типа, комментатор говорит, давай, Факсити, типа, немножечко, давай, потаси, типа, за Петербота, немножечко потанцуй ради него. И Факсити просто начинает там просто прыгать. Ужас.
So many times these guys start to get counted out as the games start to get deeper and deeper. And then somehow, some way, these guys just fly up the leaderboard. They find the momentum that they need. They find the energy from the crowd, the fans, from people like Fax, and they just ride with it, man. And it's all in the back of Poyo. How many 1v2s is this guy gonna pull off today?
Unbelievable. I feel like we've seen this before. Poyo has this meta, has this shotgun, this chaos reloader down to a T. The way that he's moving in these 1v2 situations is unbelievable. The timing that he seems to have on all of his loot in his inventory, knowing when to stay back in the storm, when to heal up, when the shotgun's reloaded in his inventory, and then when he can go for the next shot. He is so in tune with the game right now, and it's showing there in the end game.
His approach, by the
way,
sorry, to that game seemingly was focused around the strats that Sky and Scroll have been known to kind of implement. Because remember, if we think back to the middle of that game, who did they push? Who did they eliminate? Sky and Scroll themselves. Of course, they only got one of those eliminations, but they did enough damage to effectively render them useless. If they're going to make a push for this win here at the Summit with one game left remaining, they've got to do that exact same thing again.
Oh my gosh. And I'm getting word production has a listen in from that game. Let's check it out.
Nice. Pizzas. Shock him out, maybe. Nice. Good build. Shock up. Let's go! Oh my god, let's go! Let's go!
Oh my gosh, I love that Pete's just giving Poyo the moment to focus on in there, to make sure he needs what he has to have complete calm in that moment, to find and land the shot. What's crazy too, we saw this fight happen not that long ago, right? Poyo also eliminated Reed along the way to get his previous victory.
Охереть, парни, просто охереть. От 29 места до 3-го, 2 победы. Охереть.
352, Vico and Malabuka at 342, and honestly, even look one row down, Teeny Shark 301. Boys, this is coming down to the final game.
It's always interesting going to the final game, isn't it? How does it always happen? It's always coming down to the wire, and for Sky and Scroll in that last game, unfortunately for them, they went down super early. Their first stumble in every single game we've seen them today, and it's so unfortunate for them. What it means for the rest of the lobby is that they can now push up on through. But for Sky and Scroll, this was the moment, this was the game where they could have solidified their win. They've taken it all the way down to the wire, Vivid, all the way down to the last game.
And this one's gotta feel bad, right? Because you caught it out earlier, man. You were looking for the chink in the armor for this duo.
Yeah.
It doesn't even really look like they did anything for this game. I mean, we tuned in with them. It was like 140 builds available for them. They were 400 above the Storm threshold. There was one problem. Pete and Pollo were in the lobby.
That's exactly right. In the background, Pollo is looking in right over.
Oh my gosh.
Are you guys catching that in production?
Yeah.
Are you guys catching? They are looking at him. They're like, could we see an invitational type situation? Could we see? Look at him. Pollo still looking at Sky and Scroll. I cannot believe it, guys. With a single game left, we can't also forget Vico Malibuca. Remember, Vico Malibuca are firing on all cylinders right now. They've been trying to catch up to Sky and Scroll, and now Peterbot and Pollo cleared the way. Now they're up front. They can make this happen.
10 points behind, I think it was there on the standings. They could actually do it right here. They made the most of the fact that Sky and Scroll went down early on in this game, and I was watching them a lot during this endgame. The way that they played this endgame, this huge refresh onto Kingerling right there. Even the understanding, they had a really nice 10-zone pullback, which really helped them out. They didn't need to go for too many crazy refreshes, too many crazy frags. They understood they could play that zone, play inside of those boxes that have already been built, and then ride out those placements, because for these guys right now, they don't need to do too much. 10 points behind, I think it was, as we'll have a look right now. Yeah, 10 points behind the leaders. Honestly, Vivid, they could do it.
Охереть, парни, какая сейчас будет конченная борьба. Просто чекайте. 4 просто гоута. Вот тут вот просто 4 гоута. Первое, второе, третье, четвертое место. Просто 4 гоута всего этого конченного турнира. И сейчас будет просто жопа. Вика молится! Вика молится, если что это такое. Вика молится реально. Охереть, Вику реально молится просто.
Is locking in.
And this is bigger than just this tournament. This is bigger than just this game. This is legacies on the line. Are the new kids on the block, Sky and Scroll, are they the real deal? Is it going to be the older guard? Vico, Malibuca, players that have been here.
Типа молятся просто. Ну я бы так же, если честно, бы делал.
This is where we find the answer to that question.
А прикол реально Вико Малибука завинит. Я прям буду реально в ахере.
So many thought was lost.
Genuine chills just went up and down my arms as I'm taking a look at the POVs of these players right now. The vibe meter that Levin was kind of talking about, I feel like it's been so high throughout the course of this tournament for Vico and Malibuca. Right now, they seem so
сейчас будет такое мясо, сейчас будет просто. Сейчас такое будет.
That's exactly what I want to talk about. That's exactly what I want to talk about. We have one game left to go. 5 duels all in contention. You could even argue that top 6 as well. Half of these players have been in this type of situation before, right? Even look at someone like Shark and Teeny, right? Shark, this is his kind of first time being in this situation. This is the hardest and the most intense the pressure is going to be on them.
Yep.
Look at Sky and Scroll, same thing, right? Vico Malibuca, Pollo, Peterbot, they've been here before. They know what that last game looks like. This is a rare Vico we don't often see. The focus, the quiet Vico. Pollo, look at him. He doesn't look scared. He looks focused. He looks like he's in his element. He's clutched twice already. The pressure. This is it. All eyes are on this stage. All eyes on these 5 duos. That's the question, isn't it, Vivid?
Что Питер делает?
The pressure.
Дропмапа? Почему все дропмапы распечатаны? Я что-то не могу понять.
Every time. Every single one of these players that we've kind of interviewed throughout the weekend, they all try to seem like they're cool, calm, and collected. They try to make it sound like nothing really bothers them. But does anybody ever really believe those?
Сейчас будет что-то особенное в этой игре.
Believe in it, especially when you take a look at some of the facial expressions that we are getting going into a game that feels like it's weighted so heavy.
This is the time, though, to turn those doubters into
believers.
Absolutely. In the future.
Последняя холоха. Последняя катка сейчас будет. Сейчас будет самое мясо, самый сок просто этого всего турнира.
In Peterbot's and Pollo's case, they've done it already. Let's see if we can do it again. How are things going to go down for Sky and Scroll as well? Newer players coming on through here. Can't wait.
Guys, Fortnite fam, this is it. The last game out of the FNCS Summit. We are looking to crown champions. The top 15 will move on to the Global Championships. One last game settles it all. Casters, over to you.
Я знаю, Хоуха. Я думаю, то, что, возможно, зная Питербота, зная просто то, насколько он может быть просто безумным, то он может реально просто полететь на Sky Scroll. Все, начинается, парни. Начинается, сейчас будет. Все, начинается. Последняя, решающая. Самая жесткая, самая напряженная.
Everybody at home, everybody in this arena, we're all asking ourselves the same question. Will Peterbot and Poyo do it again? Year after year, championship after championship, they are the ones known to do it all.
Так, окей. Вика Мальбука Uncontest. Уже хорошо. Уже хорошо. Питербот не лендится на них. Уже хорошо. Так, что у нас происходит здесь? Вроде бы все так же пока что. Я что-то не вижу особо изменений никаких. Что? Скролл сюда залендился? Опа, опа, опа! О май гад! О май гад! О май гад! О май гад! Скай скроллили раньше! О май гад! О май гад! Блин, мне обидно за Sky Scroll, нет. Блин, мне за Sky Scroll обидно. Мне обидно слегка за Sky Scroll.
I think everybody that is playing in this lobby now saw that in the feed and realized what's at stake. And for Peterbot and Poyo, in that last game, they didn't land on them. They went and hunted them down. Now, Taco, there's only one team in their path.
But you can't forget about who else is hot on their heels. Shark and Teeny. Only 5 points separating them between the next spot on the leaderboard.
Блин, мне реально что-то обидно теперь стало за Sky Scroll. Прям очень.
But if the fight takes too long, you might just be cooked for it.
Skull died. Sky died. I'm fine. Be calm. Yeah. I know.
Stay calm. Малебука.
Вика говорит, Sky Scroll умерли. Sky Scroll умерли. Малебука говорит, оставайся спокойным. Оставайся спокойным. Оставайся сосредоточенным. Потому что у всех шансы есть. Даже вот Твист Эйкорн и Твист Болс, у них тоже есть шансы. Они на 5-м месте, типа там вот... Они могут просто там буквально там дать, не знаю, киллов там 5, наверное. И просто там топ-1 какой-нибудь хороший плей, все, они выиграют.
But Wonky Land fairly undisturbed for the time being. Teeny and Shark just going to surge base it out. But at this rate, the lobby is going to be picking up in pace rapidly because currently every single one of these teams you would anticipate maybe they try to take out each other. Maybe the gloves just come off with Sky and Scroll being out of the lobby, but they don't want to risk what they feel like is their best shot at first.
Я здесь Питербот не закид хотя бы тогда Вику в таком-то случае. Не, ну с Свизи Пикси как будто нет шанса на первое место. Не, блин, сейчас мне 14 теперь видно за Sky Scroll. Что-то мне поначалу хотелось, чтобы пошло что-то не так, но вообще так нельзя, конечно, сделать. И теперь мне реально прям за них обидно. Прям реально обидно. Все отличные игроки. Отличная команда. Не высокомерные, еще прям хорошие чувачки. Обидно за них реально.
And deliver the goods. 10 points separate what Vico and Malibuca are at now, and first place on that leaderboard. And if they can get that, close out the game, they would be your major one summit champions. But they still
Шарк умер! Шарк умер!
But again, Levin, you said it yourself, there's room for so much shenanigans. Shark is gonna go down. Teeny's by himself.
И Омз и Джош Райли их закили. А за что? Зачем? Дурачки! Тут топ-50 таблицы. Они на бедного Шарка залетели. Капец, Шарк не тридачил лестницу. Капец. Нет, в смысле, Никита, еще не все потеряно. Этот, как его зовут, Тини может еще ребутнуть.
Nothing but struggles from our bright young stars. It's up to the experienced vets, the former champs, to try and show them how things are done.
Йомз и Джош Райли, топ-50 таблицы просто.
They know. Right now, they already got that elimination onto Shark. They see a giant surge base at the top of Wonky Land. Typically, this is where you would see them, but they just can't find them.
Ну просто, ну боже! У них 50 поинтов, они стреляли весь турнир, им нечего терять. Конечно, они теперь будут кить каждого в последней игре. Они теперь будут просто рейнить каждого.
Zoe or Josh here in this moment. Darman, Deemish might just choose to strike. They're going to be drawn to any sort of immediate battle because even the polls are aware of the fact that every singular point matters, not just for the prize pool, but for securing your place at Globals in top 15.
Nice.
Yomzo and Josh will leave.
Еще и Дарм Диму сидят на низу, почему? Пожалуйста, лишь бы что не закраучили Тини.
Boyo up above, no fast moves coming at him this time around, and it's just the gap is that close that they don't really have to worry about it. And a lot of extra heals for Peterbot and Boyo, a whole pizza shop underneath. And Peterbot is the one really taking the role right now, being on top of that surge power to take control of their storm surge.
It's the fact that Boyo had dropped everything in his loadout to just prioritize gathering as much resources as possible, taking them back to their surge base because they know they likely saw it in the elimination feed too. Shark is gone. Sky and Scroll fully eliminated. So many top contenders now left in a very awkward position. And so their best bet might just be to play to their strengths. And Levin, earlier on in the last lobby, you called out the fact they're a team that tends to heat up as the game goes on. And right now, they're seemingly on fire. The only duo in this lobby to strike with 2 victory royales on the day.
Yeah, and they might just go for a third tackle. That's the type of form they're currently in. When you've got the greatest of all time, Peterbot.
Честно, вот почему и Омзы, и Джош Рейли, почему не пошли вот туда, на Шарка Тини, почему не пошли, например, на босса и Корна?
Great corner bolts, see the strategy. They kind of mix together the fizz grenade, the shockwave, and that long launch pad towards the back. Kind of moving out of render distance for
most players. Тупо просто вот буквально там 1000 метров от карты летят на дельтапланах. Да, Скай реально жалко. А, сейчас еще... Подожди. А, Дарк Димыш просто краучит. Сейчас все будет, парни. Сейчас будет. Карма. Карма вам, парни! За Шарка! За Шарка! За Шарка, парни! За Шарка! Даже комментаторы говорят то, что они типа наказаны в этой игре.
Now he knows Darman Demas just took down Yamsu and Josh, so he knows it's still not safe to move out of there just yet.
Охереть, вот, если бы я сейчас просто был в ситуации Вика и Малибуки, меня сейчас просто сердце бы колотало просто ужасно, реально. Я прям отвечаю, меня сейчас сердце бы просто колотало бы. Я бы игру-то срать не смогу, потому что мне просто колотало бы сердце.
But this time, he's much more reserved, he's much more composed, and he knows it's all about staying side by side with Malabuka to bring this one home.
When you have a player as talented as Vico, but as emotional as he can be, there is no better pairing than Malabuka. Stone cold, never too high, never too low. And against an on-fire Peterbot and Pollo, that is the temperament you need.
Pete Pollo just non-stop scanning into the horizon. It's going to be so difficult for Prakash and Hero to even make their way over that hill face. They are looking to fully lock them out.
Nice, Shark rebootнули.
Teeny has rebooted Shark, and so the marathon continues.
Почему Левен 2К называет его Shark? Как там? Шаг. Шаг. Что-то как-то так. Шаг.
But it certainly is not over. Shark has been one of the best players in the world this year, earning more and more.
Просто шансы у каждого есть. Шансы у каждого есть. Если Вика Малибука доживут до этапа, то шансов, наверное, ни у кого нету.
Kind of stacked and positioned at the north side of the map. We got Acorn and Bolts. Just saw Peterbot and Pollo. We know Shark and Teeny are towards the north, along with Vico and Malabuka. So no matter where this zone goes, to the north or the south, there's a chance all of our top 5 remaining teams could come to a clash.
Shocking factor. Teams that have been performing the best in the lobby here today, now currently sitting in some of the best positions for this next zone. Pixie and Swizzy continuously looking back. They know that their destiny is fully under their control for Global Championship, but what they want is another step upwards. They need that top 5, even better still, maybe even dreams of top 3.
And this is the type of team that if you're one of those players fighting for the victory right now, you don't want these guys kicking it in the lobby. They are going to be a big threat. We have seen that. We know P and Pollo like to play high. Shark and Teeny do too. Swizzy and Pixie are always going to be impactful in those fights. Still so much talent in this lobby that can play spoiler to any one of our top 4 teams.
Just got to keep in mind as well, we're so focused on first, rightfully so. That top 15 mark coming into this game is
Что толпа говорят? Что толпа говорит? Я не могу понять. Интербот? Или что? Или Вику, я не могу понять.
Might be restored here depending on what happens next. Cooper, Reed, so close to where Ritual and Agers were just at. I know it's easy to kind of sort the difference before the day has started, but it's another affair entirely to kind of throw salt in the wounds and find yourself eliminated by the team that's been contesting you all weekend long. But first and foremost, Ritual Agers, they'll have to try and sort out what's directly in front of them because the lobby's closing in and their wiggle room is just so limited.
At points in today's competition, Shadow and Virgo look like the best representation NA was going to have. And while they've continued to fight and be a threat, this final game will be their biggest test. Will they stumble in the final hurdle?
Подожди, Шадовикс. Это ты, Лоха? Лоха, это ты, Шадовикс?
I like their thought process here. 104 below the damage threshold. Shockwaving through. Could have instantly tried to fire off at anybody along that path, but they made it a focus.
А, это Шадовикс.
Get high ground, and that's
Это ты, Лоха, да, вот Шадовикс?
To get the damage that we need.
But the thing about Shadow and Virgo is they're not a duo that we often see struggling to maintain their
Охереть, у Лохи почти что такой же ник, как у Шадовикса. Такой у него Шадович, а тут Шадовикс.
A little bit of pressure alleviated. Only 11 below, just one more tag necessary. They don't want to have to expend any of their Flowberry Mist grenades so they can avoid it, but players are just refusing to budge. No one is giving an opening, and that goes back to the original point. It's difficult to find your marks.
Да, живут, я видел. Ема, сори минори. О, нет. Дорого, возможно, сейчас будет плохо. А, в связи с соло. Связи тоже. Получает урон.
And Swizzy's trying to do what he can to reserve those last couple of pizza slices, but the problem is the way that the lobby is folding into itself, it's just not going his direction. He doesn't have the openings he needs. He has to heal instead. Now chasing behind Jace, gets a big shot to open, but Jace is firing back. Swizzy got the knock, but he didn't get the finish, and he's out of here.
Малибука! Говорят.
Look on board, Shark and Teeny. You almost would have never have guessed this team was almost an inch away from getting sent out of this lobby, but now they're back. 400 above the damage threshold. They have a little bit of high ground, and they've regained control of their own destiny.
To come down to a forest zone location. This is prime time territory for Shark and Teeny, and it also makes height all the more difficult to control. It's very obscured vision up amongst the treetops, and so for Malabuka and Vico, they're gonna stick to the low ground, but they're gonna wait for their moment to try and strike above.
But that'll be no problem for this duo. I mean, they've dominated the low ground at times today, comfortable on any layer, and that's what you need to be when you're fighting till the end.
314 above, nice.
Day one, that was leading the pack in terms of eliminations. 314 here. They're just taking it one step at a time. They realize with a leaderboard this stacked, all it takes is one misstep, one mistake to really cost you a chance at that first place. And even more so, there's over $1 million on the line in this tournament. Each and every placing, you almost lose thousands of dollars.
And for a duo like Peterbot and Pollo, mistakes are far and few in between. These last few lobbies, they have been going absolutely ballistic. And frontside control now seemingly about to belong exclusively to them. Virgo trying to see if he can make the wraparound, but the problem is he's 285 below. Even if he makes it towards a frontside position, he still has to look back, he still has to connect shots, and when you're a one-man operation, potentially clashing head-on with other duos, this could be the end of it all.
Oh no, a big shot again, falling further below the damage threshold. 18 HP. He needs more than a miracle here. He almost needs 3 eliminations worth of damage, and a lot of that is getting stolen away. Nearby, Peterbot and Pollo, 144 above the damage threshold for them. Pollo deserves all the flowers in the world with how he's been playing this weekend, really leading the team to the promised land.
Here we're looking at wraps right now for Virgo. One more tick unless he gets this shot in. Twy, though, gonna manage to just slip away, and Virgo won't be able to make it through. Twy and Cringe safe for the time being.
Oh my god, Shark и Teeny на хайграунде. Найс, Эйкорна убили. О май гад, 348 ПТС Вику Малибуки. 350.
Will they continue to play for it? Will Hari look to get involved?
You're really seeing the live leaderboard right there. Update in real time. Not just elimination, but placement points as well. Peterbot and Pollo find their first one of the game. Slow and
Oh my god!
But they got quite a large gap to overcome.
352.
Very challenging for Vico and Malabuka to keep their composure. You're seeing that elimination feed light up. You're witnessing Pollo and Peterbot, Shark and Teeny make their surge up. And yet, you still have to try and play to your own strengths. You don't want to lose any sort of kind of coming in the swing.
Nice! Nice! Все, Вика Малибука 354 ПТС.
This is a big moment for them because they cannot get lost.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Вику, не, нельзя промазывать. Найс.
There has never been a bigger moment in Vico's career, and this is his time to live up to that moment.
But he still has to deal with the likes of Pollo and Peterbot. He just has to play his own game. And from this front side low position, everything seems achievable. Right now, they are leading the charge in the underground. So much space has been claimed. They keep continuously looking back. The pre-builds are established.
О май гад, Петербург на хайграунде. Шарка, викет. О май гад. Нет. Поло соло. У Вика одно хп просто. Малибука чилит.
This is it right here, though, because it's going to come at a point in time, Taco, where Vico and Malibuca just stay alive. It's going to be mathematically impossible.
And Malibuca, Vico,
Парни, осторожно.
exactly what it takes in these final moments.
О май гад! О май гад! Найс!
They can do it. They are beginning to run away from it. And now 40-point gap. Winning the game.
Oh my god.
It's not going to be enough because the ball goes in their way through the competition.
Нет, Малибука dead.
Malibuca goes down. Vico left by himself. He just needs to stay alive long enough.
О май гад, Вико кракнул еще одного типа. О май гад.
And he'll look to hit even more shots and completely run away with the competition. Cammy is in his sights, but he just has to connect with the crucial shot. Running it in and out of the zone. It's Vico.
О май гад. Нет, Вико.
It's for Vico.
It's it right there, though. Pollo's still alive as a solo. I'm not sure what the point gap actually is. If he needs all the eliminations, if he needs the victory royale, but if there's one person this weekend that proved he will not go down without a fight, it's this man here, proven that maybe chickens can fly.
And all Pollo has to do is see if he can get the first bit of confirmation. Epic and Pop underneath.
Он его не переплейсит. О май гад! 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 Немцы просто пищат! О боже, Вико разрыдался! О боже! О боже! О боже, Вика просто рыдает, ужас. О боже.
Securing their spot at the Global Championship 2, but that trophy, it belongs exclusively
О боже.
to Vico and Malibuca.
Go ahead, guys. Lift that trophy. You are champions!
О май гад! О боже, он еле-еле просто сдерживает эмоции. О боже. Он пообещал своей маме то, что он выиграет в этом году. О боже. Он просто рыдает.
Yeah, well, I didn't stop at this. I got Vico as my teammate and he just did everything.
I couldn't have asked for a better teammate.
And the two of you, it's like your opposites. Vico, you can see this man, he's so hyped all the time, even when you don't win. You call
И просто рыдает.
but has this man changed you?
He did change me. He did change me a lot because I really love to play with him. He just makes the game feel easier for me.
And seeing the two of you together, Vico, you can see that crowd. They want a word with you. I want this man to see this crowd and to give them a message, Vico. What would you like to say to them?
Danke für deinen Support, Düsseldorf. Ich hätte es niemals geschafft, dass ich das hier treffe. Let's go!
Vico loves this crowd, and we love you guys, Vico and Malabika. Please take your positions. Please, Düsseldorf, one more time. Your first ever FNCS Major 1 Summit champions. It's Vico and Malabuka.
О боже.
Oh my gosh, Fortnite fam! They have done it! Vico Malabuka, come down here!
Охереть
Come
просто.
down, bring that trophy, don't forget it, come on! I cannot believe it. Vico and Malabuka. Your champions, you can hear him celebrating. This way! This way! He's celebrating with a bar!
Капец.
I cannot believe it. The way Amar feels right now is the way we do as well. Crowd, make some more noise! Let them hear you! Your champions. Malabuka, Vico.
Sorry, this trophy's really heavy.
It's so heavy.
I know.
Did you want to take the crown off it? You know,
I was
just
trying
turn
to.
it. You just turn it.
I just turn it.
The little top here, the little bit right here. There you go. Now pull it off.
I'm so bad at this.
It's okay. You're probably shaking. Everything's
so
okay.
He's
shaking.
I'm so shaking.
It's okay. Yesterday,
Nice. There we go.
There it is. You can
To the real king. To the one and only GOAT. This is all. Let's get it one more time for Malabuka. You're the man. You're the greatest, bro.
Congratulations to you guys. You know, I think the best way I feel like I can summarize this moment is what Frankie actually said. We've watched you guys grow up. To see you guys be in this position, to show up in Germany, to fight through everything that you guys have fought through, to target, hey, there's this new thing, this summit, we're fighting with everything we had. Was there ever a moment in your mind you thought like, we can't do this? Or was it the whole time you just kept pushing those thoughts out and you thought, we just have to win?
I can't lie. After game
Что за херня?
true GOAT. I think the greatest player I've ever played duels with and in my entire career. You know, he got my mind back to it and said, it doesn't matter, there's still 4 games left. You know, Mally said one thing going into game 5. He said, it doesn't matter how the start goes, it's about how you end it. And we ended with a bang!
Malabuka, obviously, he's giving you such high praise. To hear your duel mate say that, to hear the way this crowd went crazy, to see Amar run up and give you guys a massive hug, how does that feel?
I'm just playing for the best fragger in the world. I couldn't have asked for a better teammate, as I said before.
You're a glazer, no?
Guys,
I'm not a glazer.
You gotta stop crying. I'm on the
emotional man.
Hey, no, that's fantastic. You know, we had this moment in the lobby yesterday. What's so funny to me, in the moment that you won, I recalled the conversation. You had said, man, I have looked for a teammate, and Malabuka is someone who essentially can match my freak who can just be with me in those moments and lift me up. How does it feel now to know you made the right choice at Malibuca?
Honestly, I want to say thank you, Flixie, for dropping me on my head. Thank you, Raz, for not wanting to coach, because I just got the greatest upgrade I could ever ask for. I got the greatest fighting idea to ever touch this game.
Listen, man, you are screaming about emotions right now.
Dude.
And throughout the weekend, right? We've been tuning in with you guys. We've been watching. You guys were up there on the stage, in the chairs. You guys were like dancing back and forth, singing. But we saw a pause to all of that like happiness and joy. And it was seemingly as if it paused going into game number 8. It was like all focused for both of you guys. So walk me through Malibuca first, the mindset going into game number 8.
Well, we knew that Sky was like close to us. I mean, about us obviously had more points, but then 10-point difference is like not that big of a difference. So I just said like, let's play our game. Let's focus on someone else trying to grief us so we don't get griefed. And I guess it turned out great because I mean, I don't know if we were getting griefed, but if we were, we did great by hiding and not letting anyone know that we're there. And I don't know what happened to Sky as well. I'll see it later, but.
Shout out to Sky. I think shout out to everyone who played in this tournament, right? I think this was probably the hardest LAN I've ever touched in my whole entire life. And I mean, we know I've won Red Bull before. This guy won Gamers 8 before, right? We've been in hard lobbies.
Yeah, this was really
not just only because I was a winning contender, but in general, I mean, I was playing with like 15 chests, 20 chests. These guys had like 70 chests. These guys are the best teams in the world. I myself think I was an underdog compared to them, right? And I mean, I just want to say shout out to Omar as well. I think the stuff this guy told me, how he got me back up from my slums, he's been with me my entire time. Omar, wirklich danke, Bro. Du bist wirklich, glaube ich, der beste Typ, den ich kennengelernt habe von Streamern.
Your guys' first FNCS LAN win. Of course, the trophy, the prize money, but also that qualification to the Global Championships later on this year. I want to hear from both of you. What can we expect now from you guys going into those Global Championships? Can you go back-to-back?
I mean, hopefully we can, right? I mean, there's a good phrase saying, you know, I forgot the phrase. God damn, it's embarrassing. I think, man, the first time was so nice I had to do it twice, you know? I hope I can do it again because, man, I've always wanted to have an FNCS trophy in my room, you know? And I think everyone in this whole stadium is dreaming of having this.
Yeah.
And I just don't want to disappoint my fans because I know I have the potential to win again. And I mean, I think it's fair to say, I think we're the best team in the world.
You proved it. Malibuca, what can we expect for your Global?
We'll see, because it's like a long time before it, but we're not gonna stop just at winning this LAN, obviously. We're gonna focus on the majors first, like on the online LANs, and then we'll see what happens to Globals.
Guys, congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
Obviously, you know, you had a moment there of just pure in the moment, but we'd love to kind of give you a second here to just address the fans. If there's anyone you want to thank, anything you want to say, we'd love to kind of give you that moment. You want to go first, Vigo? You want Malibuca to go?
You know what? This guy can go first because I have a lot to say on that.
Go ahead.
I want to shout out my brother, first of all, because he's like the guy why I started playing competitive Fortnite in the first place. I'm not sure if he's still on the arena.
He definitely is, bro.
Yeah, he's waving his hand there. And yeah, I just want to give him a huge shout out for helping me out throughout the years. Obviously to the family and just to the friends for helping me.
Well, I mean, where do I start, right? I could start with Amar, but I think I'm going to start with my mom. I mean, the only reason I'm ever here is because of my mom, you know. She's got me through the hardest times of my life, you know. She grew up with me as a solo parent, you know. And I mean, Mama, wirklich danke. Ich glaube, ohne dich wäre ich niemals hier. And I mean, my friends, my family, pretty much everyone who's been with me on this way, even all my teammates, you know, Pink, Razaru, my current coach, Thomas Dybex, you know, everyone who's been with me on this jersey, you know, who's helped me grow as a character, but especially always Poppy, because that guy, I wouldn't be here without him, you know, I wouldn't be the guy I was without him. But yeah, I mean, I think that's it, you know. Also shout out to all the casters, but especially shout out to my org Big, because I don't think without them I wouldn't have this gear, I wouldn't have this nice of a teammate. You know, they made it all possible. Danke für alles, Leute.
Thank you guys so much. There was also one big person who had a big smile on his face. 11-2K right there. The moment he saw it locked in. Shout outs to him. Well, Vico, Malabuka, you guys pick this trophy up. Go get out of here. Go celebrate. Don't forget the crown. Make sure it doesn't come off.
Don't worry, I won't be forgetting this. Right?
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
You get to leave the headsets down. Get out of here. Go celebrate, all right? Once again, your Summit champions, Vico and Malabuka! Unbelievable stuff, man. I'm telling you, Vico, seeing Vico that kind of emotion, obviously, Vico's a talker. He loves to be expressive and to be loud and to be funny and in your face, and to see him break down like that, man. I'm even thinking about it. All right, it's fine. Viv, I'm so happy for him.
I am so happy. Raising the trophy one more time. We're gonna struggle to get that trophy out of those guys' hands. They're gonna be holding on to that one for a very long time. If I have learned anything here today, we always put a lot of respect on the dedications that the players themselves, the time, the effort, the love that they put into a game that we also love, but it also requires a team. You could hear the list of names that both of those players attributed to the win. It really does require a gigantic team, a family, to make something like this happen.
Yeah, and you can see it very visibly with Vico. He is passion personified. You can see it in his expression. You can see it in the way that he carries himself. And I'd like to say that Malabuka is exactly the same in a very different way. He's been around the scene for so long, at the very top of his game, and huge props to him just to maintain, to continue being at that very top level, to not let those disappointments pull him down, to not let those land disappointments pull him down, and to pull through here in Dusseldorf and end up coming out on top. As they mentioned, not easy for them at all this entire weekend, not easy for them today. The hardest lobby they said they've ever played in, but they pulled through. They have done it. And honestly, for both of them as individuals, I've had the pleasure of talking to them so much at all these different lands, seeing them grow both in the game and outside. I couldn't be happier for them.
Yeah, man, again, I just keep thinking about that conversation, you know. Again, for context, you know, obviously we're hanging out with players, and there's a moment where Vico kind of pulls us aside. He comes up, starts talking to us, and we're just like, so what do you think, man? Like, Malabuka has a feel, and he's just like, yeah, dude, Malabuka, like, he just meets me where I am. He's the first player I've been able to play with that just, it doesn't matter what I'm doing. It doesn't matter how silly or loud. He tries to meet me there. He tries to just help me along, while some others may not vibe as well. But man, it's just such an incredible moment for the duo. Congratulations once again, your champions, Vico and Malabuka. Of course, we do have to remind ourselves, though, that the top 15 do move on to the global championships. Let's take a look at those standings and see how things ended up after game number 8. Pollo Peterbot managed to sneak their way into second place after the start that they had. They really showed up big here.
An incredible feat by the duo. Shark and Teeny also putting up an incredible performance after all the adversity that they went through this week, and it's great to see them come out in third place. Sky and Scroll, the heartbreak that everybody felt in the arena, everybody watching at home when we watched them go down early on. Fourth place, still an incredible feat for them.
Yeah, my heart breaks for those guys. They've got a bright future ahead, but let's look at this bubble. 1 point separated Cammy and Hari from Flixie and Chap, who will be appearing at the Global Championships later on this year, Zeke.
It's tough. You even look further, Ager's Ritual, Cold and Rapid. I mean, so many big names just barely missed out. When they said this was one of the hardest lobbies they'd ever played, they were serious. I mean, guys, this weekend has been incredible. Today has been incredible. Some of the most incredible Fortnite we've seen. Pollo solo clutching 2 VRs, OCE getting a win. Like, so many incredible things happen.
Super amazed with how everybody played this
Ну, да,
weekend.
все там
From
дальше, в принципе,
Friday to
интересно.
Saturday to obviously Championship Sunday for everybody to kind of...
Вырубаем вот это. Конечно, да. Поздравляем реально этого Вико и Малибуку с победой. Почки реально заслужили на это. Реально заслужили. Алло.
Алло.
Здравствуй, Лука.
Привет.
Че, ты смотрел?
Да.
Че, как считаешь, заслуженно Вика Малибука завинили?
Да.
Не, кстати, у Петербода прям были такие большие шансы завинить. Да.
Если бы Пою там бы, ты Пою бы убил, то он бы, они бы выиграли.
Да, а прикол в том, что если Поя в той игре убил вот этого типа, который там белый был, я не помню там у кого там типа кого-то был прям буквально 20 хп. Вот если бы он вот это убил бы и вот этих двоих изменил бы игру, все. Поя и Петербод выиграли бы.
Ками был, да, Ками кис в зоне, он мог его добить, не добил, того убил, но его... короче, что-то, блядь, какое-то говно произошло, но да.
Да, и вот если бы он убил бы вот этих всех и занял бы топ-1, все, победа была бы и в ихнем кармане.
Да. Да, типа, я за Малибуку болел. Хоть я не смотрел, я под 8-ю катку только зашел.
Не, ну конечно, Петербод,
не, я
2 победы.
в конце 7-го смотрел этого Мирвану, и потом, смотрел, короче.
Петербод, 2 победы, конечно, жестко было. Вернулся.
А 2 победы у них?
Да, у них 2 победы.
Офигеть, Тиня и Шарк выиграли одну. Но для них, типа, 3... Сколько они выиграли? Сколько? 100 тысяч? Или сколько?
Так, стоп, кто пальнулся
14...
на Global Championship? Так, Малибука, Петербод, само собой, так, Шарк, тебе непонятно.
А то 15 или сколько?
Скайскролл, конечно, обидно так, нахер. Мне за них вот сначала, типа, слегка был рад, а потом не так обидно стало. Представь просто. Типа, умерли в спаун, они могли бы выиграть вот это все. У них все, они просто выиграли бы это. Ну, капец, умерли в спаун. Ну, найс, зато Свизи там тоже получается квалился на чемпионшип. Томас, фокус. Джина Буинко, Чап Фликси.
Алло.
Алло.
Да.
Киор
Кстати,
Вено.
800... Почему у тебя 836 уровень в его пропуске?
Не знаю. Охереть. Киор Вено. 37 место. Как так? Такой же дуэт жесткий.
Да, не бомжа просто.
Пипец. 50 место
Ризом
у типов.
46-я.
50, прикинь, 50 место у типы. У них просто 1 килл, это единственный ихний 4 ПТС.
Да. Это не так день, там что-то они ж точно еще что-то заработали. Поэтому они, во-первых, квальнулись.
Не, они ни хера никуда не квалились. Это $6000 они заработали просто и все.
Но $6000 это тоже деньги. Нахаза. А что, кто плохо? Панзер плохо сыграл, да?
А, кстати, интересно сейчас. Нам надо чекнуть еще раз, какое-то место Панзер занял, мне интересно.
20-е.
20-е?
Почему? Кстати, почему Малибук вообще с Вику играть, если он должен был с Панзером, он там говорил, что он с Панзером будет?
Что с Панзером? Да не. Он там, он сначала типа с кем-то другим челиком, я помню, играл, только я не помню с кем, а потом в итоге начал с Вику играть, и вот. Global Championship теперь.
А Вика откуда?
С Германии.
А вот почему там, блядь, просто разрывало.
Да.
Прям разрывало жопу именно людям.
Так прикинь, если что Вика сказал своей маме, то что он типа выиграет в этом году, и вот он выиграл.
Где Тузы, Володя? Почему они не играли?
То, что не заслуживают.
Их засудили, они бы выиграли. Как вообще Ваникека с Мерстачом не прошел? Типа... Сколько это? Они по 125 тысяч залатали.
Да. А Кликс вообще просто так всрать, просто жестко. А его даже на этом турнире не было.
А чё такое?
Короче, просто в первый день он типа сначала был вот этой верхней сетке. Он, если что, там просто максимально херово отыграл. Я не помню, какое он там место занял. А ну, сейчас я чекнул. Сам первый день какое он там место занял.
— 35-е я его посмотрел. Хикс, Кликс,
вот.
35-е.
В первый день они уже херово отыграли. 6 КО, 35 место. То есть они не прошли даже сразу же в гранд-финалы. А потом, если что, на следующий день, уже в нижней сетке, там где, ну, многие типа похуже играют, он, если что, занял 47 место. 47-е.
47.
26 ПТС. И 4 килла.
Пипец. А Сэвидж тоже играл?
Да.
Он тоже не квальнул.
То есть, представь, Хикс, Кликс не упали в топ-25 на таком турнире.
Че, блин? Подожди, они, то есть, сразу не отквальнулись на вот этот, на следующий турнир, да, который там в осени будет?
Да, тут топ-15 вот этого вот турнира, вот сейчас, который был, это сразу же на этот, на следующий.
А, кстати, этот Свизи не так уж и плохо отыграл. 9-е место.
Ну тогда Свизи все, Свизи топ-15.
Для как их этих дебилов убили, как его, Скайскролл? Просто типы, которые там 4 поинта, ну или сколько у них там, ну, которые нижняя сетка. Ты видел? На начале этой игры их просто... Кто их убил? 70 поинтов или что-то такого было.
Да, за Ская Скролла реально очень обидно. Капец. Типа могли бы реально просто выиграть этот турнир, они максимально стабильно каждую катку играли. И просто 2 последних заруинены у типов. Да, я кстати, что-то думал, то, что Петербург с Поэтом вообще-то 20 место займут. А в итоге типы были на 29 месте, если что. Типы были на 29 месте. Потом победа.
Первый день.
Потом победа, потом вроде бы в следующей игре опять победа, если не ошибаюсь. А, не. Короче, вот, они, получается, были 29 место, потом топ-1, потом топ-19, и потом опять топ-1, и в последней катке топ-2.
Да.
Отобрали победу у Петербота.
Почему отобрали победу у Петербота?
Потому что Петербот ботан.
Ладно.
Да за Петербота всю вот работу делал поем. 4 раза, ну, во-первых...
Он 2 раза, 2 победы?
Он буквально им буквально заквалил 2 место, если бы не победа и в конце, если бы он
да, если что, 2 победы и 2 клатча от поя.
Если он чуть-чуть, он бы мог выиграть. Типа, если бы он тех 3 убил, все, вин его.
Да,
типа, не повезло пою просто.
Да, они бы выиграли.
А так Вико и Малибуко заслуженно выиграли. Прям полностью заслуженно, типа... херачили.
А туз какое место?
Ну вот, ну, какое-то, не знаю. Короче, следующий, я уверен, вот Туз, Володя объединятся, они же, ну, поедут на лан.
Тузу нельзя ехать тогда.
Почему?
Ну, там запрет.
А где Шурыч? Почему он не шквальнулись? Почему Шурыча не было? Не было. Или что-то.
А я, кстати, тоже участвовал в турнире.
Да.
Ты, короче, понял, у Холохи надвещенник Шадовищ. А там есть, типа, этот, ну, в капе, короче, был уже тип, там была команда Верга и Шадовикс. И то есть у Холохи Шадович, а там Шадовикс. И то есть, ну, это Холоха, если что, был.
Да, законное 25-е место.
25 место. Не, Холоха что-то херово как-то отыграл.
Да, 25-е, не ниже.
Почему не 25?
А, не, подожди.
Подожди, какой ты 25-е? Ты немного попутал.
Подожди, 8-е, ну, типа.
Ну да, нормально. 8 место Холоха занял, ну...
Кстати,
так нормально. 35 тысяч долларов, как бы. На двоих,
я в чемпионшип затапался.
А, кстати, да, 35 тысяч долларов на двоих. Слышь, Холоха, скинь немного, прям так, чуть-чуть.
Так, тиммейт забрал.
Так, в смысле, там 35 тысяч долларов, типа, на 2 делить.
Ну, типа, типа каждому?
Да.
Ну, не, подожди, сейчас.
Я еще...
Ща.
Вот как можно проиграть с 2 победами, типа?
Вот, то есть по 17 500 долларов на каждого. То есть, Холоха, ты выиграл 17 500 долларов.
Да, это хорошо.
Вот скинь немного, ну так, бабосиков.
Нет.
Поделись.
Подожди. Как можно проиграть? Ни у кого нету 2 победы на турнире и проиграть игру.
Не знаю, ну...
Так, Пой мог бы еще 3-й, кстати, выиграть.
Ну да.
Ну, просто лаки. Питербот просто пошел добивать очень срочно, типа, которого нокнул, который бы и так от зоны сдох и умер. Ну вообще, если бы Малибуку раньше убить, это изи вин Питербота.
Ну ты видел, что Малибуков с Вико делали в конце?
Да, типа просто мстились.
А этот, Хирил, когда Питербот убил кого? Шарка он убивал или Тиня?
Шарка.
Шарка он убил. Ну. И, по-моему, Тиня его и убил. Питербота.
Да. Но опять же, почему Питербот пошел добивать чела?
Не знаю.
Он причем добил его, сзади него тип бежит, он даже не застроился. Я много раз, кстати, видел, что Пой один почему-то оставался всегда.
Так, ну да, Пой намного сильнее отыграл.
Почему еще раньше Питербот и Пой тоже выиграли в туре ФНКС, по-моему.
Да.
А потом Пойо выиграл ФНКС.
А им интересно, дадут вот эти кирки новые? ФМКС? Наверное, дадут Вику и этому.
Ну, конечно, дадут, а как
На
еще
любой
по-другому? Конечно.
Да.
Ладно, все, парни, всем спасибо за стрим. Подписывайтесь, ставьте лайки, введите ТЕГ АВТОРА в магазин предметов. Если будешь его покупать, не забывайте обновлять каждые 2 недели. Все, спасибо за стрим, удачи и пока.